Yeah.
Okay. That's the link for Sherry's channel and everybody. So she's going to be doing the live on hers
Yeah, she's got the
for
live up.
anybody that wants to continue the madness.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rudy,
Just
thanks again.
Hey, anytime, man.
You take
thank you
care,
so
Have
and
a
we'll
good
much.
talk
one.
to you later.
Yes. Bye, everybody. God bless everybody.
Laters.
Everybody.
Oops. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Hey, Bosa, Doug, Zed. All right. Quite a few people already. Ah, we're waiting it out, were we? Let's see. What do I have going on here? Oh, I messed this up bad. This is okay. This. Control Y. I see. Uh, leave the nose alone. Leave that. Save this sucker and out of there. So, should have uh, boring files. What boring files do you have to go through? No problem. There you go, Brad. Okay. And little dragon's behaving. And cat's playing out. You can click in.
There we go.
Oh man. Provide help and support to vulnerable people. Ah,
Yeah, we got Doug. We got, I think I saw Aaron.
plus
No, it's Jose.
Jose.
Howdy, Jose. Zed's here.
Yeah, we'll get a few people here sooner
Doug, how you doing?
later. I've
Yep, been kind of busy. Been kind of busy. Since I lost my neighbor, I've had to help out his wife quite a bit. So,
mm, crap,
crap.
crap. Mm, well, that's good stuff, Zed. Arlie used to do that kind of stuff at one of the places she worked before. Mm, miss that silly wench already. Calling her a wench because she's
No, Doug, it was my other neighbor on the other side of me.
oh, lost we lost our roommate friend,
Yeah, he
best
lost
friend, in
2 weeks ago.
last Wednesday.
Yeah,
So 1 week
last
ago.
Wednesday.
Yeah. So, and she's a roommate, so we might have to move sometime here. Yeehaw.
Have you guys advertised for roommates?
No, not as of yet. Gordon said he's going to make sure everything is okay on that and for Arla's part there.
Yeah.
But David suggested maybe looking at uh, refugees from Ukraine. See if we can get someone for a refugee, help them.
Oh yeah. Doug, what's the holdup on your daughter?
Mm,
If you don't mind me asking, I don't mean to be nosy, but
It's very difficult. I've lived with quite a few different people, and I think the worst were relatives.
yeah, I'd
um,
agree with you on that one.
Especially the ones which are either majorly religious uh, or completely.
And Zed, my condolences to you too.
mm,
Well, that's good, Doug. That's good. We're here to listen. If you want to hop on,
Yep,
grab the link. It was just a little higher up in the chat there. Just scroll back and jump on in.
or I'll just toss her out again here, and you can pop on in and everything.
Anybody, Zed, you guys are welcome.
Always, always. I always like having people on their first time.
And Doug,
Don't
that
smile too much, you.
my neighbor that loved his drinking, he's been back in Minnesota, northern Minnesota, by Bemidji, and he's kind of helping out his uncle who lost his wife. So
Scam money from people who were taking them in.
that's crazy.
How the heck do they scam money for people? I mean, they don't charge you for taking care of for having someone room at your place. That's weird.
Doug, do they think there was some foul play there?
Hey, Doug. That's it. Gotcha.
There he is. How you doing, Doug?
Doing.
Not good. Not
No. Shit.
good. I went to Idea Body, and she's messed up. She fell to her death and broke her neck.
Howdy, Zed.
Hey,
Yeah.
And on the way down, she's I can't have an open casket. She has damage to the back of her skull, and her orbital bone was fractured. So obviously it's inflamed. But the most notable is her jaw was dislocated and smashed over. So
Jeez.
it's deformed on one side.
Oh,
They
I'm
they
so
said
sorry.
they said that they could make her look. You know, they have ways of doing things. But I said I didn't want them to do it because just looking at her anyway, it's the shell of my daughter. That she's dead. No, I don't want. I've got three other kids, all under 10. I don't want them seeing what I saw and what they
Right.
saw.
Right.
The thing is about one of my sons, he's quite questioning about things, and he will go over. When we went in, they said to us, "Don't touch your head. You can touch your body, your hands and arms, but you don't touch your head." Well, I'm quite medically minded anyway, and I was having a look, and she has the scars on her neck for the post-mortem, which are roughly sewn up. But I could see from the back of her head as well that there was contusions and a split in her cavity, and
May God give you strength. One thing certain in life is that we're all going to taste death.
Yes.
You know, sometimes
So-
we don't agree with. Sometimes we don't agree with things. Exactly what you said. I lost my dad when I was 11. My older brother was in the same place you were. We were young. I was 11. We never got to see our dad in the hospital. You understand? Now,
Yeah.
with me, my dad was my best friend. But what happened was, for 2 years, I was the only one that didn't cry. I was 11 years old. I remember seeing my dad when they brought his body. And I just looked and I seen all the grown men that I thought, oh, this man's a bad man, this one's a G, this one's that. And they were all crying. But I looked at my dad because I never seen him in the hospital. I said, that's not my dad. Now, for 2 years, I never cried. After 2 years, reality dawned on me that he's not coming back. Now, I went from touching my 11 plus. The English guy that's in this chat will understand what an 11 plus is. That's without any extra tuition. Well, I got into a grammar school. Okay, now because I didn't see my dad and he was my best friend, that wanted me. I'm now 50 years old. I'm going to be 50 in December. Up until I was 42, till one of my aunties actually sent me a picture of my dad, and I seen how similar I was to him. And even though with the picture, I got to talk to him. Because you see, at 11 years old, I was that clever that, you know, being born a Muslim, how people pray and they, you know, it's like Christians, they read the holy book, this, that.
Yeah.
So my dad's brain, like he was crossing over the road and he got hit by a car and the back of his head hit the curb. So his brain went to sleep, which is the medulla.
Yeah.
Okay. So they said, even though his brain's gone to sleep, if he does survive, he's going to be a vegetable.
Yeah.
Now, on Wednesday, when they wipe down the body, they put him on his right side because your organs are on your left. He started breathing. So we thought, okay, you know, I'm 11 years old. All right, even if he's going to be a vegetable, can't open his eyes. We have to liquidize his food. He's still my dad.
Yeah.
Friday, I went to Friday prayer, approximately 1:30. On the way back, I just felt this feeling in my chest. I just knew my dad's gone. Okay?
Yeah.
I got home. Found out my dad's gone. Do you know what happened to me at that moment in time? What really messed me up?
Well,
I had something come to me and says, what, do you think God loves you? Look how you're 11 years old. You wanted your dad to live. Look how your mom's been praying, how everyone's been praying. Your mom's crying. You wanted your dad to live. But, you know, God took him away from you. God doesn't love you. I do.
no.
And that just sent me spinning for about 20 odd years.
I don't agree with any religion that says God took
Yeah,
you.
but that's what happened to me. I'm just giving you my experience. You
Yes,
understand? You can understand you're keeping your kids away from it, everything, you know, that's your daughter, everything. You want to protect them because it does traumatize them. But at the same time, them not coming to terms with it and not be able to see it can have an effect like how it affected me. Because I didn't get to see my dad in the hospital. All I got told was from my mum, I was 11 years old, that I went to see your dad. He had tubes coming all out of his body. I called him by his name. I put my hand on his head and he started bleeding from his nose and his ears. Now, at 11 years old, I didn't understand he had a brain hemorrhage in front of my mum because his brain was swollen.
Yeah.
But as I grew older, I realized, oh, this is what happened. So, you know, I came to terms with, okay, that was my dad. He was my best friend. But the reality is sometimes, you know, like they say, God works in mysterious ways. You know, sometimes we can't comprehend how great he is and why he does things that cause us pain. But that's how he works. It's just part of life, isn't it? We're all going to experience it, whether we want to or not. We've all lost loved ones. Sometimes they
The
didn't.
thing,
Go
I think
on.
the thing that's been hard for me is what was the lead up. I'm not going to go into details about
Yeah,
it.
you
But
don't need to. You don't need
she
to.
That's fine.
she'd fallen in with the wrong crowd.
Yeah,
When we've been talking to the police, it would appear that she was intoxicated.
yeah,
Her and her boyfriend, they decided to walk down a slope. On the other side of this slope is a 58-foot drop. It drops down not onto a beach but onto granite outcrops.
mm,
Yeah.
She was descending and slipped. Now, I used to be a climber, and I taught Alicia how to climb and things like that.
yeah,
I went and had a look, and I had a feeling that I've not felt in many years of an adrenaline rush. But it surged my body, and also then I realised what she would have felt. Obviously, I felt like I was going to throw up.
yeah,
I stepped back, but it's that steep that they're having to bring high-tech drones in to do a
yeah,
3D map of the entire place, so
Yeah.
that they can
Right.
make a model of what they saw and what was the outcome. The
yeah,
lad that was with her, he's out of hospital now. He suffered a broken clavicle, broken shoulder, and several broken ribs, but he's up and walking. I went round to see him to tell him that I didn't want him at the funeral. There's lots going on behind the scenes, and it's been voiced by my friends that are coming up from England, and that it wouldn't be healthy for him to be there. They're very angry and very upset. I'm not. I don't know whether I'm furious, and I did tell him that I blame him. I blame him for her death. There's no two ways about that. He should not have been taking his girlfriend down a bloody sheetrock when they're off their faces.
Can I ask how old they are?
She was 18, he was 26.
Jeez.
A whole life ahead of it. Some
I understand you, babe, my friend.
some cretin with the gift of the gab.
Yeah, but you know what the reality is? You know, you mentioned to me earlier on that you don't really believe in any religion, right?
Oh, I do believe in
Okay.
religion. I just
Now,
don't
I'm
believe
not
that
a
God.
religious person. You know, I'm born and bred Muslim. You know, I smoke, I drink. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect. Yeah, but you see what it is. Like I mentioned earlier, we don't agree with sometimes why things happen. That was your daughter. She was only 18. He's 26. You know, he felt lucky, he survived. She didn't. Reality is, when your time's up, your time is up. You know, we could have easily blamed, you know, in that time when my dad got knocked over, the woman, you know, that knocked him over in the car. But you see, my mum, in her wisdom, God bless her, I lost her 3 years ago as well through cancer. She was, she was like, my mum was absolutely brilliant, right? She said, you know what? No amount of money and me blaming the woman or anything would bring my husband back. It was his time to go. I know you kids are suffering. And you'll understand, mate, you know, I was born in 1972. When I was growing up, them high-tech and Farrah trousers were the in thing. Now, I had a single mom. Let me tell you, them kids that had mothers and fathers who were accountants and doctors weren't wearing the clothes we were wearing. Yeah, we never went without. She was my mom and she was my dad. When I went through drugs, she helped me and everything. Yeah, but what did she say? She says, look, reality is, when your time's up, God only sends the angel of death once. And she told me the story of the angel of death when God was assigning out the duties. and he says to the angel of death, "You're going to be taking out the souls of people." He says, "God, how can I do that? They're all going to hate me. They're going to blame me. They're going to say, oh, you took our son, you took our daughter, mother, father, nephew, niece." He said, "No, don't worry. I'll put such obstacles in their way
There.
that the
Dear God,
last person they're going to remember is you." So this is why when people say heart attack, car crash, this, that, reality is when your time's up. But we use them excuse. So reality is God's prophecy that he said has come into fruition, because no one remembers the angel of death. We always give it a name: heart attack, suicide, accident, fall. Like my dad, medulla went to sleep, brain trauma, brain hemorrhage. Reality is when your time's up, your time's up. And I know it's hard, and you never come to terms with it, but you learn to live with it in time. And, may God give you
Got
the
that
strength.
water, please.
That's all I have to say on it.
1 moment, please.
And I don't know if anyone wants to add something to it, but that's my take on it.
Because your mum said, you fill that with water so I can take it, please.
well,
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
I'm
I,
not overly religious, but I
Yeah.
am spiritual.
Yeah,
I don't, I don't really want to go down the religion thing at the moment.
no, I fully understand, but I'm just
my
giving you
my
take on it.
beliefs on the situation is what the Bible says. It's impossible for God to hurt anybody in a malicious way. It's impossible for him to. I don't believe that children are taken away to be flowers in his freaking garden. Why would he do that? Why would he create human beings for them to ultimately die at some point? I'm sorry, I'm just checking my meds so I don't go loopy. So I don't really
That's the
go.
line.
I don't go along them lines personally. But the reason that I'm not going to have the kids see her, she's coming home because we're doing the old Scottish Celt thing of bringing Body home the night
Yeah,
before.
Right.
That I've sat them down and had a conversation with them all about it.
yeah,
I've said that they won't be seeing her body,
yeah.
and they've asked why, and I've said because I don't want you to look at your sister the way she is. You can remember, that you've got these experiences. 1 moment.
Yeah, they are very
And,
traumatic.
and they have accepted it somewhat.
Yeah. It's entirely your choice, my friend.
It's the problem is at the moment is they're not releasing the body because it's an ongoing investigation, unexplained. They're wanting to dot every I and
Yeah, yeah,
'cause
which is you don't have to
I'm
talk about it, my friend, if you're finding it very difficult. Because you
no,
obviously are finding it very difficult. I'm going to tell you straight, I'm in Birmingham. I don't know where you are. If you ever want to talk, just let me know, my friend.
no,
I know you, I can't
I can
imagine
talk
what you're
about
going
it.
through. I've got a little 3-year-old and he's my world. I've got 2 grown-up kids and I'm very protective. I've only got boys.
I
I don't know how I'd react if
I
I had
can
a daughter, because I'm very protective over my boys, and I always believe a man who's blessed is a man who has a daughter. Because when you get old in life, I don't see my boys looking after me when I'm old and decrepit. It'll be my daughter 9 times out of 10. No, I'm sorry to say it like that. Boys are boys. You've got more chance of your daughter looking after you. But what can I say, man? This is life. Sometimes we don't agree with things.
yeah.
But, we can't understand them, and you trying to comprehend it will just, send you up the wall, my friend. It's not going to be good for your mental health or your well-being, is it? It's
I've
better, you
I've
know
said
where I'm
I've
trying to come from.
I said to the busies when they come around, the police. Sorry, you guys. I'm angry. I'm seething. I have I have a temper problem, which
Yeah.
I've controlled for the past 16 years.
Yeah.
And I've not been in any trouble. And I am really battling it. I could feel myself when I spoke to this lad.
How old are you, if you don't mind
One
me
thing,
asking?
I'm 44.
Okay, yeah, I
And
understand where you're at
uh,
then.
yeah,
I'm like that with the young pricks round here.
bad past. I was a bad man at one point, and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm deeply ashamed of it. And I moved so my children wouldn't have to be around these people.
Yeah,
And the irony is, my daughter ends up being a girlfriend, boyfriend to one of them. I said to him when I spoke to him that 100% I blame you for my daughter's death. I know that you are involved. That your direct decisions to supply her with whatever it has been, and then making that decision while you're under the influence, cost
yeah,
my daughter her life. But
yeah,
I forgive you. I've forgiven
yeah,
him, and I told him to his face because I
yeah.
ain't gonna spend the rest of my life now being eaten up with guilt about what I should have done and
No, because
thinking that I
that's
should. Because say I
yeah.
go round and hurt him, or I get somebody else to have
And you can
be
easily do
take
that,
that.
but
The
what's that going
problem
to do?
is, it's not going to quench it. It will not
Howdy,
quench
No,
Gary.
that anger.
it wouldn't. It's just an
And
endless journey.
I've got other babies to think about because if I do
Exactly,
anything like that, I end up inside. Children are
exactly.
being going to be seeing their dad through plate glass and whatnot,
Yeah, I
and they're
know.
going to end up
You're
going
not a
down the
mug.
same lead.
Exactly. So you're not a mug, my friend. You know what I mean? And
No,
it's not
no,
worth it. You know what I mean? It's not worth it, is it? You sound like you're from up Liverpool sides if you said
yeah,
business.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Originally from Liverpool.
Yeah, I thought as much.
You know how they guys roll.
Yeah, I know that, man. I know how they are. No nonsense. I
Yeah,
used to be up Granby Street, you know, where it's blocked off, where the
yeah,
Arab butcher shop is, up
yeah,
in Tog, back
yeah,
in the 80s, yeah.
yeah,
They used to have them little scallies coming and give us your money.
yeah, yeah.
Not changed, has it?
They're not as polite now. They don't ask. They just take it.
Yeah, yeah, they don't. Oh, it's gone mad, hasn't it? The world's gone mad. I don't know
It's
what it's like in the US. I
crazy.
have seen what's going on in Skid Row, but over there in the UK, the knife crime has gone through the roof. There's no value for life.
No, no.
You
I'm
know,
sure
It used to be.
you
There used
guys
to
are.
be a. It used to be a thing with stabbing people
no
that
value for life.
they'd stab you in the backside of the arse, or they'd stab you in the fleshy part. Now
Yeah,
they just go to town on you, and they are
yeah, yeah,
trying
yeah.
to
Years
kill
ago, it
you.
was one
They go
stab.
nuts. They go nuts these days.
They're absolutely crazy around here. And you see what the problem is. You see, I work as a support worker. Like you said, you were a very bad man. You know,
It's
you can imagine
experience
what I
helps
can
us.
do and why I became a support worker. Because I don't know how many lives I must have ruined
Mm,
when I was
yeah,
young. Because I left home when I was 15.
yeah,
You know, but through it was. Or I'm going to be honest. I was smoking Class A's from bloody hell 1988, 89 till about year 2000, 99, year 2000.
yeah,
And even though everyone knew, you're always in denial because they'll say to
yeah,
you, you're losing weight. Now I feel all right, mate.
yeah.
I'm good. I'm good. You know what I mean?
You don't know it's got a grip of you
What
until
happened was I went to my mum's house to collect my mail, and my older sister's sitting there and she's having some food. Now, because she's come from another city, she's telling me to sit down. Now, I've just smoked Class A drugs. Now, they've given me something to eat, and it's like glue in my mouth.
yeah, yeah,
I'm trying to wash it down. So, I've
yeah,
had a little bit to eat, and I says, that's it, I've ate earlier, and I've gone. As soon as I've gone, apparently my older sister started crying and says, he's on drugs, he is.
yeah,
Next day I've come, because I had one of them relationships with my mum. I'd never tell, but when she asked, I'd never lie.
yeah,
So when she asked, son, this is what happened with your sister, and tell me the truth, what are you on? So I told her straight, Mum, I'm fucked on drugs, help me.
yeah.
You know
Good.
what I mean? So through that, I got off drugs. I did a regular acupuncture, which does work. That's why they've taken it off the NHS because it's effective in
Yeah,
getting rid of the craving. So because
yeah,
it's effective, you're no longer a cog. in Big Pharma's system, and they can't give you the methadone.
That's it.
And they can't profit
That's it.
from you, so they took it off. Okay?
Totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, right. So they took it off. All the detox tea, all the sleep tea. Try getting it now. You can't get it.
Well, if you look at America, that everybody is pretty much that's on drugs. It's fentanyl. It's all
Yeah,
these
well,
drugs
fentanyl,
that
I know about
doctors.
that, but you see,
Let
in
me,
Birmingham-
can I interject for just 1 second?
go on.
My birthday was February 19th. The
Mhm.
day before my birthday was a Friday
Okay.
this year. And I get a phone call. They found one of my brothers in Rapid City, South Dakota, frozen in his truck.
No.
And it was because of drugs.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Ah.
it's just,
Fell asleep and didn't wake up.
yeah, that's what
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah.
The gas station where they found his truck in Rapid City
Yeah.
was kind enough to let him stay there the previous 2 weeks. They said, yeah, you can park here. Just don't cause us any problems, because I knew my brother, and we were not close, but I knew how he was from when we were younger, and he was hooked on drugs when he never even got close to finishing high school.
Yeah.
And he's been on the drugs for all these years now. I'm 67. My brother would have been 61, 62.
Yeah.
And, I hated losing a brother, but I did not know him other than what I knew of him when we were younger. And I knew he'd been traveled all over the country,
Yeah.
been arrested
too.
10 million times.
Yeah.
And just was never able to get any help.
Do you know,
So
I often think about people who are strong addicts, bad, chronics. And
Yeah.
the likes of my two brothers that died, I always used to say to my mom, and it was my mom said it to me first, and then I remind her, they're at peace in as much as when you're on drugs and things like that, you're self-medicating because something's messed up.
Yeah.
And you
Because
don't
they
wanna face it.
escapism.
And so I always think, because when I walk around town and things like that, I see we call them bagheads over here in England.
Yeah.
They're
These
hooked on
bagheads,
heroin
yeah.
or fentanyl. I see lost children in the shells
Yeah.
of adults.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart to see them.
Yeah.
And so I totally agree that it's a case of that they're better off by not being
Yeah.
alive, because that's not
Yeah.
a life, it's an existence.
It isn't. This is why in 2011, even though I was working as a postman, because I got helped and I got off drugs, I became a substance and alcohol misuse worker.
Mm.
So this is the sort of people I work with now.
And we need people like you.
Yeah, and you see,
'Cause,
like,
what the
I'm
NHS
gonna
has
tell you
messed up
exactly
for
how it
mental
was,
health.
I'm going to tell you because I'm 50 years old. Yeah, this is all pre-planned, whether or not you want to believe it or not. Because years ago, when I wanted a flat from the government, you know what I did? I spilled half a bottle of vodka on myself, made sure I didn't shave for about 2 days, went in there, kicked up a stink about I wanted housing. By the end of the day, I got a flat.
Yeah.
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 Within a day, just because I kicked up, spilled some vodka on me, made it look like I was sleeping in the car, unshaven, kicked up a fuss. They said emergency housing, it could be in any area, any condition. I said, that's fine. Yeah, ended up, they give it not even a mile away from where I was living. So it was all a scam that they was trying to do. Anyway, what they did, because of all the cutbacks, they started signposting people to housing associations, yeah? Then because of what's happening around the world and everything, we've had all the, asylum seekers come in and all the people from war-torn countries coming here. They take priority because they got kids. So then what happened was it went to the private sector, which was all these people that are doing HMOs and stuff like that, right? Now that they've gone into HMOs, which is supported and temporary housing, they're only supposed to be there 18 to 24 months, okay? Because you're supposed to get them ready for independent housing, get them ready, you know, give them life skills, everything. How can you do that when everything previous to it, there's nothing there? There's no infrastructure there now.
No.
In 18, 24 months, they're trying to apply for a flat. There's a 10-year backlog,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
How can you do that? You can't do it. It's a system designed to fail.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
You
Totally
know?
agree.
it is. I mean, look at California right now. San Francisco, LA, about half of LA has been taken over by the homeless people
Yeah.
because they have nowhere to go.
Is that Skid
Yeah.
Row?
Well, pretty much is what it would be is Skid Row.
I've seen videos on that and everything. I've
Yeah.
seen parts of America where guys been driving through, and they're like ghost towns.
Yeah, he's
Think
been
that-
doing that in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, underneath the
Yeah, Philadelphia. That was
flyover,
it.
Right.
the
right.
trains that run over the
Yep.
top on the rails. Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah, I've seen that.
LA, San Francisco, Phoenix, Arizona, all those places are bad. I mean, my last girlfriend, and I have not had a girlfriend since her. I loved the hell out of her, and I tried like crazy to help her, but she was addicted. And
Yeah.
she
Yeah, I
told me
remember you
about
saying.
some of the stuff she went through,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
she lived under a bridge here in Casper for
Yeah.
like 6 months. This is well before I knew her, but
Yeah.
you know, and you know, I see these people all over the place, but I don't know what to do to help.
You know, all you can do, the best thing is treat them like human beings, because underneath all their problems is a human
Yeah.
being no different to me and you. They just deal with
Exactly.
their problems differently.
Exactly.
Now, one thing I've realized what we do as, right, because childhood trauma and everything, there's two ways you can go. Okay, I've got a brother 14 months older than me. He went the way of his gang became his family in and out of jail. Yeah, I went the way of drugs and pussy. Sorry to say it like that, Cheryl. Yeah, drugs and women. That's when I found my comfort. Now, I'd always substitute one thing for another. You know, that's how it's always been. I don't think I've ever been totally clean in my life because of the trauma that I've suffered. You don't realize it. Certain things scar you forever. And you know, we can talk about certain things, but people like me and this gentleman, and probably you guys as well, because we've been shitted on through our lives, there's certain things you can't tell people, as in you take them with you to your grave.
Yeah.
You know where I'm coming from, don't you, mate?
Oh yeah.
Certain things that have happened to
Definitely.
you when you were young, and you know, whatever. You can't even
I've seen so
if you-
much.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
if you
it's-
discuss it, and we live in that day and age now where people will think, oh, that happened to him because he's weak. Hold on, let me try it with him.
Yeah.
So you
I
see, you build an alter ego. Like me, I'm Z-Man. Z-Man is different to who I was at 11 years old. Z-Man, zero tolerance. You can shout at me, you can do whatever. The minute you lay your hand on me, I have to take affirmative action because no one's ever laid a hand on me. Something happens to me. I'm the same. So I can fully
Personal
understand where
space.
you come from. And that's because of what we go through as kids. Because I come from one of them families that if you fell down and you were crying, it wasn't, oh, what's happened? Are you all right? It's like, what the fuck you doing on the floor crying? Get the fuck up.
Exactly.
It was,
Old school.
yeah, that's how it was, you know. But like how you said, knife crime and everything. My two kids, I've got a little 3-year-old now. He's my world. He's changed me. You know, like how you get them little, you know, them street kids. What it is over here, guys, in UK, it's a cap and a man bag, and they're all on mountain bikes, yeah?
Yep.
And they're all dealing drugs.
Yep.
14, 15-year-old shot and
The
dying.
big thing we've got going on in the U.S. right now is all this damn gun violence.
Yeah.
They're blaming
Well,
the
it's always
guns.
been the-
You know, the United States was founded on that. You
Yeah.
know, when the United States broke away from Great Britain back in the 1700s, you know, that is the second amendment of the United States.
Yes, yes.
you
The
know,
right to
for us
bear
to be
arms, but
able
then,
to protect our people. But guns were not designed, and the Second Amendment was not designed for
okay,
hunting or
Yeah.
anything else. Now,
no.
wait a minute.
What do you
Wait
think
a
it
minute.
was for then? The right to bear arms. What do you think it's for? Do you know how I look at it sitting in the UK? I look at it as in terms of defense in war
Well,
or when
the way
your
it,
life's at extreme risk. Then
right, the way it
by
was
all
written in the
means, yeah. Not
United
because
States
not because
was
someone's walking
for
across the lawn that you can pop them, or you've had an argument, pop them. Anyone can take a
right.
life. It's living with the consequences afterwards.
How you doing, FQ? How you doing tonight? Or this morning, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was designed to protect us from the government.
Yes.
That's what it was designed for.
And it takes a big man to pull a trigger.
Yeah, you most definitely, it does. And all these guys that come back from all these poor veterans
Yep.
that have given up everything.
Yeah.
It
Come
just,
home and die.
yeah,
You see me, right? I've talked to a lot of Marines because I used to play Xbox. I was we were sponsored by Epic and sponsored by EA because I was pretty good at FIFA and I was pretty good at Gears of War.
yeah,
Yeah. When it first come out. So I used to talk to like a lot of the Marines and everything, and forgive me for saying this. I had a Marine friend, he's Puerto Rican. So I says to him, I says, you know, what the hell's a Puerto Rican man doing fighting over in such and such country? Because I think of like how, God bless him, Muhammad Ali thinks no Vietnamese ever called me and he mentioned the N-word, yeah? I think of it like that up until it comes to me or I have to protect me on my own. I'm a firm believer in if you have to protect it for the right reasons, yeah, I'll do it. But I'm not going to do it for resources, okay? On the pretense of liberty and freedom, because you can know by a person's actions what the war was about. For example, I've got a photographic memory. I don't forget things. I remember when they went into Iraq. Saddam's got weapons of mass destruction. They went in. What was the first thing they did as British? Yeah, what happened? They called in Red O'Dare and his team to quench the fires in the oil wells because
right, right.
that was the last thing Saddam did. He set fire to the oil wells. What does that tell you if you use your logic? It tells you, you know what they were there for.
That's
It
it.
wasn't for anything else. So you see, that part I don't agree with. If it was for, yeah, they're attacking us, where is the enemy? We always got to have a bogeyman. Up until Rocky IV, it was the Russians. You know, we had Apollo Creed in the Stars and Stripes fighting against the Russian. He got killed. Rocky had to train in the mountains, blah, 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 yeah? So the Russians were the
Back to
enemy.
Russians now.
Right, we got fed it through the mass media. When it went to Back to the Future, who did not find the plutonium from? The Libyans. So then it shifted to that side of the world. You see how we get programmed?
Oh yeah. Well,
People
the
don't
whole,
understand it. You
all
gotta
the
have an enemy.
people, all the people of the first world countries, first and second world countries, have all been lied to.
Of
All
course,
of
everyone
them.
like to. You
All
look
of
at who benefits from war. All right, at the time of when they went in, you had Cheney, all them, Rumsfeld, and them. One was in charge of Halliburton. The other one was in charge of the food. The other one was in charge of the uniforms. The other one was in charge of the medical. They were all benefiting from it.
You know,
That was the reality of it.
you know, during the Second World War, once it ended, the CIA, as it was at that point, went over to Germany,
Yeah,
and they were collecting together all the scientists because German people, the German
I've heard
when it
about
was
that.
when it's
Yes.
being run, Germans were a lot of our science now actually comes from the barbaric situations that they created. A lot of our
Yes, it
science,
is.
and they went over and they got one man who was pretty much a genius at conning people and a genius at being able to hypnotize people without them realizing. And this
Yeah.
was his study. They said to him, "You're coming over to America." They took him to America. And what they said to him is, "Can you influence people? Is it true?" And he said, "Yes." How?
Yeah,
So he said, "It's through the televisions and
of course it is.
And so they said, well, how do you do it? So he
Advertising.
explained the process. He explained the process, and they said, how long will it take? He says, I'll tell you what. He says, from this time,
Sorry,
it'll
guys.
take it. By we get to one generation, they will be all under the influence of whatever you want to tell them and make them believe. It's called the MK Ultra program. Do you think about
I know
televisions?
about that.
When we're watching telly, we're watching a television program.
Yeah.
It's everything that they've ever done in all around the world with these kind of things. They don't hide it. They make it blatantly obvious. It's only if you think about things in a different way, outside the box, that you get
Yeah.
onto whatever they're producing.
Fully
So
agreed.
if you think about Times Square, if you think about what's our one in London called? Where they've got these massive
Leicester
billboards,
Square.
where
Oh,
they've
there's
got
Leicester
these,
Square,
yeah,
isn't it?
your brain is totally all the time being told you should buy this, you should buy that. Right now,
Yeah, of
by
course.
having this conversation, I can guarantee that things will pop up to do with what we've been talking about. Everything is monitored with, as you said, Brad. Everything in the first world, second
Big
world
brother is
countries
watching.
is all to do with conning people, and it's all to do with making them just not know really what's going on, or be just
Yeah.
be. I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at Twitter, the craziness that's Twitter is just. I'm deeply against Twitter.
Yeah.
It's run by crazy people,
Yeah.
and we
But
haven't
when
got
you look
any.
at the role models nowadays, you look at it now, what they're portraying, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
basically guns, money, and, it's all that. It's always been that, isn't it? Anything that's positive gets blackballed.
Well, if you look at the way, I don't allow my kids to
Hey,
watch
Auntie Fred.
things
Oh,
like
yeah.
pop videos and things like that, because it seems nowadays that they go into the studio and get undressed and then
Yeah.
go on
Thousands of
and dance
yeah.
in their
Yeah, it's like
underwear,
talent hounds for
and
nothing.
they're all gyrating next to each other and things like that.
That's it,
That's
yeah.
what this, and everyone, it comes on your mobile phones, it comes on the telly. You're being bombarded with sex. I remember with Alicia, when she was 15, getting on to 16, showing interest in boys. I had to have a conversation with her. I
Fungus.
never thought I'd have to
Sprayed
have,
it
which
in
is don't allow him
still
to
being
take pictures or to take videos, no matter
Yeah,
what he says. Why am I having that conversation these days? Is because that's what they all think is it's great.
yeah. You're
It's
going
just
back to
one.
the Second World War, right? You know where I live? There's a river going there, and like we've got these, what do they call them? Them prefabricated houses that they built up after the war.
plant.
The Germans came round the back. It's not even like quarter of a mile. They came round the back. They blew up the houses. There used to be an army barracks up the road. They blew that up, and then we've got a place like you can follow the canals, and it goes to BSA Guns. That's where the armory was, and they obliterated that. It's really good. I'll do a video one day. I'll put it up. It's really
Sounds
good
good.
history. I love my history. I've got my little one. I take him to the nursery. So as we go past, he always tells the story. These houses are from World War II. I said,
Yeah.
what happened? Son? Oh, the Germans came. You know what I mean?
Hey, I didn't know I didn't know in London they've got when you're walking around, there's actually railings. If you look at them a certain way, you can see that they're actually metal. What was it? A gurney.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is it a gurney when you pick someone up on it? And, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
You can
when they stretch them, you mean, on that thing?
yeah, you can see them all welded in to make fences. They
Or when
reuse
they're
them.
hanging, when they like draw and quarter them or whatever it is, or however they used to say it.
No, for when they're removing bodies or when they're using
Oh,
tasers off the
yeah.
battlefield.
When they're
Yeah.
sick or injured
Oh,
or
understood,
or
Yeah,
understood.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with war. I agree in, defending yourself if something comes to you and if it was for the right reason. But reality is it's all over resources. It's like they say, a poor man wants to be rich, a man wants to be a king, and a king wants to control everything.
Yep.
And a
That's what
businessman
it
wants
is,
to run the
isn't
money
it?
wise.
And it's never enough. You know, a prime example is when someone doesn't have money, all of a sudden he becomes rich. You see how their demeanor changes. Do you see how they start talking to their friends? You know, it's like they're looking down at people. I'd rather be me and live my life how I am. I'm 50 years old. You know, I've never been rich. Everything I own is mine. I don't owe any credit. I'd rather be like that than have to keep up with the Joneses. You know,
Yep.
and have to live like above my means, and live in a house where I've only got me, the missus, and the little one, but I've got a 5-bedroom house just because my mate's got one. My
Was
kids
it?
are not like that. I've got a simple theory, vitamin N. You see, when I grew up, right, my mate had a daughter, and she'd always want the latest phone. He'd always say, a couple of days later, she'd phone him, Dad, guess what? I was in the playground and my phone fell and the screen broke. I'll end up, she'll always get the phone. Whereas my kids, sometimes they'll ask for a meat and chips, and I'll tell them, you know what, lads, I only got enough money for a one piece. You know what I'm on about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I had the money just to get them used to it.
Yeah.
Now, years down the line, when my son hit 21, I tested him. I said, son, let me get you a new phone for your birthday. You know what he turned around and says to me? Dad, what's wrong with this one? When you phone me, I can talk to you. We can do WhatsApp video calls.
Nice.
Don't need it. The other one, when he hit 16, I says, how much do you want, son? Take your mates out for food. Oh, Dad, just give me 20 quid.
Hey,
Look at that.
local kebab shop.
So the mate that was next to me, he says, wow, your kids are like that. I says, yeah, because I've never given a shit about what other people think.
My son won't take no money from me or my wife.
That's
Yeah,
good. Good.
everyone lives above their means. And you look at it now, we're heading for collapse.
Yeah. Well, it's like Tupac back in the 90s when he was interviewed.
Yeah.
They said to him, why haven't you got a massive house and things like that? And he said, there's only me and my girlfriend. Why do I want
Yeah,
a house
exactly.
that's
What
got
do I need
50
it?
rooms in it? Why do I
Yeah.
want loads of cars when I can only drive one of them?
Well, I can only drive one. Exactly.
Hey, Sherry, what's it like in Canada
Mm.
for these things?
It's just
For
stupid, isn't it?
Crime and that kind of thing?
You
well,
see
we
what
don't
it
have
is?
crime and such, but I mean, just like anywhere else,
Mm.
like the states, we've
But you see over here,
kind
we're
of
lucky we've
mimicked
got
the states in a sense. We're kind of like the
Haven't
little brother that's always trying to follow around our big brother.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where we're
There-
heading.
Haven't they brought out new gun laws?
Um,
How do I put
that was
this
a
in the
long
chat?
time ago. I don't know if they've done anything more.
I think I read something about that they you can only have guns now if you're a hunter. That's the only reason you're allowed to possess firearms. I'm
I don't know.
almost sure. Don't quote me on it. It
It
might have
used,
been a suggestion that they
yeah.
were
All
bringing
I
it
know
in.
is that it used to be that you had to register your guns
Yeah, yeah.
and register what you use them for, basically, and such.
Oh, in the
But
UK, it's going mad over, a 3D printer guns.
Yes, yeah,
That seems to be the in thing over there now. People doing
yeah.
3D printer guns and getting
Well,
arrested for it and everything. It's gone crazy. Soon we
It's
won't be
almost
able to buy 3D printers.
they're trying to find the best combination of the plastics and such, in which will not
combust when they
make
fire.
the
Or melt.
anything that can discover them go bing, basically.
I see. Yeah,
I have 3 guns for the house. One for my wife, one for my son, and one for me.
What's that?
It's
Mate?
mad over here.
Say again.
I said it's mad over here. I dread to think what it's like in America. I haven't been there
Crazy.
since the 80s, so yeah.
Yeah.
They're only to protect the house. Almost your
It's
home.
crazy. I remember doing when I was doing Laugar kickboxing in my teens, and
Yeah.
I
Well,
was
I went on summer camp, buddy, to teach them football and cricket.
I was getting quite good at it, and I was talking to the sensei, and the sensei was an instructor to the police force, and also a bouncer. And I was talking to one day about home invasion. What can I do and things like that. And he said
Come in head.
you can pick a baseball bat up and beat the living crap out of him. Do not hit him or her in the head. because as soon as you hit them in the head and carry on, that's attempted murder. Whether you look at it, they're in my house or anything like that. It's
Manslaughter.
Yeah.
always hit them about the legs of the body.
Yeah.
So I remember
Is-
that, and that's the way our justice system works. Yeah, there was a
I
fella
think
who
get sued if they
there was a fella
fall on
who
the
got
rug.
shot. He got shot by a homeowner, a farmer.
Oh yeah, do you remember that?
Especially,
And the guy
he
went
actually
into
took the farmer to court, and farmer ended up being in prison.
Yeah,
Yep.
because apparently
Crazy.
he was exiting the building and the farmer shot him in his back.
Yep.
Or some stupid technicality like that. Oh, you didn't have to shoot him. He was leaving. Yeah, but he was just in there.
We had a 100-acre property on this place called St. Joe's Island. My brother taught us when you
And what
shoot,
you
don't
that's a
shoot for the legs
yeah,
If you're gonna shoot him, shoot him.
because
You
the
could,
people
yeah,
that were in the area, if they were the bad people, the
sorry guys.
would do something bad,
Yeah. Yeah.
you'd better off shoot them in the head.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know, I saw a video of a man. He was on PCP when it just
Oh
come out,
yeah, Angel Dust.
and they riddled him, and I mean they riddled him. 40
Yeah, he's like
bullets.
Tony Montana in Scarface, wasn't he, at the end?
One of his legs was hanging off. That's how funny, and he still kept coming like a zombie.
Wow.
It amazes me. I'm
Arthur-
not.
There are certain drugs that do you that.
Yeah, I'm amazed that the police, that people. I mean, obviously, there's going to be bad cops, obviously, and that are going to do bad things to people. But I don't blame cops in America for taking their guns out and getting people out at gunpoint, because you don't know what them people are holding in there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
exactly
inside
what
that
you're
house.
saying now,
You
right?
don't know that. You don't. Why? I would, if I was in America, I was a policeman. Too right, and walk up with a gun in my hand, because you do
Yeah.
not know who's behind that wheel.
Yeah, well, they always touch the back of the car, isn't it? To leave a print or
Fingerprints.
something, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the
Here's
imprint to
you're
show.
damned if you're a police officer here nowadays, here in the
Yeah.
United States.
Yeah, yeah. Their lives have become a fishbowl.
Mate, there's no respect anymore. There's no
Hey,
respect.
well, do you know what? I've been with these policemen that have been coming round, and the CPS that have been coming round, detectives. I've noticed that the conversations I'm having with them, they will not be drawn on anything whatsoever.
No.
And I spoke
Mom, it's a
to
US Marshal. He tells me crazy stories.
I spoke to John, which is the liaison police officer, and I said, I understand. I says, but you know, I'm interested into what's happened to her. And he says, Doug, he says, the problem is, in the past, people have been told details, and people have ended up being let off because those details have been released. Or
Yeah, and compromise the case.
they'll say their personal opinion. That'll be taken as gospel. Next minute, it's like Chinese whispers all around the neighborhood,
Yeah.
and people have actually been murdered and things like that, and they were totally innocent. So that's the reason nowadays over in this country, they won't tell you a damn thing about what's going on unless
Yeah.
they know for sure, which is why it's
They're not
taking us
supposed
so
to.
long for everybody.
They're not supposed to tell you anything.
No,
Yeah, because
that's
they have
it.
to do
Yeah,
all the toxicology reports and everything, isn't it? It's a long process, so
yeah.
who knows?
Well,
but I'm going to tell you something. It's different in every other city, right? Like I live in Birmingham. What they do over here, they'll all pool their money together and they'll buy a bag of weed,
Yeah.
right? Now, when I worked up in Norwich, Norwich is out in the sticks, guys. It's northeast England. It's totally different up there because it's close to London and everything. You know, they can get all sorts. But them kids are very clever. What they do is they pool their money together, go onto the dark net and buy stuff like Xanax and everything.
Yep.
And that's a totally different ball game, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen them kids, and
they get
They wouldn't know
kids.
if-
They get
they
kids.
wouldn't know
dealing.
if a train hit them or a bus hit them. Seriously, they're out of their skulls falling everywhere, just lying on the grass. And
Have
how
you
it
had
is
the
over there-
scourge of that black mamba?
Yeah, we've mate. I'm a substance and alcohol misuse worker. I'll tell you what's where in what city in the whole of England.
A
I know
black
what's
mamba's
everywhere.
crazy.
Yeah,
That it
Black
just
Mamba.
comatoses them.
Black Mamba's nothing compared to the monkey dust that's going around in Stoke-on-Trent.
Yeah, yeah.
That's next level.
You don't have crop.
Black Mamba, guys, is a synthetic weed substitute that was legally sold, but put on the packet was not for human consumption.
Yeah,
Some bright spark in a ghetto somewhere realizing if you smoke it, you get off your face. But when you get
Yeah.
off your face, you're comatose.
you're,
As in, you're just gone. Bad things have happened to people because that's how much of a sedation it is.
yeah.
And they've not known, It's
And every
been
time,
made. It's
yeah,
illegal
and every
now,
time the
but
government makes it illegal, they just change one property in the compound and it's legal again.
that's it. Yeah, and they do it
That's all
again.
they do.
And you can buy it. And some of these kids are smoking all kinds of crazy stuff. Like I think on it, one of them sold as pot puree. Do you guys know
Yeah,
what that is? Potpourri.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pope,
Potpourri.
yeah.
Yeah,
Tide Pod.
Used to be
Tide
theirs,
Pod.
man.
yeah. Smelly stuff. But they're all smoking that as well. Oy.
It's madness.
Oh,
You know, in
yeah,
my
yeah.
day,
And Russia.
yeah, in my day,
Crocodile.
well, in Russia they
That's
do it.
nasty. That
Yeah,
eats you
in
from
Russia,
the
what?
inside out.
Yes,
Yeah,
I've seen
Russia,
that.
what they do is crocodile.
I cried while watching that video. Watching it, I cried.
Yeah,
It
I
was
say
just
it was just horrid. I
But
mean,
that's the
codeine, the
thing.
cheapest of the cheap stuff. Or it's petrol they put in with it though.
they put
How,
petrol
And all,
in it and a few other
pollution.
things, and you have to do it a certain way
yeah.
to make it just right to
Oh, it's
what
sickening
it's
that is.
supposed to.
But they're
Household
literally,
It's
like,
nasty. It
like
is
Sherry
nasty.
says,
You
they're
get so addicted
rotting.
that you kill yourself.
Open
On it.
sores and things like that. They
Yeah.
know that they're about to die. So either they're dodging crazy dealers who will just shoot you on sight, or they're taking this stuff and just, oh man, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Yeah, and they couldn't stop. They just could
They're
not
the
stop.
kind of videos they should show in schools. That kind of
yeah,
thing.
Just
When I
really
was growing
scary.
up, we had videos every assembly, and it'd be about fire safety. They'd show you what it looks like if you get burned by
Sounds so
yeah, you remember?
They'd show you what it looked like if you took such and such a drug and things like that.
Yeah, but
Nowadays it's
nowadays,
too
as
prim
I
and
say,
proper.
everyone's a snowflake.
We can't educate our children because there's
No,
so many idiots out there who are just under some. You've got a mollycoddle
We
everything.
have shampoo bottles that says "Don't drink this."
I know.
yeah,
Petrol pumps round here, get onto this, have honestly got do not insert nozzle in mouth or anus.
yeah.
It was on a Sainsbury's. I couldn't believe it. I thought they were having a laugh.
No, it's not. You'd be surprised what people do when they're fucked out their head on a Saturday night, mate.
Oh, I know. It's just
Car batteries with
it always
don't
just
drink content.
goes into my head and goes, "Oh my god, that too." People are nuts. I mean, eating Tide,
Yep.
Tide things and
Those Tide Pods.
Tide Pods.
The dumbing down of the nations has actually
It is.
made them retarded and
It is.
dumb.
It
And
is.
it's up to us to keep educating them and not be uncomfortable.
Okay, let's
about the
touch upon that.
uncomfortable
Why do you think that is? Okay, let me. Okay,
Because
do you
they
know
want,
how to
they
swim?
want everybody under their control.
Yeah, that's all it is.
The
Yeah.
governments want everybody just to
100%.
nod their heads and say,
Iron
yes,
in the
okay,
paint.
thank
Yep.
you. And that's it. These people, we can't comprehend it because we're not psychopaths. We're not
No.
narcissists.
Right.
These people they will sell their mothers for money. They will sell their mothers for power. And
Oh yeah,
they're just, the crazy people are running the countries. That's what it boils down to.
Well, there's
And
no
they'll-
doubt about that because look at the president that the United States has right now. He
Yeah.
cannot even
look at what we had
remember
before too.
his own
Oh.
name.
I
Trudeau.
spent
Same
I
thing.
spent 2 years ago
Oh, yeah,
when Trump I spent during COVID just laughing my head off at Trump and some of the things he was up to and saying,
Yeah. Okay,
then-
why do you
and
think they put
I
Trump
love
in
the
there?
wall. I love the wall. I really do.
oh, when he said about putting light into people, And you could just see the woman behind him go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, he was a character on half, man. You guys have had some characters for presidents as well.
Hey, well, the idiot that's just had to be forced out in our country.
Oh my
Boris.
God, Boris Johnson, what a twat! And now we've got that.
Good grief.
Oh, all right, guys. Right, we've got a guy now that's trying to run for prime minister, right? And the video surfaced where he's actually said, "I haven't got any working class friends."
No. His wife's a billionaire.
His
That
wife's
says
a
it all.
billionaire, and what she's done is there's a rule over here. I think it's called ex-dom or something like that, where if you say the UK isn't your permanent place of residence,
Yeah.
you don't have to pay tax on anything that's coming in from another country.
All she's got to do is just go and live at the other property for several months a year.
And I think she's getting like, I think 11.5 million a year or something through one of her companies. Family's one of the biggest internet providers in India.
I think
Now,
what people have got to accept is that for many, many years, every single country that's a power has been set up on some kind of club. If you look at the Hellfire Club, if you look at the people say the Illuminati, and that's just a conspiracy. It's not conspiracy because they tell you to your face it's not conspiracy. They say,
you know how
we're
I look
here,
at that?
we're taking.
Can I just put in? You know how I look at that? I look at that as a bully, right? Now, if you've ever been bullied, what does he do first? Right? He'll give you a little dig when no one's looking, yeah? Then, in time, because you haven't said nothing, he gets braver and braver. Before you know it, you're in the dinner room in front of everybody, and he pats you on in front of everybody and says, "What you going to do? Nothing." Arrogance. That's where we are now. They started off subtly. Now they're just doing it blatant in our faces and saying, "What you going to do? There's nothing you can do."
Yeah. Totally agree.
And everything's
Totally
madness.
agree.
How to get you used to things. For example, you know, like how you said you touched on television earlier on. Okay. There was a time I remember I watched Tomorrow's World. Tomorrow's World, guys, was a program where they talk about technology. So they said in the future, there'd be satellites that would be able to read your number plate from space, yeah? Next thing we know, like after a few years, what came out? Will Smith, Enemy of the State.
Yep.
Okay, where we're watching him now and satellites watching him from space and all that shit, yeah? Then what happened after that? Because they got us used, right? They give us the idea, they got us used to the concept, they've given us the visual of it now. Then what happened? Google Earth came out and we all took to it like ducks to water. No one batted an eyelid.
Yep.
You see how they've done it?
Mm.
Now, when I mention that to people, they say, you're tripping, you're a conspiracy theory.
No.
But you see how they've done it? They got you used to it. They gave you the idea. Then they showed you invisible. Yeah, invisible.
The Big Brother way back for 1999.
Yeah, all that. You see all that. Hackers, all them sort of films. You see, they give you all these little clues.
Yeah, about what they're doing. It's in media, it's in films, and what it is to desensitize us to what's actually going on the way. And everywhere is working towards a totalitarian state.
Yeah.
Everything is trying to focus us so that they will be in charge completely. You will have that. I mean, if you look at Tesla cars, amazing. Yeah, everyone thinks they're amazing. No, those damn cars will drive you to the police station when you're a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Those cars are chipped. They watch cameras. There's a camera inside the car to watch you. There's cameras all around the car to watch. They say, oh, it's so you can sit back and chill. The car will drive itself. The camera inside is to see if you actually fall asleep. It will disengage.
Yeah, of course.
They don't tell you that Tesla can hack into this.
It's basically demolition man.
The CIA have access and have planned with what's his face on how to access the data and things. The whole world's gone crazy.
Okay, you had that with Windows. Why do you think it was called Windows? Because the NSA had a back door to it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't tell you that. These were all failed government projects.
Windows, though.
Oh, you know what? It's madness. You'd be surprised. I'm doing digital marketing at the moment. And digital marketing, like how you said, we've discussed certain subjects on this. later on when I'm going onto my feed, could be on Facebook, could be on something else, it's going to show up. I'll get banner ads.
Yep. Yep.
And it's like, bloody hell, can they read my mind? This is amazing. Then you think, but then at the same time, it's absolutely scary. And if you
Yeah.
look at it now, what have they done? Years ago, you guys in America had the, whatever it was, the gold thing where everyone had to
Eric.
put in their gold or face jail. So then gold got replaced by
Yep.
silver, silver by bronze, bronze by copper, copper by paper. Now the paper's gone. It's gone past plastic. We're living in a cashless society.
Yep.
No
Okay,
one's really got money on the mattress. No one's got money
One
under
of
their bed.
these.
And now
You
it's
know,
There's something to it tonight.
what is it?
One guy stole
Tomorrow,
a
see
Tesla
what's
and tried
on
to
the
run.
ads.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yep.
Did
One
you
guy
know that
tried
your
to-
tellies, you know these new flat screen TVs that have been brought out?
Oh yeah.
Everyone's buying them. Do you know
Oh, yeah.
that it's one massive camera that can
Yeah, of
look
course it
into
is.
your room?
Oh, of course it is.
It's two-way. They can actually. It used to be that you'd have to have the Connect Eye over the top of your TV. They could do it, or they say don't have your webcams on when you're, or leave things lying around so that people
Yeah.
can look in and hack you. The actual modern day tellies now have are cameras. It's actually one big huge camera in your house.
Yeah.
So be careful what you're watching and doing in front of the telly.
You look. No. You look what they've done now with all this metaverse and all
They're
that, and the
crazy enough to
special.
watch me. They're crazy enough to put up with whatever I'm doing.
Go
That's
Mama
it.
Bear.
Yeah,
Be sticking my bum in the TV.
It's just grin
I
and bear.
put my blood at it. That's their
Yeah.
fault.
You know,
like
years
it.
ago we don't kick up a fuss, right? Nowadays we live in that society where they've dumbed us down with all sorts. They'll tell you, for example, you can go into Lidl and you'll see bananas which are cheap, and next to them you'll see organic bananas. Why in the supermarket are you selling normal bananas and then organic bananas? Because the normal ones are all GMO. Who knows
Yeah.
what they've been feeding you? And this is what dumbs you down and makes you passive and everything. Years ago, if they tried to install CCTV, we would have kicked up a fuss. But then,
Hey.
because they gave us the perception of a threat, an enemy, is for your own benefit through fear. Bang! No one batted an eyelid. We got CCTV.
But
Watching
do you
everything.
remember in the UK when they started pushing forward GM foods, they could
Yeah.
grow crops super big and super fast.
Yeah.
Well, just after they did that in the 1975, 76, they started bringing microwave cookers out as well
Yeah.
on mass production.
Yeah.
There's a known link now between GM foods and cancer. There's no links to do with other diseases. And one of the other things that a scientist discovered, and it's been verified, is that if you think about when we were kids, that when I was a kid, there was only one or two young girls that you knew that they had boobs because you could see them.
Yeah.
If you look at 14, 15, 16-year-olds, not in the plot, obviously, but if you look at them, they have fuller figures at a far younger age. And that is to do with genetically modified foods. It's mainly put into the likes of processed foods, such as the microwave meals and all them kind of things. But it's hormone growth. It's a hormone growth things that they put into the meals. And it's bringing these females and making them sexual objects. Then you've got Twitter and all them kind of things where it's normal. And you see the amount of men that are watching people dancing and doing all these stupid little TikTok videos of kittens and all them kind of things. You're looking at 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and all the men are like, oh, she's beautiful, she's beautiful. It's crazy. Look at all the stars that have been caught up. And it turns out that they've ended up with a 14-year-old who looks like a 21-year-old.
Mate, they've had a school here where the parents kicked up a fuss, you know what, over? That the school told the girls not to wear their skirts up high. Check that out. That's how fucked the world is.
It wasn't allowed past your knee in our school.
Look at that. That's how it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was like you had to be below the knees. I remember in my days.
Yeah.
Or they wore tights underneath or something. Nowadays, it's just mental, mate. It's absolutely mental. The world's gone mad.
I'm on Sherry's Live.
It's gone mad.
Right.
Who knows where we're heading, but it doesn't look good.
I've only just taken my meds.
Doesn't look good.
There you go. Okay.
I was supposed to do some work, guys. I got my laptop in
Right.
front of me,
Yeah.
but ended up
Okay, then. Okay.
just talking.
It happened.
It's been great. I first saw you, Sherry, in my animal house,
Mhm.
in one of them. Yeah, in one of these live feeds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you came on there and everything. So
All right.
Who
then I
did you
came
hear
to one of your discussions before with, like, I think there was Fungus Queen in there typing and everything. There's quite a lot of you guys. I follow quite a lot of you guys. I've got no reptiles. I've got one daddy long legs over there. I showed my son it yesterday why it's in the house. And he was wondering why there's no more flies coming in and why there's one stuck in the web. So I explained to him like how we go shopping and we get food. This is how God feeds his animals. He makes a web and the fly lands in it, and you know what I mean? I had to educate him on all that, but that really impressed me. All that stuff does. Watching all spiders and feeding and all that, and all these savannah monitors and all that. It's just amazing how they are. I used to have like cockatiels when I was young and everything, and you'd see how they're designed, how one color doesn't run into the other one, and just amazing creatures, animals in general.
It's
Where
I'm back in the room.
I live, the guy that wrote Lord of the Rings.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
he got inspiration from where I live. It's Moseley Bog and everything. He used to walk through there and trees. You know that big tree that he's done, the one that talks.
Yeah.
I-
Tree
Yeah, whatever it was called. Yeah, I can show you that
based
tree.
it off of a another instructor he knew who boomed like that all the time. So he based
Yeah,
it.
and you see where the two hobbits run from the Oaks, and they run into the forest, enchanted forest. From where I am, you can see that. Yeah, he's visualized that bit, and he used to come down there, and he was inspired. There's all plaques, and I've seen badgers and everything, and badgers they look cute in pictures, but they're not cute in real life.
No,
They're
badgers
all-
are a whole world of pain.
Oh yeah,
Extremely territorial. They will chase you up the road.
and they're massive, mate. They're not small, and like wood lice. They're like scurry around the side of buildings, and it's like a scary thing, when you see it.
They've got razor sharp teeth as well, man.
Yeah,
Razor
apparently they've got rabies. I don't know if that's the truth.
I don't know. I
any
did hear
mammal
the
can
thing.
get rabies.
Yeah, in this country, I think because we're small, it was eradicated. But I did hear that there may have been a few isolated cases. But it's
Like I
like
said,
ticks.
any mammal can get rabies. So
Yeah,
penguin
it's
can.
like
There's
those
only
are ticks.
one mammal in
Any mammal.
the world that cannot get rabies.
Right.
And the reason, I'll tell you the animal, but first I'll tell you the reason. The reason is because its body temperature cannot support the virus itself.
Right.
You guys are gonna have to go to the shop with me. I've run out of cigarettes.
But the opossum is
Oh,
the
the possum.
only animal in the
Opossum.
Americas that cannot get rabies. Their body
Okay.
temperature is 87 to 88 degrees. Our temperature and most other mammals are in the high 90s to low 100s.
Okay.
Fahrenheit. So,
So it can't incubate.
yeah,
Yeah, it can't incubate in there, isn't it?
the body cannot support the rabies virus in an opossum. So,
But
Yeah,
any other
guys,
mammal.
batteries on a few percent. I'm gonna pop up to the local shop to get some fags,
All right,
and
pal.
I'll be back. Someone else can jump in and take my place. It's been absolutely lovely. This was my first time.
thank you, Zed. It
Yeah.
was good talking with you.
Oh, it's lovely talking to you guys. And my friend from originally from Liverpool. I don't know your name.
Dougie.
Is Dougie?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dougie. I'm in Brum. I don't know how I'd pass you my number. You ever want to talk? You can talk to me whenever, my friend.
That's nice, man. Good. Cool.
All right, I don't know if I can pass it on over there because everyone will hear it.
I know.
All right, so I'm just gonna pop up to the shop. Hopefully, when I come back, you guys will still be talking, and I'll jump back in.
All right.
All right,
Okay, good. Thank
see
you.
you. Bye.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Police officer here now.
Say again, mate.
Find out what they want.
What's going on there?
I've been home all night.
Are you
Oh.
home alone?
Oh, got the wife and son just home from work.
Cool.
Unless we had a police chase.
Hmm.
That was it.
Doug,
That's
that's
Grandpa.
Gary.
Yeah. Why have we told ourselves the enforcer? I want a cool name.
You can be let's see, the Terminator.
Let me see.
I'll be the Terminator.
Man.
Doug up here.
The Eradicator?
Doug above me there. He's the gun.
Doogie Howser, MD. That's what I used to get skitted in school. That's what everyone used to call me.
Doogie.
They're like Doogie Howser. I'm like, no, shut up. Do you know my first wife, her father, he's very Scottish from Edinburgh. And he always used to call me Douglas. And I used to say, will you call me Doug or Dougie? And he'd say, why would I want to call you that? You've got such a great name. It means dark waters. So I said, I know that, but I like being called Dougie. Dougie. The only reason that I don't like being called Douglas is because the only person who's ever said it to me is me mum. And I'm generally going in the opposite direction, and it's followed by my full name. Like, yeah! You know, I've turned into me mum. I find myself going through every child that I want to talk to, apart from the one that I actually want to talk to. I'm like, Levi, Bailey, Alicia. Ah!
Well,
Okay,
my grandfather on my dad's side was an Irish orphan,
Hmm?
and he came over by himself on the ship back in late 1800s,
Cool.
I think it was. He changed the spelling of our name because he didn't want anybody to know that he was Irish,
Right.
because back then Irish were known as a mix,
Yep.
And they were the poor people
Yeah.
from the British Isles.
Yeah.
And
They got the
they
bottom of the run job,
That's
didn't they?
right.
That's why most of them were navvies
Yeah.
or trench diggers.
Yeah. So my grandfather, when he got to this country, decided to put an E on the end, which
Yeah.
now made him English. So
Yep.
that nobody knew he was Irish. But if you looked at him, you couldn't have put it any other way. Because, I mean, he looked like a typical Irishman.
Yeah.
But he never drank, which was surprising, because you always hear of all these Irish people that drink constantly,
Yeah.
and, got to have a pint.
But you know what? In America, you're the way you see us Scots and Irish is totally different to over here. You have St. Paddy's Day and all these kind of celebrations. If you went round and asked the average Irish person when's Paddy's Day, they'd be like, what? We just don't do them kind of things. It's a tourist.
Exactly.
It's a tourist thing.
Yeah.
It's a tourist thing here.
Yeah, it was brought to this well, it started out in this country by the people that came from Scotland and Ireland.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to lose their heritage.
Right.
So that's why they had St. Paddy's Day.
Yeah.
Which was mainly in Boston, New York, and Chicago.
Right. Right.
because that's where a lot of the Irish were back in late 1800s,
Yeah.
early 1900s. So when they came over, after the famine in Ireland, I mean, so many people died because of that.
The potato
Mm.
famine. Yeah.
Yep. And they came here, and all they knew was farming. So
Yeah.
a lot of them settled throughout the eastern central states.
And farmed
Well,
potatoes.
what's that? What's
And
that?
farmed potatoes.
Farm potatoes, exactly. I mean, even when I was a kid, I was born in 55.
Uh-huh.
So there were lots of truck farms around the area where I lived,
Yeah.
where I grew up in southeastern Wisconsin. And we had huge potato farms,
Yeah.
huge vegetable farms.
Yeah.
But they were all owned by individuals,
Yeah.
not corporate crap.
No.
So
Hey,
Now
do you guys have the thing with Irish and Scots and the Catholic Protestant thing? Do you have things like well, the way how to describe it? You would see lodge walks, that would be gentlemen dressed in Freemason stuff, which is the orange tabard V coming down the front.
we do have Freemasons all over the country.
They would do
Yeah.
marches through the streets with drums and playing flutes. That's a
Right.
big thing over here. When I
It's-
moved when I moved from Liverpool to Kilmarnock, in Liverpool it's there. You've got red and you've got blue, which is Liverpool and Everton. There is an undercurrent of the religion thing, but it was a culture shock when I moved to Kilmarnock, because that's the first question I was asked at work was, who do you support? So I said, well, what do you mean? He says, Liverpool or Everton. So I was like, I don't follow football. He was like, right, okay. And I was actually told later on that that's them tested to see whether you're Catholic or Protestant and whether you give a toss.
I'll be
So-
darned.
My wife got a job at a school, and one of the teachers had to tell her, if they start singing songs on the bus, kids, about pointy hats or anything like that, you have to stop them because it's separatist songs. My dad married my
man.
mum. My dad married my mum, and my granddad didn't talk to him for 2 years. The reason he didn't talk to them is because my mum's dad was a Protestant and a Freemason, and my granddad was a devout Catholic and staunch supporter of the IRA. Absolutely. It was just hard. I remember going there to go and see my nan and my granddad on weekends. You couldn't see across the room, me nan, because of the thick tobacco smoke.
Oh,
And
yeah.
granddad would go off to his whatever he did, and then come back smelling of whiskey and pipe smoke. And then he'd start singing these songs, and my dad would be like, "Shut up! Don't sing them songs around my kids."
See, and I love Celtic and Gaelic music.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but I always have, ever since I was a little kid. I mean, I still turn on a lot of that stuff on the computer here. You
Yeah.
know, when I'm busy with the reptiles or whatever,
Yeah.
I'll put out a channel so I can listen to Gaelic, like Capercaillie,
yeah.
the Chieftains, all that
Yeah.
stuff.
It's not uncommon around here for me to hear the pipes when the window's open. We do have a few people in the neighbourhood who actually play the bagpipes, practicing in their gardens.
Nice.
And I've got to talk to someone because we're having after the wake, the morning of the funeral, we're having a pipe in Loch Lomond, which is where my clan's from, and I'm wanting him to play that tune as she's brought out and into it. So, but you can rent them up here, very cheap, and they'll play music. Our
Wow.
pubs around here all the time put on shows and things like that. You can go see a bagpiper, he'll just turn up and play, or they'll play the chanter. So, I love living here. Love living in.
I love the
I
music.
grew up with all
mean,
that. You see, in
I
Liverpool,
do.
my mom was always singing old songs to me from Scotland and all them kind of things, and she talked to me about our history. My dad wasn't bothered. My dad was very what's the word? He didn't really care the way my mum did about being a Cahoon. He was a Whiting. Whiting is a Saxon name, but it was originally a Nordic um, Viking Viking name, and it meant white man, because they all came over from very white. So in Viking uh, names, the family, you didn't have a second name. You were Ivan, son of Great Ivan, son of, and then they'd have like labels, Bone Crusher, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So Whiting was made as a Saxon name for Vikings. And my dad can trace his back. He did say that my nan did it, and he's originally from, or their bloodline is from Norway somewhere, I think.
Yeah, my grandmother,
Love
my
that kind of
my
thing.
dad's mother, came over on the boat from Norway. So that was back in
Cool.
I think the early 1900s, 1900 late 1800s. She
Yeah.
came over the boat directly from Norway. She didn't speak any English when she got to this country. So but I
Wow.
never did
Wow.
hear how my grandparents met. So
Right. Where I live is the areas that they did the Highland clearances from when the lairds, clan leaders, were under instruction from the king. Either you become friends with me, otherwise I'm going to come and wipe you all out. So lots of
yeah,
lairds, lots of clan leaders went and signed this declaration to be servants for the king and take up arms. For that, they got told, right now you've got to kick everybody off your land because it all belongs to the king. And so we've got statues. You'll be driving along and there'll be a statue of a woman holding a baby with kids around her, like to show that they were all pushed away. So,
jeez.
UK, if anyone's listening, is a great place to come and have a holiday. Scotland is just bursting with just heritage that's years old. We've got things, monuments. Where I live, there's actually where the Vikings settled when they first came over. So we've got loads of cairns set up, massive burial, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Wow.
Just don't bring COVID.
Yeah, at the neighbor's memorial service, one of his stepdaughters came from California and gave everyone COVID. But everyone had already been vaccinated, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Nobody got
Yeah.
really got sick. You got a sniffle maybe for a day. That was it. But
Yeah.
so, but Cease's one
I had
daughter.
the full blown COVID, as did everyone in our household.
Yeah, I remember when you had that. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, well, I spoke to the doctor about because she asked me, "Do you want the jab?" So I said, "I've had COVID already." So she went, "Well, you don't need the jab then." I was like, "Really? I thought you were going to throw it down my throat." And she was like, "No, you're inoculated. You may get it again, and it'll be a pain in the ass, but you've had the virus, so
Yeah,
you've
but
got the
even if you
antibodies
get the
in
jab, you can get it.
your bloodstream now."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's supposed to make it either harder to get it or it makes it so that it's not as virulent as it
Yeah,
would
it's
have been without it.
it definitely wasn't as
Ah,
strong. I mean, it wasn't even as bad as a cold.
Yeah.
right, right.
But,
No, I lost my taste and everything. It was horrible.
yeah.
I
A lot
felt
of
like a
people
bag of
don't
crap.
know what all the complications are going to be in the future for a lot of people, especially because it goes for the lungs.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
And Yeah.
I took zinc when I lost taste buds on my smell, and it brought it back.
Did it? That was
Yeah,
good.
it was weird. You know what, Brad? I woke up one day and I said to Deb, "I'll have a cup of coffee," and I drank it, and I was like, what's going on here?" So I said, "Did you make what's going on with my coffee?" And she said, "What do you mean?" I says, "I can't taste it." And I tried smelling it. I couldn't smell it either. So that was me freaking out. I was like, "Oh," because
Yeah,
I love food, as you can see. And I read a report that came out of India um, that most people over there don't have the complications of smell and taste. They all have never reported mostly that they've done, and the reason being is because it's zinc. They have a high zinc content in their diet, and it's been there's a scientific link or something to that
yeah.
being what.
With zinc.
So it
Interesting.
worked. A week later, I had my taste back. So, but I was still ill.
Yeah, and I never did lose my taste or smell or anything. So,
Yeah.
but
Excuse me.
yeah, Zed's back.
There we go.
Zed, it's a world of pain if you get it properly. It's horrible. It's horrible. You can't get up without walking and going. I've never done so much research and tried everything. I was having herbal teas that cost a small fortune, didn't work.
No.
And then, and I was watching what came out the reports when they were doing all the reports, and they were saying it will ease off when you lie down, and you'll be able to breathe okay. Get up and start walking around and get your lungs work, because apparently that's what part of the problem is people the complications from what you were saying, Sherry, about the lungs. It's
Hmm.
because you don't cough it up. Someone
Right.
the advice we
It's like having asthma,
yeah
in a
yeah
sense,
Yeah.
but it goes down and it becomes a hard.
yeah
It's not even like mucus, where
yeah
that's the problem with asthma. It
no
is a
it
hard.
it
It
hardens your
becomes a
lungs.
hardened
Yeah, I was
trunks. You
told by
have to.
my doctor on a phone call said I was to sit on the edge of the bed and breathe as deeply as I could, take as much air in, and
Mhm.
then hold it for 5 seconds. And I was to do that 20 times.
Yeah.
And it actually started really, really making things better. So, but
Yeah.
that's what they were doing in the hospitals as well. I noticed with the news reports, you could see people all sat up breathing funny and that.
Yeah.
Horrible thing. I feel sorry for the folks who've had underlying problems and they've ended up passing away from it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it was
Oh
bad.
yeah, and it's millions of people,
Yeah.
you know,
And then
around
on
the
top of
world
that,
that have passed away
and on
from it.
top of that, you've got the fact that people weren't able to mourn the death of these people because they couldn't
Because you
go and
can't.
Right.
see them.
Right.
So you've got all that horrible depression on top of that because
Yeah.
just horrible.
Yeah. Our friend Wilma, she got it,
Yeah.
and she's an older lady. I think she's almost 90, if I
Wow.
remember properly. And so many people in the place she lives died. It's a elderly
A
home.
nursing home. Yeah.
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 So the she has no friends left, basically,
Ah.
from there, and she survived it.
Ah.
We were scared for her. We were
Yeah.
really worried we'd never see her again, and she came out of it, but a lot of people did not
No.
from that from there. And there's quite a few places where that did happen. And I said
Heartbreaking.
before that I was glad my mom passed away before COVID, because she would not have been able to handle us stop visiting her
Yeah, yeah.
because I promised her we'd be there. Like, she would not be alone for long at any point in time.
Yeah,
That she wouldn't die alone, and she didn't. I was there.
yeah.
1 minute, Sherry. I've got to go and have a wee. Not that you needed to know that.
Everyone tells me.
Yeah, Rob from KY Constrictors. Rob,
From KY.
yeah, he had COVID real bad.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and I thought he said something the other day that he still hasn't got.
Right. He still has trouble with the smell and such.
Yeah, the smell and taste. So
Yeah. Turmeric and warm milk, antibacterial. Interesting.
I know I've got turmeric up in the cabinet.
We probably do. I'm just not sure.
Yeah.
We have a lot of stuff up there that I can't reach.
Oh, jeez. You need one of those grabbers.
Mm-hmm. I did have one at one time, but I don't know where it went. Oh my goodness, the sun's coming up. No.
Yeah, the sun is definitely coming up, but we're supposed to have thunderstorms today. It did rain a little bit last night. Because I know when I went out to chase that fox away, that driveway had some wet spots on it. So, but
yeah,
didn't get completely covered, but just a few wet spots. So it must have rained for a couple minutes.
Yep.
But we never got any thunder. I never saw any lightning. So
just a little bit of rain flushing in
Yeah.
and flushing out. Hey, Zedman. We were going to sleep. No, I said I was coming over here. I said I was starting to my stuff up. I don't sleep until later sometime. David has a whole bunch of stuff to do today, so
I'll probably take a couple of naps throughout the day.
yeah, exactly. I don't. Or did we say we might? I don't know, one of us was getting tired. I got confused. 001 like 007, but much harder.
Not familiar with that saying.
It's kind of a
Sure.
max.
I'm back.
Max deal.
There's Tony.
I swear, the older I'm getting, the more I'm peeing.
Wait till you get to be my age.
Yes, I know.
Well, I have to drink loads of water because of the gout.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's horrible. My daughter's not impressed. She just came out of the bedroom with a bag. So I says, what's in the bag? And she says, oh, it's my Doritos, my pop. And I went, I'll have some pop. She legged it down the stairs going, no.
Oh shoot.
No.
They know me too well.
I get this every now and again.
I drink the Diet Dew.
Mm.
I drink that's my and then a milk jug to put me water in.
I keep a milk jug or two of water around for the geckos and my dragon
Yeah,
and my
it's
well
it's,
And
surpri-
gecko too.
it's surprising how fast the water disappears with reptiles, isn't it?
oh yeah,
It'll be full, and then the next day you'll turn around and it's empty,
Just sitting there going, "What the heck?"
or it's got poo floating in it. All reptiles seem to go to the toilet when they're in water.
oh
I don't know
yeah,
why. Strange.
yeah. I just fed all my stuff on Sunday night, and the Gila monsters, they've all gone. They usually
Oh,
go
they're
about
gone?
2 days. Yeah, they've all gone to the, to the
Oh,
bathroom, and it usually takes them 2 days after they eat, and then they go to the bathroom. My snake, she takes about 2 weeks after she eats,
right.
and then I won't feed her again until she goes. Once she has her bowel movement, then I'll feed her again.
Do you know
But
my corn snake's strange. She won't poo. You feed her, and then the next day there's a poo appeared. It's like she only poos when she eats. Strange.
huh? And
Crazy
see,
animal.
Well,
now
it's
with the emerald tree boas, just like green tree pythons,
Hmm.
them you generally have to watch carefully.
Right.
But I've been doing those things for shit almost 40 years,
Yeah, yeah.
so I know what to expect, and shit,
I
she's
still.
happy as hell.
She's just an amazing looking creature. The emerald tree boas.
Yeah, they
I
are.
wish. I wish I
his
could
baby
afford one.
girl's just wonderful.
Yeah. Like I say, they can be bitey, just like the green
Yeah.
tree pythons. But this one, she's been good. The other one I had years ago, he was good too. So, but I bought him as a sick animal. The pet shop gave me a deal on him. So I knew some vets at the time, and I lived down in Colorado, and I was close to Denver. And I knew a couple of vets down there, took him to them. And he says, well, we got rid of all the parasites and stuff. But it was still 2 years from the day I got him to the day he first ate.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing about reptiles is they're as hard as nails, but when it goes wrong, it goes
It
real
goes
wrong,
way
real bad.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just like that big thing going around now is nidovirus. And what's the other one? There's another one too that's really wiped out tons of collections.
Yeah.
So but the Nido is the one in most of the arboreal stuff. So,
Right.
but
I was watching. Oh, is the fella that breeds? Is it chameleons? Big D? Is it Jose? I think his name. I don't know. Someone.
Tiki's
What?
Geckos does lots of, yeah, he does
Yeah,
lots
they have
of,
some, but they're
No,
not.
he was on last night, wasn't he?
Yeah, I had Tiki on last night.
Yeah. No, there was
Or
another
night
fella.
before now.
Another fella who's got glasses. He's got a little boy. With a shaved head.
oh,
But he was saying that he lost a lot when he had them shipped over. I think it was out of 8, 3 of them died, and they were expensive cargo as well.
Is that
Yeah.
Rodriguez?
Yeah. Huh?
that's what I was thinking when you said the little boy with shaved head. He's got,
Yeah.
if that's Rodriguez reptiles. Yeah.
Darian Rodriguez.
Yeah, his boy Darian has stage 4 cancer, and I forget which kind it is, but
Oh no.
yeah,
No,
he lost his
Darian,
porcupine.
his son is. Damn.
I
Five.
can't
feel-
remember. I
I
can't
feel
remember the
bad
name
now
of-
because on the live, you come and said hello, and I made a comment of saying I love his
he's a-
haircuts. My boys have the same haircut. Really?
Oh
I didn't know.
Oh,
no, you
Yeah.
didn't know. That's.
not
mean,
a big
how
deal.
could you?
I'll have to make it a point to say. I don't think he was offended by it. He didn't. He
Oh
just
no,
read it.
No,
he's
no.
really not offended by
No.
stuff like that. He's a really good person.
Yeah, I like him. He was on with Benji.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Benji,
Benji,
is
Benji goes
taking a
on
big-
live with him on Instagram quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what I was watching them on. Benji's been good, supporting me.
Yeah.
He's been
Benji's a sweetie.
he just randomly messages me every day, every couple of days, and saying you all right.
Yeah.
And I sent him the photos and that of Alicia, and he obviously he says there's nothing I can say, and I said the thing is that I don't need telling that time will heal it. It won't. I don't need there's nothing. It's just knowing that people are there just to say you all right. That makes a difference. There's no magic wands to change these kind of things.
Well, that's
It's
why
very
as soon as I found out, that's when I messaged you on Instagram.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's much appreciated. It's a trying time, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Very much so. It's-
Deb's that was Deb's then that you saw you cuddling me. I had a bad night last night with it, and that I'm going through these weird stages of I'm okay, I'm functioning, and then I see an advert on the telly and I just start crying. It's just like, where did this come from? So it's been bad though. Last night was bad because I've been having to make what they call people sending messages to be read out.
Yeah.
And I'm sorting the songs out as well that are paid before we arrive and as we leave. I said that, and what I'm going to do is she's having precious child being it's a song about losing a loved one, and then she's having Boys to Men. It's hard to say goodbye when we go. I've asked for everybody to bring a single rose of any colour, and then at the bottom of their coffin, they're gonna have a nice basket sitting there, and they can just place the rose in the basket. I'm gonna read. Can I read this out to you to see what you think?
Go for it.
Most
Okay.
definitely.
It's not my word, but it speaks to volumes of what me and Deb are thinking. I'd never ever felt this way until you had to say goodbye. A feeling of loss so intense, it's like I actually might die. I can't eat, I can't sleep. Your face is all that I see. My chest feels so tight that sometimes I can't even breathe. For it's not like you've just moved away from town to the next. Where you've gone, I cannot follow unless I take drastic steps. Just carrying on as normal feels, feels, just carrying on as normal feels like I'm saying that I give up or I don't care, but I don't know what else to do. This isn't fair. I'm told I need to get through this, that things get easier in time, but this is the worst feeling I've ever known. For you to have died. I thought that was quite nice because
Very, very nice.
it says what we're thinking. Um,
It is quite nice.
yeah, I thought it says what we're thinking. Really. The boys keep walking in every once in a while. And,
Make sure you're okay.
Yeah.
Watching
Um,
over Dad.
They pop their heads round. I was crying before, and Bailey was sat on the floor, and he was looking at me, and he says, "You all right?" So I said, "Yeah." So yeah, I'm all right, son. Okay. So he walked out, and then that's when Deb came in. And, it was like 2 hours after I'd been crying. Deb comes in and says, "You're right. Just your cuddle then." Well, it's it's biologically Alicia wasn't mine. I adopted her, and I've always been there since she was 5.
Mhm.
But it's honestly like I've lost my child. Well, she was my child,
She was.
Yeah.
and I'm just one of the things that has pissed me off was that her biological dad, who never once phoned up to ask to see her or paid any alimony for her or anything like that, has decided to rear his head. And the day that I got the phone, a message from him was coming home from seeing her, and he was fine. He was nice, and said that he was sorry for our loss and things like that. No pretense to him being, in there. And you have to understand that this man's a drunk and was a violent, nasty piece of work, and that's why Debbie divorced him. And but then he starts this just goading me, just sly little weird comments, and I wasn't responding to it. And eventually I said, "Are you looking to get an argument or a fight here?" And his words to me were, "You're obviously not getting it. I'm going to have to come and you'll see face to face when I did." So I said, "So you're turning up when we've lost our daughter, and you think that's okay?" And then he switched it, and he went along the lines of, "Oh, it's okay, mate. I'm just something or other." That tried diffusing it. So in the end, Deb says, "Just tell him that you're going." So I said to him, "Look, I've got to go and look after my kids." And he says, "Yeah, that's right. You go and be a good dad like you were to my daughter." So, I spoke to the funeral director about it and the police, and they said to me, "If he turns up, just phone. We'll come and lift him. No questions asked." Um, so I'll be very surprised if he actually gets in his car and drives all the way up here. I mean, he never bothered when she was alive. And Nan was on the popped up, his mother, saying that I never got to meet you or see you grow up into the beautiful woman. All these people are popping up out the woodwork. Where the freaking hell were they when she was alive? It's
Yeah.
fine turning around and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry that you've got Fly High Angel and all this crap." Where were you? Where were the phone calls? Where were the meeting there, and things like that? People I don't even know were her friends are turning around, and other people are saying, "No, she hated her." Just it beggars belief. What is it the policeman said? He says, "Yeah, you get a lot of the emotional parasites will come out who are looking for whatever it is they get off the situations."
There's no money they can get off of it.
That
That
Sherry,
confuses me. People are
no,
weird.
yeah, well, Sherry, there are people out there who are emotionally stunted, and the only thing that they can get off on, they can get their highs to feel like better people, is by all of a sudden extracting. So they'll put a comment up like, it's "Fly High Angel," or "I'm going to miss you." Nice comment. But then you'll get everybody putting "Oh yes, she was a wee darling, and you were friends," and you'll see the interactions between these people will go on for ages.
And
But
they've
it
never even
turns
been
out
there.
they never really met them. They didn't know them, or they were just acquaintances. So you've got that on top of it.
That I was told years ago by someone that people do that to make themselves feel better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Wasn't there all my life, but if I have a last
Exa-
word, perfect.
Exactly.
That's what pained me about it. I mean, Debs was saying just don't take the bait, and I wasn't going
Yep.
to. But it's just it would be it'd be a travesty to me if he turned up as her biological father under the impression that he may be. I'm not going to take it away from him. He may have been in a situation when he found out that he thought to himself, "Shit, I missed out on that." That might be his genuine thought, and I
I'm
really
sure
feel for him. I
I'm
feel
sure
for
that
him.
he probably feels that way.
I feel for him because he
Yeah.
missed out on watching a young lady, a young girl, grow into a beautiful young woman who was kind and sharing and lovely. And he missed all that. He missed those occasions to see her laugh and to see her, cry and just. I just don't understand how people can have children and then they don't take care of their business to love them. We have such a small amount of time from from when they're born and where they're heroes to the point where they don't even want to be seen with you because they've grown into teenagers. It's such a
Right.
small, tiny 10 years, if that, what, 12 years, 13 years? That's
Right.
nothing in a lifetime. And people throw it away because they can't put a condom on the end of their willy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's my rant.
That's okay.
I
That's
have a
not a
I
problem.
have a beef with deadbeat dads
I have beef with
and
deadbeat.
moms.
Yep.
Huh? And
Yeah.
mums, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Parents in general.
Mm, it's just, yeah, too much
Well,
stuff. So,
the only analogy is that, children didn't ask to be born. And that's true, And
Yeah.
if you can't look after children, don't have unprotected sex. If you know within your life, and everybody does, I mean, you have people that are in rocky relationships, on again, off again, on and again. Then they come up with the bright idea that a baby's going to fix everything. So a poor child's born into the world not knowing, and then they split up. And
it's, or babies who are brought into this world only because someone wants to be able to have a check for living. It's,
yes, that's the
I mean,
latest,
it's one
the
thing
latest
if,
sick thing.
yeah, it's one thing if, mistake, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, yeah,
But
of
if
course.
you're popping out pups just to get another check, I mean, come on.
Well, do you know what? It's funny you should say that, Sherry. I saw a program on YouTube of a young lady, and she had 6 children to 6 different daddies,
Yeah.
and she openly admitted that she was doing it for money.
Yeah.
Openly admitted it. She had a Mercedes in the drive, a beautiful house, beautiful children,
Mhm.
but not that I think that she should have put her children's faces on this video, and that was her honest what she said. I'm doing it for the money. There's some sick puppies out there.
Yeah.
Well, that was a big thing back in the late 60s and ever since in
Was
this
it?
country.
Yeah.
Huh.
When they started giving out all kinds of what we call welfare
All right.
to people for every kid they had, and they just kept doing it. So,
There's a certain amount of, okay, you've had 1, 2, maybe 3 children.
Hmm.
And okay, that's fine. But kid after kid after kid, that's a different thing. I mean,
yeah.
I was always raised. My mum and dad. Mum was sit at home. Mum was a housewife, sorry, and I'm the oldest of 6. Dad went off. There were weeks sometimes I didn't see him because he'd come home and go to bed after a shower, and then
Yeah.
he'd be up by the time that was life. And
Mhm.
he could afford to do that, but only because he was working hard. Mom wanted a big family. Dad, obviously, was willing participant. But if you can't financially afford your children, don't have them.
Yeah.
It's just my dad used to
Yeah,
say to
okay.
me, a lot of men need castrated, and a lot of women need their ovaries taken out. It's brass, I know it is, but the thought behind it is a lot of people just should not be parents.
Yeah. You and I grew up in about the same situation
Yeah,
because I'm the oldest of 7.
right.
So,
Mm, I'm in the middle of 3.
Hey, Brad, did you get the blame for everything? Because you should know best.
no,
I did.
I actually did not, as a kid, I never got in trouble that much.
Yeah.
But my second brother, he was constantly in trouble, constantly. And my sister, the number 3, she just, I don't know what she thought. She ended up getting pregnant by some guy when she was in her late teens, early 20s.
Mhm.
And so I've got a nephew. He still takes care of his mother real well. So,
Good.
and I keep in touch with him a little bit on Facebook.
She
But
obviously did something right with him.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
And the next one was the one I lost back in February.
Hmm.
Like I say, he'd been in trouble and drugs. He went to drugs early in life. Number 5 did the same thing.
Oh,
Number 6, he was okay. And he's still around, but he's a little weird. So, and he still lives back in Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin there. And then my youngest sister, she was just always sheltered.
right.
And she ended up being the one that got everything. She lived with my parents till both my parents died.
Oh boy.
And then she lived off the government.
Ah,
And she got in a car accident, I found out through the grapevine. She got several $1 million out of this car accident.
what the?
My number 2 brother, which was the one that was crooked as hell and always in trouble, he was the executor of her money. Now she's broke.
I'm sorry.
No, that's why I don't associate with my family very
You know,
much.
Do you know, Brad? I'm in exactly the same boat. That's
Yeah.
the reason that I've always grown up with the thought that many a family tree needs pruning.
Oh God, yes. Oh yes.
I was the oldest growing up, and I went wayward around about 15, 16. Started doing all kinds of strange things that are not good. My brother followed suit, Neil, and then we became estranged. I got myself up, tidied up, and not being stupid. At 21, Neil was by that time a user of anything and everything to get away.
Yeah.
It turns out that a family friend hurt him as a child, so he had a lot of demons in his head, you know. When he died, Philip was only, which was my younger brother, last 2 years ago. He was uh, distraught over it. He went exactly the same at 14, the way Neil had been, and it messed him right the way up for many years. He'd be sober, he'd be clean, then he'd go back and revert back to his old ways, and eventually he got tired enough to do what he did. Katrina, she was Daddy's little princess and a pain in the ass. she often got tied to a tree and had booby traps set about her. That was me, Sherry. You're frowning. I tied her to the tree. Or we'd say, just walk through that grass there, and there'd be a drip light, and I'd be going, Neil, run! She'd be like upside down. I remember that one. I got battered by my mum. She went off her head. I thought it was funny. And then there's I've not spoken to Katrina. We don't get on. I'm estranged from her. Then there's our Paul. He followed suit as well. He ended up becoming twice as bad as me, and was a gang member in Liverpool. And he ended up getting sent down for shooting people. And then there's Sephora, which is the youngest. She's a what does I tell her? She works in a trauma unit in St. Helens as a trauma nurse, and she's lovely. So yeah, that's our family. Half of us are dead. The other half are alive. So I came round to my mum's a couple of months ago. My dad says, and he says, this lady says to my mum, "Oh, the boys are on the mantelpiece." And my mum went, "What do you mean?" She says, "The boxes," because she's got both their ashes in boxes. And she goes, "Yeah, I'm collecting them." And this lady did not find it funny in the slightest. That's the way my mum. But do you know what though? The irony is, someone could say that joke to her at another time, and it would break her. She'd be in bed for months. You know, that's the kind of topsy turvy of losing children as a mum, I suppose. You know, it's bad for us men, but if you've had something that's part of you inside you and grown it, you know, and it's come from you, it's part of you.
Oh,
We
yeah.
are our mothers, you know, we're our mother's offspring first and foremost. Dad was just there for the fun bit.
Well, as screwed up as our family was, my parents decided to get religion.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, they went way overboard.
Oh, they
They
devout.
joined some church that some lady down the street who had been a lady of the night in
Oh.
Germany,
Yeah.
and that's how her and her husband met. But she decided to start a church, and this is where I have a problem with organized religion. Everybody was giving them money, you know, their tithe to the church,
Yeah.
but it went to this family.
To their back pockets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to this day, my number 3 sister is still a member of this. I call it a cult, but is still a member of this cult back in Wisconsin.
She must be getting something from it.
I don't know what she's getting. They've never helped her out.
Is that right?
So, oh yeah.
Right.
So it's you know, that's why I have such a problem with organized religion. I did get back into religion about 20 or 25 years ago for a while. But I thought this pastor was a pretty good guy. He'd grown up hard times and stuff, had his problems. And
Relatable.
he was open about it.
Yeah.
But I kind of lost interest, and I told him this, when he started making comments about black people. We had one black person in the church, and this guy was the nicest guy you ever wanted to meet.
Were they the kind of direct comments, or were they the sly ones?
Well, they were more on the sly.
Yeah.
But he would talk to certain people, like he'd mention it to me, mentioned it to other people.
All right.
And then he made a comment in church during a sermon one time. And that's when I never went back after that. I never contacted him again, and we've been friends for a long time.
Yeah.
But I never contacted him again. And
That'd
he
that'd
asked
be
one of
gutting.
he asked one of my friends that went to church, why isn't Brad coming to church anymore? And because I used to go out and help him and stuff, I mean, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And my buddy told him, he says, Brad's had enough about people who preach and don't practice what they're preaching.
Good.
And he said, he told Pastor Ken, that, hey, he got offended or hurt or whatever because you said things about this other guy. And they were racial things.
Mm.
And I said, I've never been racial. I was not raised that way.
No.
And I don't see people that way.
No.
And
You know what, Brad? I cannot get my head round hatred for somebody who's of a different ethnicity or a different culture. I cannot get my head
No,
round.
I
As
don't
human beings,
understand
I
it.
don't agree with. But I don't agree. I don't understand how people can say, "Well, that group of people does that because they are." I've never been able to get my head around it. Never.
Yeah,
And so much so that I had a job just in an evening doing deliveries for for an Indian family, the Pakistanis actually. They were Indian side. And one day, one of them turned round and said, "Oh, you don't have to talk to him." So I said, "What do you mean?" This is one of the kitchen staff. He's a Paki. So I was like, "Whoa!" And he was like, "What?" It's all right to say that. I was like, "No, man, don't use those words around me." Even that, I just can't fathom it. I just do not. I don't like anybody cutting words, abbreviations, and no. It's one of our pet hates actually in the world is
yeah,
racism.
yeah,
Or I understand people from a certain point of view when they have it's they live somewhere and asylum is sought by families. That's fair enough because I would move my family to the other end of the earth if they were threatened with being killed or raped daily, by people. That makes sense.
yeah,
But in our country, we've had this influx of Polish people who are con men. And what they're doing is they come over to the UK, they claim asylum, so they start claiming the benefits, and then they send the money back home to their family. And they've all got these beautiful houses that they're having built, Mercedes Benzes, because the pound is worth more in their country. So
right.
that's nothing to do with race. That's to do with scumbags who are taking advantage of the system. That's
Yeah.
it. But people make it about race. They make it about ethnicity and things like that. It's as I say now, just
Well, I grew up with a lot of Mexican people, and I just never could understand the racism.
no.
The people came to this country to try to better themselves,
Yes, yeah,
and make a life for their
Yeah.
families.
Yeah.
And, I have mixed emotions on this border stuff that we got going on here.
I think
You
the
know.
problem with stuff like that is if you use the analogy of if you imagine a big white sheet on the Russian line and a bird poos on it right in the middle. It's only a tiny, tiny little bird poo, tiny little black mark
Right.
against the pristine white. That's what's happening with cultures and with what happens over in your country. There's a small amount of people, the cartels, who are taking advantage of the situation to smuggle people over or to do drugs and money and things like that against
Right.
the vast amount of people who want to get out of those cities where those people are so that they can make themselves better. I mean, the old analogy of the US is the American dream. That's what they all say. They want the American dream, and that is to be healthy, prosperous, and not be shot because you're walking down the street. Well, that's what I think it is. Anyway, I don't know.
Well, I'd say yes on the majority of that, but most of those people that have been drummed into their heads for the last 60 or 70 years that about this American dream.
Mm.
The American dream is dead. It's
Yeah.
gone. Because the majority of the people in the United States right now are just barely making it.
Yeah, yeah,
And these people see, oh, they've got a house. Well, they may have a house, but
they're up to their eyes in debt,
yeah,
paying for it. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're never going to get out of that.
no.
But, and still, they preach this crap about the American dream, you know, and I don't know.
Dream, but it's broken.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely broken.
I think what happens is that because of social media, we get to see the best of what everybody's presenting.
Right.
You know, you could live
Right.
in a tent, but on your mobile phone, you could record standing in front of a Ferrari and say it's yours. So people who are not as savvy or don't think, you know, are in extreme situations in any country,
Yeah.
see these things, aspire to be that way, want it, so then they end up doing stupid things to get that. And what we don't see is what goes on behind the scenes. These people, it's, you know, and it's being sold a lie. It's like the bubble. It's all beautiful and rainbowy colored, and then you pop it and
Yeah.
it stings your eyes.
At one time, back just after World War II and after Korea, you know, things back through the 50s and 60s were good years.
Yeah.
You know, because one person, generally the father, would be able to work at a job and support his family
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
not be in credit card debt
Yeah.
for, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars. It wasn't a thing then.
Yeah.
But as the 70s came in, and the biggest part of that was in 73 when we had the gas problems, you know,
What was
but
that?
we had a gas shortage,
Right.
gasoline, petrol.
All right. Right.
Yeah. And that was in 73 when that started. And things have gone downhill ever since. I mean, this country is nothing like what it used to be.
Did that have a knock-on effect from Detroit? Because I know Detroit was like a main distributor
Right.
of vehicles and engines.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then all those people that were employed suddenly had no jobs
And
because or they didn't have a piece of paper to say they were a mechanic.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the majority of that was due to the gas shortage. A gas shortage, there never was a gasoline shortage.
No?
You know, there never was. My
Well,
parents came out west on a vacation back early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. They came out to visit relatives out here. And my dad took pictures of tanker trucks dumping gasoline in the desert.
what?
Oh, yeah. And my dad had gotten pictures, and then it came out a couple months later. Other people had seen this
Yeah.
and gotten pictures. Because they didn't have video back then. You had
No, yeah,
either
yeah.
a 35 millimeter camera or a Kodak 110 or,
Yeah.
you know, 8 millimeter movies. So, but that's when everything started. But it started because people higher up got greedy.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
as I was growing up, gasoline very seldom hit more than 20 or 25 cents a gallon.
Yeah.
Up until that time. I can remember it most of the time for 12 to 16 cents a gallon.
Uh,
I mean, it was dirt cheap. But the oil companies got greedy and they greased the palms of the politicians.
Yep.
And that's when everything went to hell.
Hey, well, what's his name? Rockefeller.
Oh, yeah.
He in the 1950s went around all the top universities and hospitals and said to them, "I'll start backing you and giving you money and supplies if you start changing the program of what you're teaching.
Exactly.
Start saying that the petroleum-based products, chemicals, the man-made stuff is better than the natural herbal remedies
Yep.
and them
Yep.
kind of things." And if you look at Johnson and Johnson, a leader in all kinds of things to do with medical supplies and things like that,
Johnson
they
and Johnson
are
and Johnson
petroleum
was
company.
in the town just to the north of the town I grew up in.
Yeah,
I grew up in Kenosha. Johnson and Johnson was in Racine. The northern part of Racine on the lake was all Johnson and Johnson employees.
wow.
The higher up employees.
All right.
They had another city there that was made up of the upper echelon of Johnson and Johnson back then.
Wow.
So, and it was like, this is ridiculous.
Wow.
But that's the way it went. And the greedy found out that they could get greedier and nobody was going to stop them.
Yeah.
And it's still the same, only a million times worse today.
Because everything else has gone that way.
Yeah.
You
Everything has
don't
gone
stop
that
that.
way.
You
Um,
can't stop this.
Another one that I firmly believe in is the drug industry.
Mm.
They have destroyed everyone's health
Definitely.
so bad because if they made the last cure for anything was polio
Yes.
back in the 50s.
Yep.
That was the very last cure.
Yeah.
Since then, nothing has been cured.
It's more now things popping out the woodbed that we've never heard of. Ebola,
Oh,
COVID,
exactly.
and different
And-
forms of cancer that you never imagined
Yeah.
cancer could grow. And it's about treatment rather than prevention.
Exactly. There's no prevention. There's no cure for anything.
Nope.
It's done.
Yep.
Because there's no money in a cure.
It's like the tap
Oh.
water. I don't know about in America, but in tap water, there's a chemical that can kill you, chlorine. And
Oh,
a whole load
exactly.
of other chemicals that they
Yeah.
treat the water with because it's sewage water.
Right.
And you're okay to go and buy the likes of. I even got told about Avion water has got hardly any minerals or that it claims to have in it. It's got a trace amount just to make it barely legal, and they process it and make it from just normal tap water.
Tap water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what it is. And the water industry, all these bottled waters are nothing more than tap water.
Yep. Yep.
And tap
There's a-
water all has chlorine in it.
Yep.
So,
There's a man in over your side. He's not a man. He's a young lad. He's just created, pardon me, a machine that actually extracts water from the atmosphere.
oh yeah.
So this machine somehow does that.
Yeah.
I'm reckon that it's going to be like the other people who put on YouTube about their cars running on hydro on water. They're probably going to disappear. An awful lot. The original man who made the water engine, a car that runs on hydrogen, not hydrogen, water,
Yeah.
H2O. He died mysteriously.
Oh,
All
yeah.
his videos were removed.
We had a guy back in Kenosha in Wisconsin there that worked at American Motors. That was Rambler. Back in the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s, it was called Rambler.
Okay.
Then American Motors bought them.
Right.
And back in the 60s. And it was middle 60s, I think it was. Anyways, there was a guy in town that worked at American Motors, just a line worker. he developed a carburetor that could get over 100 miles per gallon. AMC, American Motors Corporation, got wind of this, and they paid him a huge amount of money. And he'd worked on a line with my ex-father-in-law for years. All of a sudden, after they paid him off, and this came out years later in the papers, you know, what happened, but he disappeared. So nobody ever knew, nobody ever heard from him again. Nobody.
Nope, doesn't surprise me.
And, you know, this is stuff, you know, that I've grown up with and known about. But, and the same with where I grew up was right between, halfway between Chicago and Milwaukee.
Right.
On Lake Michigan. And back in the 20s and 30s, when time of the gangsters, you know, the real gangsters. But when the mafia, you know, and stuff like that, they had a huge, they owned that whole area of the country. And they took, like, the town I grew up in was 80% Italian. And this is not against the Italian people. Don't get me wrong.
I go with you everywhere we're about the Italians. So St. Marie was a lot of Italian.
And I mean, I grew up in an Italian town. But, you know, I knew about this and I knew about that, you know.
Yeah.
And just from shit I've heard from different people. And they took care of their people.
Yeah.
They actually did.
Yeah.
But
the old gangsters that you're talking about, they only affected people. You only worried about them if you were in the game.
Yeah.
That's the only reason you worried about them. They would support the community.
Oh, God. Yeah.
And that's why they fared so long and so well, was because they were in closed communities where they looked after each other. You know, if you had problems, you went and spoke to somebody. Over the years, obviously, the idea of their ideologies has gone out the window because someone wants to rule the roost and rule over everybody. I'm not condoning the way they did things, but as I say, if you're not in the game, then they wouldn't touch you. You were nothing. I think I remember them saying that women and children were totally off limits with the mafia. I'm almost sure that they hardly ever affected the children.
Yeah. And I grew up with that. You know, that was our town. You know, that's what Kenosha was at the time.
Yeah.
So
things have changed over the years, though.
God.
Really...
You know, I think back about listening to old people back then. And now that I'm old, I understand
what they were talking about. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
every now and again, it's like, oh, I feel like an old grandma saying this type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
when we were younger,
and
uphill both ways.
In my
barefoot and 3 feet of snow and
kill the bear with my notebook.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Because it wanted my apple.
I still try and keep those kinds of things alive with the kids, keeping them focused on outdoor pursuits rather than. It's like the boys. If I was to walk in there now and say, right, come on, we'll go for a walk, there'd be no argument because they're on their PlayStations. Them things that get turned off, they're ready. And I like that I get feedback that I'm doing something right with them because they're actually, you know, they want to indulge, they want to not indulge, they want to participate, do lots of things that aren't centered around the one-eyed god in the corner of the room.
Right.
Because I mean the way children, I've noticed a lot of teens now and adults, they can't hold a conversation.
No, they can't.
They don't know what facial expressions are because they're all communicating on these things.
Yeah.
So, I've been, when I'm speaking to the kids, I often find myself, saying eye contact and them kind of things with them. And I think it's important for children to, well, it's absolutely necessary for them in order to progress as adults.
Right.
You know,
Well, a good example of that is what happened on Sherry's live stream 2 nights ago.
what was that?
Well, there was a kid on there. I think he said he's 21. I might be wrong, but anyways, he had a crush on somebody in the chat.
All right.
And they had talked back and forth a few times, on the chat and stuff.
Yeah.
But when she was in the chat, this kid had tunnel vision. He could not carry on a conversation. Well, I guess she made a comment that she found a guy she was going to date. And
All right.
this kid was half her age.
Right.
And this kid does not know the first thing about social norms or how to communicate with people.
Right.
And he got pretty stupid on the live the other night. I didn't get on the live. I just sat and listened and saw the whole thing. And I was like, there's a prime example of somebody with no social skills whatsoever. None.
Yeah. No.
The only thing he knows is his computer, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I told that he may have some problems. I wish Sherry was here right now, but I think they said Asperger's
Oh, yeah.
disease.
Yeah. So he'd be on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he got very rude with this woman on there. And I mean, the rest of the chat, I was watching the whole thing and listening. And the rest of the guys in the chat and stuff really got on this kid bad. But in a way, it was not his fault because he doesn't know any different.
Yeah.
And I don't know what his
I'm a
family
strong
life
believer.
was like, but
I'm a strong believer in pulling up bad behavior and addressing it.
right.
Whether
Right.
you have social skills or not. If you're on the spectrum, that's fair enough, but I'm not going to assume that you have poor skills because of a medical problem. I'm going to assume that you're a jackass.
Yeah.
And I've often got myself in trouble because I've defended somebody's, from someone's bad behavior.
Yeah.
But I don't. Mike Tyson made a quote which was, the thing about Facebook is it stops people getting smacked in the face for things that you normally wouldn't get away with.
That is true.
And it's true.
That
it's true.
100% true.
Half the things that people say is just crazy. And, in the real world, in real life, you get slapped. I
don't understand it. I
Same here. Same here.
But
they're either as thick as two short planks, they can't hold a conversation, or they've just got no morals or manners whatsoever.
None.
Do you know what? Our Bailey, he walked in front of a lady, going through a door, and she said, "Oh, excuse me," and so I said, "Hang on a second, love. Bailey, come here." So he came to me and he was like, "What?" So I said, "What do we do?" And he looked at the lady and he says, "Excuse me." He went out behind her and held the door open again. And she was like, "Oh, you didn't have to do that." I said, "No, how's he going to learn? If I don't give him these little moments of embarrassment for poor behavior, how's he going to learn?" Raising decent human beings, not morons.
I see this kid on there the other night, and I think about the people I know and their kids.
Yeah.
And some of them are really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the parents are parenting.
Mm.
Others I know, they could care
Passive.
less.
Yeah, passive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, you can do something about your kid. And
I have
growing up, all of my friends, we all had this deal that if you aren't going to watch your kids or correct them,
They'll
I
do it for
will.
you. Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah.
all the parents, all my friends were the same way.
Well, that's it.
You
Back in the
know.
old days, if you got in trouble when you were at your mates or anything like that, you got a telling off from the mum or dad. When you got home, you'd be shitting yourself even more in case your mum or dad found out,
Oh,
because you'd
God.
get it
Yeah.
even more then.
Yeah.
So these days they've got no repercussions. There's no drive for them to not be offensive. They get away with it. You know,
And
I mean, you've got
part of that is society's
yes,
doing.
yes.
Because my one friend that I had down in Cheyenne, he was in Walmart. Him and his kid and his wife were in Walmart one time.
Right.
And the kid started acting up. And he was a little bastard, I'll tell you, from the get-go. And Jack turned around and gave him a swat on his ass.
Mhm.
I mean, he gave him a good swat. Well, Josh started crying and raising hell in the store then. Jack said, if you do it one more time, he says, if you don't shut up and act like a human being, he says, you're going to get another one. Before they got to the front of the store to check out, the cops were there. They put the cuffs on Jack because somebody had called and said about child abuse. And I'm like, you're kidding me. And he called me up as soon as after he got home and got out of all this mess, and I was like, this is ridiculous. All he did was give him a swat on his ass, and he was a little terrible kid. There was no doubt about it. I took him by his ankles one time and dunked him in the horse trough out at the ranch. He was throwing rocks. I said, Josh, knock it off. He was about 3, maybe 4. And I said, quit throwing rocks. And his mother and his dad told him the same thing. And then Jack says, Josh, you don't quit throwing rocks at Brad. He says, I'm going to let Brad do whatever he wants. And he started getting mouthy, throwing rocks again. I just reached over, grabbed him by his feet, picked him up, dunked him in the horse trough, picked him up out of there. I said, you going to quit? And by then he was so scared and surprised, he didn't know what to do. So I said, and he said something to me, swore at me or something. So I dunked him in again. And I held him there for maybe 2 seconds this time. I pulled him up out of there. I said, are you done? And he's screaming for his mom and his dad, and they're both standing there. Hey, you were told. But that kid was one of my best friends after that.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd ask Jack and Heather, when's Brad coming out again? When's he coming back out to the ranch? And blah, blah, blah.
Children need boundaries.
They do.
They need. It's not. It's like you get the likes of the Will Smith family. We don't discipline their children, is what I heard them say. We let our children make their own decisions.
Exactly.
You cannot let a human being that's been alive for 5 years and assume they're going to know what they're doing. Assume that they're going to know what's right or what's wrong.
Yeah, unless they have parenting.
Well, I heard this thing that there was a little boy who, or it was a little girl, one or the other, who decided at the age of 9 that they wanted to be the opposite sex. And
I saw that. That was all over the news.
And people were like condoning it and saying, yes.
Yeah.
If you put a 10-year-old and say, there's a dress, there's a suit, they're going to pick what they want. And I'm not saying anything about gender dysmorphia or anything like that. That is a real thing. What I'm saying is for children can't make that decision. Psychologically, they can't. It's been proven. It's something that is addressed once you get into the teen years, because
Right.
that's when you become sexually aware. That's when your body starts to change. And
Yep.
that's why psychologically, if you think you're female or if you think you're male, it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Different kettle of fish. But as children, I'm saying this as a Scotsman and I put my kids in kilts. But do you know what I mean? It's
Oh, God,
children
yeah.
have to be led, and
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they should be dictated to or anything like that. But
Yeah.
you have to make children aware of all the boundaries. It's part and parcel of making them a good human being, being
Exactly.
tolerant of everybody. There's
Yeah.
going to be different kinds of human beings. It's okay. It's okay.
Well,
You
like,
don't have to. You might not agree with them, but you don't have to be mean and horrible and say that. It's like
yep.
I don't agree with homosexuality. That's my personal opinion. But I wouldn't dream. My uncle's homosexual. I wouldn't dream of teaching him disrespectfully and being horrible to him. I think it's disgusting that people are that way. There was a thing that I saw. It was in America, one of the Bible belts, and people had these horrible, disgusting signs up saying that you're going to burn in hell
Oh,
for
yeah.
being gay. These horrible things about what God would do to them. And there were children there as well screaming these profanities. And I can't get my head around it. I do not understand it.
Yeah.
It's, you
Well,
know,
it's like
you
what
don't treat people that way.
What Zedman just posted in the chat was, look how they turned out. Sorry to say, but they're confused as hell.
Yeah, yeah. They don't know what's going on. They don't know
No.
whether, because it's fashionable. It's
Yeah.
fashionable
Yeah.
for people to be. So you've got people with a lot of mental problems
Oh, God.
growing up. And what they do is that you've got these people who leech and who get off on people looking at them being the center of attention. So they start doing things that are controversial. And so, the more it gathers momentum, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
Children are taught. That's what bad parenting or good parenting. You guide them. Once they get to the teen years, you guide them a different way because they're a different human being mentally.
Yeah.
And then you hope for the best once they get to 17, 18, where they start to make their own decisions. That's all you can do is just, love the person that they turn into.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm hoping that my children don't end up as nuts as me, but but you never know.
Yeah.
It's a minefield. Being a mom and dad
Oh,
these
God,
days is
yeah.
an absolute nightmare. It's a
I would
nightmare.
hate to be a parent these days.
Like I said before, I had a conversation with Alicia about saying that if your boyfriend says, can he take pictures or video of anything that you're doing sexual or anything like that, do not let him. Even
Yeah.
if he turns around to you and says, if you love me, you would. And the reason that I brought this up was I read an awful lot of just strange psychological stuff. Well, it's not strange, but and it was part of the parenting because I was looking how to address the situation with Alicia. Because it's an awkward conversation a dad and mum have got to have with their kids.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just about the ins and outs, pardon the pun. It was about the morals of this world more than anything. And lads will take advantage at the age of 14, 15, 16 of females, and girls will do it as well because it's normal. It's normal to do that crap. And once it's on the internet, they don't go anywhere. It's stuck there for life.
Because none of those kids have ever been told no.
No, that's right. Yes, definitely.
Well, the other thing is as you said, it's the internet. It's a situation that we never had to deal with when we were children.
Right.
For someone to
Right.
take a picture of us and just put it somewhere.
Yeah.
And it stays. It's stuck. It's not going anywhere else. Everyone knows who you are now. Everyone knows what you've done, etc. I mean,
Years ago, if you wanted to see porn, you had to go and buy it.
Yeah.
These days, it comes and finds you.
Oh, yeah.
it's very easy to find it. But the thing is, too, is that, you know, at one point in time, it wasn't that easy to put things out like that.
Yeah.
Now, you know,
You're 2 clicks away
I'd
from
be
it.
afraid of what kind of pictures my brother would have put up on the internet. I mean,
Yeah.
he took pictures. He'd whip open the door and take a picture of you in the washroom.
Yeah.
I don't need you taking a picture of me on the can. Would have been worse with, oh, you put that up on the internet. You. It would have been much worse.
Yeah.
And
Well, while you were gone, Sherry, I was talking to Dougie about the other night on your live stream we were talking about social skills and
yeah,
stuff like that. And I mean, I was
lack
in the
thereof.
background that night. I did not get on. I did not get on chat, but I listened and watched the whole thing go down.
hmm
And I wanted to get on and say something, but I would have probably said what Morbid and several others said on there.
that he was being an ass.
Yeah, he has no social skills.
Exactly.
And when somebody said that to him in the chat, he says, "Oh, I've got social skills." No, you don't.
And that's why I was telling them, you know, you go near a girl and you start saying things like that, they're going to punch you in the head.
I was proud of you.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Oh, God, yes.
That's
I
what I
was
just told
proud of-
Sherry. That's what I just told Brad. Mike Tyson made a quote and said, the Facebook has taken away, what was it? Facebook's taken away no.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, JJ.
You get a slap if you said, words to the effect of, if you spoke on Facebook in reality, you get a smack in the head. You know, the people skills, no one's being challenged. You get put in Facebook jail. Oh, okay. You know, and you know the irony. There was a lady I watched a Facebook thing, one of these videos that pops up, and it's a woman lying in bed and she with another man, and she gets busted by a fella, and they're both looking at each other, and he says, "Well, what does he have that I haven't?" "Well, he pays for my car, and he pays my bills, and this, that, and the other." And I put in the comments, so basically she's saying she's a prostitute.
Yeah.
I actually got banned for 2 weeks because I said that. I was like, you can't even state the blinking obvious anymore.
You can't say the obvious.
No,
but
she's living her
you
life
have to
like
be
she
careful
wants to.
about what obvious you say, because you might get punched in the head by the girl.
Well, it's like Zedman just said on there, people do things for likes.
Yes.
And that is 100% true.
Yeah.
If you look
And
at all this social media crap,
It's the shock value, isn't it?
oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
You know. So what is it? TikTok that's the one with all the crap on it.
Don't do TikTok.
I don't either, but
I have some stuff on there, but it's the kiddies doing stuff and stuff like that. It's not
right. But there's a whole lot of other stuff on TikTok. I mean, there's a ton of women and a ton of men that are doing stuff on there just to get these likes. And it's like, what the hell? I mean, I get crap when I started my Instagram, 2 months ago?
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit. The crap that was being sent to me by these women, you know.
Yeah.
And
I see I'm popular with Russians.
Yeah,
Russian women find me attractive.
Yeah. I had one the first day I had the Instagram. Some girl texted me, or what do they call it? DM?
Yeah.
Digital messaging on there. And she says, "Oh, I think you seem like a nice guy." I said, "Well, I try to be." And she started talking to me. Within 5 minutes of the conversation start, she wanted me to send her some money because her birthday is tomorrow and she needed a new bikini. And I'm like, I wrote her
No.
back. I said, bitch, get your head out of your ass, grow up. And I told her, I says, I don't want
like
to
it.
talk to you.
No.
I don't need this crap. And I said, you don't need to do that kind of crap. But it's free money.
Yep.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep.
there's tons of people out there that pay money for this crap.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is ridiculous. But
Oh, I have so many. You know, it's like, oh, lovely darling. Oh, God has sent me to you. It must be. Wow,
oh yeah,
it must be destiny.
yeah.
What's your name? Really?
Sherry, you just say jog on kitty. There's a it was an advert for a milkshake called Crusher, and they used to have these little cats advertising it, puppet cats, and one of the statements the cat makes was jog on kitty. So that's what you need to say.
Well, my sister's jog on kitty just puked in the hall.
Oh,
Oy. Go tell her to clean it up.
Nah, she's in bed.
Your dog's
I'm gonna
puke.
walk through it. You clean it up later. I know it's somewhere that way.
Where's the bucket of sawdust? Do you remember sawdust in school? If someone chucked up,
oh yeah.
the janitor would
it's
turn up with sawdust.
Treated sawdust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you not remember that, Sherry? Yeah.
Yeah,
The
we had
bucket of
that here.
sawdust if you puked.
Yep.
Oh.
Used to come in 55-gallon barrels,
Yeah.
cardboard barrels.
The janitor would turn up and just shake it
Yep.
all over to soak it up.
Oh, we usually just ran for the can.
So I think this was for emergencies. The emergency sawdust.
Yeah. And it was treated. It had a scent to it.
That's
It would
right, yeah.
Cover
I
up.
smelled like pine.
Yeah, smell of the puke.
Yep.
So
Pine and puke. Oh,
Pine
just
scented puke.
the most wonderful smells for school days.
oh yeah.
Pine. We used to have this toilet paper in school. It was like tracing paper. Do you know what that is?
Right.
It's like how else could I explain it? But do you know that when you have something in the oven, you put that paper down, greaseproof
Parchment.
paper?
Parchment.
Yeah. That's what our toilet paper was like.
You can see
Oy,
for the dang stuff, yeah.
it was nasty.
Yeah, you've been better off with.
Scratch your butt up though. And it's like, what are you doing,
It
sandpaper?
did. It did.
Yeah.
But it take half a toilet roll. You're still flushing.
You're making sure we don't use your toilet paper or something.
Oh God.
I just go
Yeah.
home. Just
Yeah.
go home at the end of
Right
the day.
from home.
We had in our toilets, we had security systems, a camera put watching the doorways because a boy and a girl got caught being intimate, and there was a big upheaval saying we're putting cameras in the toilet, and they were like, we're not putting cameras in the toilet. It's CCTV that was opposite to see who was going in and out by the receptionist.
Oh jeez. Well, let's see. Zedman says he's popular with the Chinese women.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd get a mixture. I get all kinds.
No, I seem to be only Russians. Only Russians.
Yeah, I get Russians. I get from some of the other Slavic countries. I haven't had any Indian ones yet though. So
Just open with, if you respond with them, just open with, I've got no money. How you doing?
well, that's what I did with that first one. You know, I told her, I said, look, I said, I'm an old bastard. I said, I'm probably 3 or 4 times your age. I said, I have no money. I'm retired. And I said, I live by myself. And so you need to look for a young guy. Yeah. Oh, geez.
But what do you not like about me?
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
do you know what? Do you know there's? I was watching one of these videos on why people kill. There was a bloke in America, and he basically his mom and dad pandered to him, looked after him all the way up to his 30s. He saying he was going to be a nurse and nursing college. He wasn't. He was going down to the lake house. I think it was the lake house on his parents' property, and he was online, and he was continually with this one girl who he said was his girlfriend.
Okay.
It wasn't. It's one of these ones that you have to pay money to go and see. You know, so
Right.
he ended up killing his mom and dad to get the inheritance, so he could carry on seeing his girlfriend. So it's
There
a pretty
was-
famous case in America.
Yeah, it is. I know which one you're talking about. I think that was back in the 70s.
His brother was a nurse as well.
Yeah. But yeah, and then there was another one where two brothers did it. They killed their parents for the parents' money. Like, I don't know what they were thinking, how they were going to get this money after they killed the parents.
There was one fella I saw. He was as thick as two short planks. He killed his mum and dad. First of all, he was really quiet, never interacted with the children, his sisters' children. They got invited round, and he was giving stuff to the kids when they were there. And the sister, in retrospect, says, looking back, it was strange that he was interacting with the kids because he just used to ignore them. Well, everybody went off, and after the Christmas celebrations and that, he bumped his dad and mum off. He then started to dismember them. They found the head of one of them in a pot on the stove. The heating had been cranked up to increase temperature, speed up decomp. They were found a pair of hands. He cut his dad's hands off. They were found in the bath of barrels, just their torsos with their butts sticking up in the air. Absolute carnage, and that he did that for the money. He just didn't. He woke up one morning, decided he didn't like his mom and dad. He wanted their money, and offed them in a horrible way.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what those two brothers did too. And they
Yeah.
were from the States.
Yeah,
Oh.
you
But
have
they
crazy,
off they
crazy
off
people in your
parents.
land.
Oh God. But
I feel sorry for the cop that burst in. He was
geez.
well, the thing was like bubbling. So he lifted it up, and he was greeted with a face looking at him. The head.
Ah.
That'd mess you up for life. That.
Not doing any of that stuff would mess you up for life.
No, I mean as a copper.
What is
police.
this? Oh, looks like hamburger. That is not hamburger.
Happened to Ed Gain did that, didn't he? That's how he got caught. He bumped off the local what do you call it? The local lady that ran the store. The police went round, and he one of the police officers, and this is in the 50s, I think, or the 40s. So they went in by torchlight because there was no electricity to this house. And the officer felt himself bump against something. So he turned around and first look thought it was a pig carcass. And it turned out to be the headless torso and body, gutted like a pig, with no entrails of this lady that disappeared. They went in. He's called the real Leatherface. He made furniture. He made a suit for himself out of corpses. When someone died, he'd go to the cemetery, dig them up, skin them, and then he started tanning everything to make himself a suit. To look like a woman.
They had a guy back in the 30s or 40s, I think it was, in Wisconsin. I forget the town now, and I forget his name. But if you ask anybody about that, almost everybody knows about it.
That might be Ed Gein.
He was killing people and skinning them and making lampshades out of the
Yes,
skin.
yeah, that's it.
And,
Yeah.
oh God, I wish I could remember his name now.
Ed Gein. It's Ed Gein.
Ed Gein. Ed
Yeah.
Gein. That's it. Yeah. He was from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh Jesus.
They think he killed his brother as well.
Oh yeah,
Because the brother's body was found after a wildfire or something.
yeah.
And,
They actually don't know how many people he actually killed. So
yeah. No, he was doing all kinds of crazy.
yeah. And like that movie Silence of the Lambs,
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
with
Jodie Foster and
mhm.
what the hell's
Anthony
his name?
Hopkins.
Yeah, Anthony Hopkins. That movie, when it came out years ago,
Yep.
was really hit home to the people in Wisconsin because of
Yeah.
Ed Gein.
Yeah.
So,
They do think he was cannibalizing them, don't they?
Oh,
He
yeah.
was eating the meat, yeah.
Yeah, I think they proved that too somehow. So
I remember a film of what's that big fat clown fellow who was killing boys?
oh, down in Chicago, that's
Buried them under his house.
John Wayne Gacy.
That's the fella. There was a film that was made about him, and one of my favorite actors, and I can't even remember what his name was, but he played it absolutely according to the FBI. He played
Wasn't
it
that-
near enough.
Was that Ernest Borgnine that did that?
Big fella, huge fella, really tall.
Oh God. Shit, now I can't remember. Damn. Sucks.
He, though, the FBI said, and the cops said, in the film, he epitomized what Ed Gein was like in real life. He was arrogant and haughty and thought himself untouchable. They went round to the house. And the central heating kicked on, and the copper could smell decomp. But
Yep.
he didn't think anything about it, and eventually that's when they went round to the second time, and found out what was going on. Like, but
What do you mean up early, cat? I haven't gone to bed.
bed? What is
Yeah.
this bed you speak of?
See, I lived in Kenosha, Wisconsin, which is right on the state line border with
Right.
Illinois. So that was only 30, 45 minutes away from where we live.
Wow.
Yeah, we're
So-
we're into the crazy topics this morning.
So was
Yeah.
it like was it a bit of a tourist thing?
A few years later it was. Because it didn't happen right away, but I do remember that I don't know, within 2 years, I think it was, all of a sudden people were driving by John Wayne Gacy's house. So
Yeah, people were very intrigued by him. Let's see.
There was
Yeah.
a lady called the Killer Granny, and she took in people who were homeless or were on benefits, who were ill, addicts mostly, and
Yeah.
she was killing them. She slowly poisoned them, but carry on cashing their checks, and she was eventually caught. The house that she lived in is now a tribute to her, and has got all these creepy things going around, and they charge people
geez.
to come in and stay in the room that she killed everybody in.
That's sweet and fun.
I don't think so.
There's some crazy people. What?
Well, then they had the other one. What was it, back in the 80s? What the hell was his name? From Milwaukee. That guy, that
Oh,
young white guy, probably, I think he was in his late 20s.
Oh, he was
He-
killing men.
Yeah, he was killing
Um,
black people.
Yeah.
And
No,
he
well,
was
they thought he was a racist, that it was race hate, and he said it wasn't. It was to do with the fact that he found them sexually attractive.
right.
Jeffrey
But
Dahmer.
Jeffrey
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Dahmer,
Yeah.
but he said that he didn't like being having physical intercourse with it because it hurt. But
Yeah.
he used to watch The Exorcist to get himself in the mood to kill. And he was just attracted to dead bodies. That was his thing. The suit that he wore during the trial, the policeman that arrested him and spoke to him supplied that suit and shirt. He never wore his glasses because there's a famous scene with someone shouting, "I hate you. Why can't you look at me? I hate you." He didn't wear his glasses for the whole trial because he didn't want to see people's faces. Everything
Yeah.
was a blur to him, blurry.
Yeah.
I felt sorry for him in certain ways, seeing him being interviewed and things like that. It was a
Yeah.
fellow inmate that beat his head in with a dumbbell. The other fella that I like is, I don't like him, but I find him intriguing. 6'6", I think he is. Glasses. I'm tired because my brain will work. But he killed the co-ed killer. He went round
Oh,
killing.
yeah.
His mom had a pass so no one would question who he was. On the bumper sticker on the bumper, he was killing co-eds.
Edmund Kemper.
Yes, yes.
Just
You'd
have to
think
know the
'cause
right thing to stick into Google.
you'd think 'cause I watch these things quite regularly, I'd remember names.
Went to
BTK
Country
is
Heritage
an
Museum.
interesting documentary. Find, Torture, and Kill.
Ooh.
He was a sick
Crime
puppy.
Cold Cases CSI.
I was into Mindhunter, but they only did one series. That was good. That was about the FBI team that actually coined the phrase serial killer and learned about profiling.
Ooh, jeez. I guess
Some
I
of-
never got into that stuff because a lot of that happened so close to where I grew up.
Yeah. Well,
You
the
know.
only reason that I took an interest into it is because I was actually going to try and be a psychologist, a criminologist. And the more that I delved into it, the more it started messing with my own psychological problems. What with my bipolar and that. And I spoke to the tutor, and the tutor said to me, if that's the case, this is not the job for you. Because it will mess with you. It messes with your mind if you're sane. If you've got mental problems as a backup, or you're genetically dispositioned to mental problems, it'll fuck you up. The amount of psychiatrists that are messed up in their own heads from the stuff that they hear.
Well, look at all this. Look at all this gun violence with these kids in the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh, that's enough to mess you up.
I mean,
I was prepared for
shit.
it. Well, I was prepared. I was prepared for it too. When I started studying it, I thought I'd have a grasp of bodies and things like that, and I did. The ones that started affecting me, seeing crime scene photos of children, I couldn't get my head around some of the pictures that I'd seen from the research. So, yeah, that's when he said, "This is not for you."
Yeah, you'd want to beat the crap out of the guys.
Well, not only that, Sherry, is that with the first rule about being a criminologist is they say, leave your emotions outside the door.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're going to psychologically interview somebody who's done a horrific crime, you need to be able to sit motionless in your face and hear some of the most fucked up things you will imagine. People's lives be just, and I just couldn't do it. So I was like, nah. No, can't do that.
Yeah, there's even some of the latest lightest things that can be said are pretty
Yeah.
rough.
Yeah. Yeah.
And brain debilitating.
Yeah.
But wow.
I watched an interview of a man that he'd murdered his girlfriend. He had got that drunk. They ended up, they were having sex and whatnot. She called out her ex's name at some point during this. His way of saying it was that she was, and this is the disturbing thing about this is he was saying she was saying to fist her. Sorry if there's anyone who doesn't want to hear that expression. And he said he did, but while he's describing what he was doing, he was pointing to his elbow. She was found to have had her insides ripped out through her vagina and had literally bled. And he was saying, no, she was bleeding, but we were still having sex. These two coppers sat opposite, and apparently when they went out the room, there's a report that they started crying. One of them started crying because of the way he was so describing what he said there was only a little bit. The detective says, no, there's blood everywhere. There's bits of human tissue. And the pathologist has said that it's the interior of a female that's been ripped out. She bled to death. The saving grace for it was the coroner said she would have just passed out with pain. That there's no way a human could have undergone that and not passed out. So that was one that kind of made me like, wow, there's just some demonic people.
We had something happen here in Wyoming in Casper area back in the early 70s, I think it was. And I can't remember the names of the two sisters. They're actually stepsisters. But they were kidnapped by two guys at a gas station here.
Is that in the van?
What's that?
Is that the van? The toolbox killers. They recorded what they did on a video, on an audio tape. You
I
can
don't
actually
I
remember.
think that's the one up in Ontario.
Yeah.
They dispatched the bodies over a ravine, threw them down a ravine.
Well, that's what these two guys did to these two sisters.
No.
They raped them.
Yeah.
And they drove out to the bridge going over the river coming out of Alcova, or not Alcova, from
Is that a massive drop, that bridge?
Yeah.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. One of them died, one of them
down. Yeah, the little girl, the little
Yeah.
sister died right away.
Yeah.
The other girl had hit the rocks also, but she
Yeah.
was able to crawl around once she woke up and came to. And she felt something, and it was her little sister in the water next to her.
Yeah.
So she pulled her out, and then she climbed up that rock wall and got to the parking lot at the top.
Yeah.
And a couple, I forget where they were from. I don't know remember if they were from here or not, but they ended up finding this girl in the park, or I think she crawled down the road a ways out of the parking lot. And they came across her and called the cops and everything. There's a book about it, and the book is really good.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that girl, the older sister, would have been the same age as I am now. So, but I read the book, and I can't remember the name of the book. Sherry, Google.
There we go.
But it's true. And a woman I worked with when I worked for the county, her dad was the head detective in that case.
Wow.
And it screwed her dad up bad.
I bet it did.
And she told me about it. And I knew her husband too, because I worked with him over at the state.
Yeah.
And this woman told me about the torment that her father went through
Yeah.
on finding out all the stuff and having to deal with these two guys. The one guy is still, I think, in solitary confinement down in Rollins.
Yeah, for his own protection.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because it's already been said, and there's still people willing to do it, that if he
Oh, yeah.
ever got out,
Yeah.
he wouldn't last 5 minutes on the street.
No, people would happily do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I asked Venom, Venom, the policeman
Yep.
I was asking him once about work, how's work, and his answer was heartbreaking, because he'd been transferred over to court duty. He was in charge, or he is in charge of a whole team, and that was what he said, heartbreaking. So he must have to be sitting through half of this crap, listening to testimonies and whatnot.
I've got to agree with Zedman, his last statement there.
What's that?
If you can see it, says granny bashers, pedophiles, DVs, and Rs. He says, I have disgust towards and feel that they can't be rehabilitated.
No.
I'm sorry, but that's my opinion and I'm sticking with it. And I would agree with you 100%, Zed.
Research has shown that the majority of people there's several different categories of paedophile. I can't remember what they're all called, but pedophiles are non-pubescent. Then you've got the transition into puberty, and then you've got the later stages of puberty around 17, 18, several different classes. Most of them cannot be rehabilitated. Their thoughts, it's not that they can't be rehabilitated, they're not willing to exercise self-control.
Right.
There are some of them out there who have actually chemically castrated themselves.
Yeah.
The thing with that is it still doesn't take away the thoughts. It
Nope.
still doesn't stop you being able to do something debauched to a child or to another woman, or man. So I agree. The fact is that you can't be rehabilitated.
They can't be rehabilitated. No.
No. It would be comfortable for society if they actually had a place where they could put specific sexual crime deviants. But the problem with it is, in this day and age now, there are so many more with the advances in technology. There's so many more coming out the woodwork who didn't have these interests and have been watching pornography. And there's a study that shows that when you're watching porn, you become accustomed to what you're watching. So you go to the next level of extreme and you keep on progressing it. And some people's minds actually go towards the deviant parts of that, to do with children and to do with younger people. So it's a slippery slope to be upon if you watch porn. It has bad effects on your brain, and it's proven. A lot of people said in the comments, who disagrees? We've got a term over here called nonce. Been around for many, many years. It's a prison word. It means not of normal criminal etiquette. Basically, it means somebody who sexual crimes or who hurts people who are victims. Because there's always a victim of crime, though.
I'm sorry, I'm looking that up. It's on let's see, there's two cases. The Lisa Marie case, which was done by a guy who is still in prison. And that was called the Lil Miss murder. And the other one that I was talking about is the 73 murder and rape have lasting effect on family. Caster Becky Thompson, 18, and her half sister Amy Burridge, 11.
11. Nearly
And that was,
20 years apart, the other sister jumped off the bridge.
yeah,
That's right.
she
Yeah.
killed herself. I remember that. But, and I was looking to see if the book was there.
I remember the details of her explaining that she was lying there and she could hear them on the bridge and hear the car.
Here's the
And,
book. The book is called The Darkest Night.
Yes, yeah.
The Darkest Night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember describing waiting for them to drive away before she moved.
Yeah. On the west side of the river, under the bridge, when I was working for the county, there was a guy, an artist who came out there, and he had painted 2 falling angels
Oh,
on the rock wall. He climbed down the rock wall, was suspended there,
yeah.
and painted these 2 white angels
No,
on the rock wall. I don't think you can see any more of it now. I think it's all, washed away and deteriorated.
eroded.
One of the aldermen in Evansville here had taken and got a collection up, and he put a memorial out there next to the bridge. It's a stone bench
Oh,
with the date and everything on there.
yeah, yeah.
So
That's nice.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, The Darkest Night. You want to read a book, read that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not much on novels and stuff, but that's a true story.
Yeah,
So,
I tend to stick to only true crime.
yeah. But I'm not a big novel reader or anything, but I could not put that book down until I had finished it.
Yeah, I'll definitely give that a go.
Casper, Wyoming, 1973.
Yep. September what, 26th, did it say? And I think the older sister jumped from the bridge in 92, if I remember right.
About 20 years after, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Zed, I heard something about that, but I don't remember much about that one. The one guy was up for parole a couple of years ago here. And the only one that's still alive. The other one died in prison. But I remember because it was in all the papers and all the news stations here in Wyoming, that this guy was up for parole.
Mhm.
And there were so many threats made. I mean, I knew people around town here that they didn't care. They'd have taken him out in 2 seconds
Yeah.
if he'd have gotten parole.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have gone too far.
No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have. And I
No,
don't know if that's what he wanted.
People are so
Well-
passionate about these things that you would find willing people who would shoot him at the gate
Oh,
and
yeah,
then happily walk over to get arrested.
sure.
Mhm.
There are people out there who would do that.
Well, I remember this woman that I worked with telling me about her dad
All right?
when that happened, about the courthouse and how the whole town here was ready to string these guys up. I mean, right there. And she said that that was the hardest
Can you
thing
not ask your mom?
that her father ever had to do.
No, you're not playing.
Not do it.
Sorry, hang on, guys.
Well, not only that,
No, I'm
but
not doing it.
having
Video
to
take off the-
run
the-
that case and go through all the details and stuff. She said it just about killed her dad.
Hmm.
That's Yeah.
There's something in a normal psyche when you learn about the things that people who are vulnerable are taken advantage of in such violent and horrible ways.
Yeah.
That it's one of those things that's always tried my anger, pushed me to. I don't like seeing injustice. I don't like seeing people being taken advantage of
Yeah.
and being abused. It just doesn't sit right. It's just, and unfortunately, we're living now in a world where people will walk past people having their heads kicked in and won't try and say anything or do anything. I remember a report that came out that there was a girl and she was left them out just because Levi, go out. Stop. She was raped by seven fellas in a park, and there were people actually walking past and did nothing about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. That's a crazy. I don't get my head around stuff like that. Thank you.
Well, there was one that happened this past year here, earlier this year. Oh, several months ago
Okay.
in Minnesota, up around the Twin Cities there.
later, cat. You take care.
Take care, Colleen.
Night, Collie.
Colleen
Oh,
is
where
a
my-
friend of mine
my-
from college.
Ah,
Oh, is it daytime for her?
Yeah, she's in Ontario,
All right.
and yeah, we went through animal care together,
Nice.
and we were horrible. I adore that woman. She's fun.
but
Yeah.
there was a little 10-year-old girl that was killed. Was it maybe 2 months
Her
ago
two brothers.
by one guy, one 14-year-old boy.
What?
Yeah.
Mm.
And it was a big deal for a while, and then all of a sudden you don't hear anything about it.
Moved over. Do you know? I see. I don't know about it over in your way. There's a big thing about mixed bathrooms, people being able to use the opposite sex if they identify as themselves that sex.
Right. They
The-
legalized that.
There was a psychological doctor being interviewed, and he said that it's dangerous to do that because the problem at the moment is that pedophiles are taking advantage of it. They're saying that they identify as female or male, and then they're taking advantage of children or
Yeah.
young females or males in these things. there was a man who was arrested, and he turned out to be a serial offender. He'd been doing an awful lot of things for an awful long time.
There's a group down in Denver that travels the country and sets up these stings for these pedophiles.
Oh yeah,
And they have caught cops, they have caught postmen,
yeah.
they've caught tons of people.
And it amazes me how far they are willing to travel.
Oh, we've had people from Wyoming that got caught down there in Denver.
What?
Actually, in Boulder is where that one guy got caught. And I watched this. He's got it all on live videos.
We have
And
a
I was
similar
like,
setup in the
"Holy
UK.
shit."
There's a group called the Northern Warriors or the Northern Defenders or something. They do a similar thing.
Yeah, I think I've seen some of their stuff too. I forget the
And,
name of that group in Denver. It's Denver something or other. But
there was a TV presenter that was doing it for a while on YouTube.
yeah, I can't. I'm trying to remember his name.
He's a news reporter.
Yeah,
He got done for tax fraud or embezzlement or something. That's why he stopped.
but these other groups are still going. I mean, they get tons of pedophiles every
To catch-
stinking week.
To catch a predator.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
the Denver Ped Patrol.
Ah. There are so many complex subjects in this day and age to go around. Unfortunately, we live in a world where there are so many people who are willing to take advantage.
Yeah,
And what they do is they are willing to take advantage, but also influence people's minds as to what they should think. It's like the case of this paedophile saying he was a woman and that, and it taints it for the legitimate people who are out there with gender dysmorphia. You know, it taints it and it ruins it for other people.
oh
For the good folk out there, you know, who are genuine. It's a sick world we live in, and the problem is with technology, it's becoming easier to become sick. It's easier to get caught, but it's becoming easier to do these things.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
a lot
you-
easier, a lot faster.
What's that?
A lot easier, a lot faster. Like
Yeah, because of the internet.
you don't have to go to a library to find out how to make a bomb,
That's it, yeah.
No, you don't.
and it's also very easy to get yourself a gun.
Oh, well, all
Even
the stuff that's been committed with the gun stuff. The last one that happened last week, that guy bought his gun legally.
Yep.
He bought his legally, registered and the whole shot,
Guys, no.
but
But
he had been under psychiatric help at one time, but never said anything. And it was never reported because they have a list that
Yeah.
they can look on,
Yeah.
but he was never reported.
In our country, if you want a gun, you have to get a gun license. Yep. You don't. There's no handguns per se. It's more for shotguns and for rifles for hunting. You have to submit a form in Scotland for a psychological test and also register with the police.
Yeah.
To even have a high-powered air rifle. I've got a 2.2 over there, and high-powered one shot, and you have to have a license for it. It's crazy.
And see over here,
Good crazy.
in the state of Wyoming, if you have, and a lot of other states, if you have a concealed carry permit,
Right.
you can walk in to any gun store, and it varies from state to state,
Okay.
but I can walk in to any gun store where my permit is reciprocated
Uh-huh.
and buy a handgun, and there's no 3-day waiting period.
Wow.
I can walk in, buy it, I can be in and out of there in 5 minutes.
But the thing is, too, is that you've already got the
Right, I've
permit,
already
which you
been,
had to have
right.
gotten through
Does it get reviewed
government
yearly?
means and such.
Every 5 years.
Every 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
I
And you
think
have to, is it the same in the US that you have to have gone through testing or a training course before you
Yes,
can get
you
that?
have to, yeah. Well, not necessarily,
Mm.
because it varies from state to state.
Right.
And back when the NRA was reputable and not ripping everybody off, they were pushing to get where you had to go through a course.
Right.
But it never made it across all 50 states.
I do find it disturbing that at the age of 18 in America, you can go and buy a semi-automatic, but you can't buy a handgun.
No, you got to be 21 to buy a handgun.
Yeah, I find that kind of odd.
You can hide a handgun, where it's kind of difficult to hide a
A long gun, yeah.
Well, the
semi-automatic.
argument for that would be that you could take an AK-47. You could take one of the smaller machine guns, as they have done in the school shootings. Nobody's noticed them walking in with a massive long rifle. 18-year-olds should not be in charge of a weapon.
No.
21, when your brain's developed pretty much, should, that's plausible. But up to the teen years, no. You could, it could be like if in our country, if you want to do clay pigeon shooting and you're a teenager, you can, but you can't own a shotgun till
Right.
21 plus. That makes sense. You don't give the gun to somebody who is young in the mind, teenagers. When they're 21, go through the checks and psychological evaluation. It's like in our country, I can't own a shotgun or anything like that because of my bipolar, and I can't own a shotgun because my brother was done for shooting, and my other brother had knife crimes. So that just because of my affiliation with my family, it takes it away. They won't give you a license for it.
Yeah.
Air rifle's different, but all that's going to do is just
Air
piss
rifle
somebody off.
kill you too.
Well, it can, yeah. It can.
Well, see, all the new high-powered air rifles that are coming into this country.
Are crazy.
Well,
I've seen people taking down elk with them.
they shoot elk, they shoot deer, they shoot hogs, wild hogs like
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
But they're all,
Hogs?
back when I was a kid, you had two calibers, 177 and 22.
22.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was no big deal, you know.
Yeah.
You had the old Benjamins or Sheridans that you pumped up. Then you still had some of the CO2 ones,
Yeah.
but they were limited, very limited.
Yeah. Ours
So,
has to been. I've got a suppressor on mine that when they bought it, it has to be. When they test it, it has to be of a certain foot pound.
Yeah.
And you can't modify it, so I can't stretch the springs on it. I can't increase the velocity of the air chamber. So what I do is I use silicone grease. It's called dieseling.
Right.
People will use Vaseline on the pellets. The Vaseline erodes your seal.
Yeah.
So I use silicone grease, and that does give a bit more bang for your buck.
Yeah. Yeah,
But that's between you, me, and the internet.
they've,
You, me, and
they've
the
been
elk.
using grease ever since I was a little kid.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's what we did in our pellets when we were kids to try to get just a little bit more out of that goofy
Yeah.
thing. You know,
You know the pump action one you were talking about.
yeah.
When I was a kid, I had one, and my brother was walking away, and we were in the woods, and he had his wax jacket on. So I thought, I'm going to shoot him in the arse because it's a wax jacket, it ain't going to hurt. Well, the wind, as he was walking, the wind took the pellet off, and it took the end of his finger off. He was not
Ooh.
impressed. He was, my mum flipping went off her head. Ended up having it taken off me. I don't know where it ended up. But, oh well. I thought it was funny at the time.
Yeah. When I was in gunsmithing school, one summer that I stayed over and worked for the school, the FBI called from Denver and wanted to know if they had 6 students that they trusted that they could take a bunch of guns apart and document and photograph every part and explain how it worked. What they had done is busted a guy in Denver that was producing fully automatic weapons. And they had nailed him, but they had to have these all gone through, for the case against him. So we had a bunch of these guns the FBI brought down to us, and we had to be supervised throughout the whole thing because these were full automatic weapons.
Yeah.
So we took them all apart, documented every piece in the gun, photographed it, wrote up a piece about a phrase about each part, what it did, how it did it, how it worked off another part, and then we had to test fire them. And this was all under FBI supervision throughout the whole thing. So this was a 2-week-long deal. So, but with our help, they were able to make this case go through.
So what were you shooting into a range, or were you shooting into?
Oh yeah,
water?
We had a test chamber, but we also took them out to the range because we had to prove the yardage that these things were capable of.
So, but were you actually physically handling the gun to fire? Because I'd have thought.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, so you can upgrade a gun to a semi without it blowing up?
No, you can do it. You can do that.
Wow.
But it's totally illegal to do that.
Right. Okay.
So, and that's what this guy was doing, was taking semi-auto guns and converting them to full auto.
Oh, right. I get you. Sorry. Yeah.
What's wrong, pup?
I'll go to the toilet
You need
again.
to go out. No? You're hungry? No. He's pretty smart dog. If you say the right thing to him, he'll react. You know, if you say need to go out, he'll run towards the door to go out. Or he'll... Right now, he's probably looking for attention or playing. Right, pup? No. He's got the little red dot going. What's up, whiny puppy?
I take my temperature gun and play with it out in the garage with Target.
Yeah, it's fun. It's about 7:30, so I'm over an hour late feeding them.
Oh.
So, yes, I hear you, pumpkins.
Sherry and I are on the same time zone. She's way north of me, though.
Yep.
But it is now 7:26 a.m.
Yep. It is quite early in the morning. Well, not that early in the morning.
No, it's already 7:30. Yeah.
We're horrible.
Oh well. Yeah.
Every now and again, we do this bit. All night long, we talk.
4 a.m. sleep
4 a.m.
is
sleep.
long past.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, that did not make it. Nope.
And I think you guys over in the UK are what, 12 hours ahead of us, I think.
Something like that, if I remember.
Maybe it's only 8. I forget now.
Oh.
Yes, it is, Edmund. Most definitely. Thank you very much for coming in. Okay. 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeehaw.
So let's see. It's 5, 12, 5, 7 hours.
Only 7?
Yeah.
Dang, we haven't made a. Dorothy's talking to the animals. It's making these funny little noises at them. It's like, okay. Where's that? Oh, hey, Monroe. Really? You hungry?
Yeah, only across the pond, not like talking to Benji, where it's already into let's see, today's Friday, Thursday or Friday?
Thursday.
Thursday. Benji's already well into
Friday.
yeah, he's well into Friday.
It's
No.
2:30 in the
He's
morning.
probably not awake yet.
No.
Hey guys, do you want to see something? Hang on. I was sad. We're working. I was sad the other day.
Mhm.
So my little 6-year-old builds models, dinosaurs out of plasticine and things like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
He came in. He came in with these.
Iron Man.
Iron Man. Not only Iron Man Gold and Silver Mark V or something, but we've got Mark II as well. The little chest thing.
Oh, jeez.
I love kids.
I don't know nothing
He
about any
probably
of
knows
that.
every single one of those suits, doesn't he?
He came in and he says to me on YouTube, he'd been watching the Mark V helmet, is it? Can I get this, Dad? So I says, what is it? Shows me. And I was like, wow, that's cool, yeah. 500 quid? Hell no. It's a proper replica helmet that you can put on. And
Oh,
it comes apart, you talk to it and it talks back to you. I was like, no. 500 quid, jog on.
Yeah, and I listened to Mark and those guys talking about spending 500 quid for a tarantula.
What?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
For no.
a tarantula. Yes, a tarantula.
That's a lot of money for a spider.
That's
What?
for sure.
Some of these spiders, some of these animals, some of anything is really.
Some
really
of those snakes, those ball pythons and stuff. Some of the other ones too. Rare lizards.
Yeah.
Heck, 25 to
Yeah.
50,000, no problem.
I'd love a Healing monster, but over here you're looking at between 15 and 2,000 UK pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, mine were just under 15.
Yeah.
So,
That's a bit.
oh yeah.
They seem to have got more expensive reptiles recently.
Oh, God, yeah.
I was looking at some of the prices. I fell in love with the Super GHI ball python. I saw a pair of them being sold stateside for, it worked out about 700 quid. And I spoke to Deb about it, and it was a serious, we were thinking seriously about doing it as a business proposition, you know, because with supers, then you can get a higher guarantee of them producing the same like for like. Beautiful deep gold color and black.
Yeah.
But I tossed it up, and by the time it was shipped over, it wouldn't be flown. It'd be shipped in a shipping container. It'd be dead. They'd be dead by the time they arrived.
Oh, hell no.
So I no, put that by the by. Too rich for my blood. Not for a rich.
Do you ever watch that guy on Snakes and Adders? He's
Nope.
over in the UK. He's got a pet store or a reptile store over there somewhere.
Oh, are you talking about Northern Exotics or something?
No, it's called, well, his YouTube channel is called Snakes and Adders.
Okay.
I've heard of it. I'm put in mind. I was looking at buying from off Balls to You, which is a UK distributor of ball pythons.
I've heard about Balls to You. Yeah.
Yeah, he was very
Yeah.
expensive. Very expensive. It'd be over around about 1,200 for a pair.
But that guy from Snakes and Adders does videos on care of reptiles,
All right.
mostly snakes, but
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Colleen, welcome back. High humidity? Sounds like fun.
ooh,
Good day staying inside. Housework?
I don't know. I'd like some high humidity here for a day or so.
Berlin counting flowers on the wall. So
Get our fire danger down.
yeah.
We're under red flag warnings everywhere now. So
Well, considering Colleen's in the Toronto area, it's already kind of muggy.
yeah,
Really.
yeah,
We had fires over around London.
Mhm.
Really bad.
yeah.
Either side of the Thames was on fire. It got bad that the fire brigade called a national. It called it as an emergency. It set fire to houses. Started in the field, swept the
Yeah.
They said that it was I think for the 2 days that it was going, it was the same amount. It was a World War II. Was the last time they had so many appliances or something like that at a fire at one time.
Well, I think if I remember right, where Colleen lives, it is not too far away from Niagara Falls, isn't it, Colleen? If I remember, it's Markham. Is it Markham? I forget. Dang, I keep on
Yeah,
forgetting.
Roz reptiles I've heard of.
Yeah, Raz is my boy. I'm good friends with him.
Oh, wow.
Speak to him quite frequently. He's good people. Good people.
Yep.
Very humble.
Burlington.
Burlington, okay.
He got a lot of stick, Raz, for the live feeding, and then he got demonetized. Worked up his channel. He was monetized, and then they took his monetization off him.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I think they did that to Kurtwood too.
they did. It was about the
Yep,
same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, about the same time.
Oh yeah, Burlington is right on Lake Ontario.
See, I grew up a half mile from Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
I was on the west side of the lake. So we got all those northeasters off the lake, and we'd get 3-4 feet of snow in Kenosha overnight.
Yep.
Is that a deep lake?
Wow.
Yes.
Mm.
I think
Was
if I remember right, I think deepest spot in Lake Michigan was like 750 feet.
There was a fella in, I don't know if it was
Yeah.
around there. He had they reckon he's been killing women for years. He ended up having a heart attack before he got in prison before he was trial. But he had a shipping container called the Toy Box, and it was basically all this depraved objects of. In the middle was a gynecological table, and then all around it was all these torture devices that he'd made. But he was working with the Forestry Commission, and they reckon that he dumped a whole load of bodies in this lake. Does that sound familiar, Brad? Yeah.
It sounds kind of familiar, but I'm not
It
familiar.
was during the 90s, during the 80s, 90s, and he had a mustache. Yeah.
Do you
He got
remember what
done-
part of the country?
No. Sherry, type in the Toy Box Killer.
Toy box killer.
Yeah.
Oops.
Colleen's about 1.5 miles from the lake. Three kilometers, so about 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything?
Take a moment. It's just
And Zed says,
David
Video-
Parker, right?
Yes.
"Oh yeah, now I
Yes.
remember. Yeah,
That's it.
November 6, 1939 to May 28th. Holy sugar canes, that's a long. Oh, that's his
They reckon that he was
lived
killing.
until 2002. Okay.
Yeah, they reckon he was killing for many years, because it doesn't. The profilers said that he'd been doing it for a long time with what they, could piece together. Yeah, he was a proper nasty piece of work. Him and his missus was in on it as well.
jeez.
And
Yeah.
he did a tape that was played to all his victims, and it said that he had friends that could come round as well.
Monroe?
So it's a pretty fucked up, man.
Do you
Come here, sweetie.
remember in the movie Silence of the Lambs, the other guy that they caught?
Oh, Buffalo Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. That guy was about as freaky as,
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah.
he put the solution on the book.
Zed says videos should be educational and make you want to research further. And I
I
couldn't
agree.
agree. I couldn't agree more.
I agree. The video should be the teaser, and then you go away and find out the complete facts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I studied Gila monsters for years before
Yeah.
I got them.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have to feed the animals. If you guys want to still talk, I'm just going to leave this on. I'll be right back after I'm done with kitty cats.
Geez,
And
Colleen,
they don't trip me to death.
what is AC? I'm being a smart ass.
Yeah, I know.
I've got AC in my car.
I've got it in the car too, but I've never used it.
I'll be right back.
It don't get hot enough in this place to get AC.
Yes, Papa.
My goofy neighbor, the drunk guy, had central AC put in his house. Was it last year or the year before? And why, I don't know, because his house sits probably 50 feet lower than mine in a little valley. And when we're down there, I party with those people, but I don't drink.
Yeah.
He keeps Diet Dew on hand for me. But when we're sitting down at his place at night, it's like, Jesus, we're freezing. I never go down there in shorts anymore because I'll freeze my gonads off. So
I prefer the cold than the hot.
well, I like the heat myself, but this last winter here in Wyoming was not that bad. I
Well,
think
it's
we only
warm.
had a couple days below 0
Yeah.
Fahrenheit, so that's what. I can't convert in my head.
When we lived in the Highlands near Abbeyville, that every winter was cold, really cold up there, and it gets us now. It's the one of the best places to go skiing in Scotland.
Oh, yeah.
And wow, it got cold up there.
It's definitely dry here, Colleen. You know, growing up a half mile from Lake Michigan for the first 30 years of my life was a little rough with all that humidity. And I worked construction until I became down diabetic.
Yeah.
But it'd be 120 degrees Fahrenheit in those stinking trucks because we didn't have air conditioning
No,
in the trucks. So
windows down and drive fast.
110, she says 110 degrees in the desert is comfy. Well,
Okay, no.
I can go up to 100 with not too much problem at all. I mean, I don't mind working outside.
Yeah, but it's
when
a
it's
dry
100.
heat.
Yeah, it's very dry. I think the last time we had a decent rain here was about 2 months ago.
I remember when I went on holiday to Egypt, and it was freezing cold on the plane because we've got the aircon on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember they opened the door, and I was just hit by heat, like physically just went really, really hot.
Gosh, yeah.
That was awesome. That's my my idea of fun is anywhere eastern.
When I first got out of high school, I worked at a packing plant. And it was a constant 32 degrees, or that would be 0 for
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah.
In there, and you'd walk out, and it would be 110 to 120 in
Wow.
the summertime.
Wow.
You want about something that knocks you on your ass?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Or when I worked in the coal mine up by Steamboat, Colorado.
That get cold.
Oh, yeah, it was very cold. The coldest I ever saw it up there was 69 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit.
Ooh.
And that's coming out of the mine at 2 o'clock in the morning when her shift ends
Yeah.
and going to the bathhouse. And there was a 6-foot thermometer on the side of the bathhouse and 69 degrees. I didn't think my truck was going to start. It took me about 15 minutes to get my truck running because I had a diesel. So
In Russia, they set fires under their sumps on the trucks. You know, the big
right.
Soviet style ones. They actually set a fire underneath them to keep them warm.
Yeah, we use coals,
Yeah.
charcoals
Yeah.
in a garbage can lid. Pour some
Yeah.
charcoal in there, get it going, and then just slide it underneath there to warm the oil pan up a little bit.
Yeah. I think it's Finland or Iceland. It's common for you to have a radiator that you plug in at the house.
Right. And I had
to-
that on my last, my Dodge diesels that I've had. They all
Yeah.
came with block
Keep it
heaters.
circulating. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I think you can actually get drives as well. The drive to the house when you park it, there's like a plate, like a large pig blanket. Is that what it calls in America?
Yeah, pig
Like
blankets.
yeah,
Yep.
rubber electric.
Yeah, you just throw it
fuses.
over the top of the engine and close the hood on it,
Yeah,
and that would keep them warm enough too. They also had dipstick heaters, where you check your oil,
yeah.
and you could take your dipstick out, and this one had a electrical connection, so you could just put it down in the oil and keep the oil warm, and that
Oh.
helped. You know,
I know when I was watching that years ago, Ice Road Truckers.
oh
Um,
yeah,
They
yeah,
keep their engines running.
yep. Well, like when I worked for the railroad, you had to leave the engines running. They never shut off.
Yeah.
I remember one night we come out of Denver going up to Cheyenne when I worked for the railroad, and we had our second or third engine back because we had a heavy train that night. And so we had two engines on the back and three up front, I think, if I remember right. And one of the engines would not stay running, it lost power.
Oh,
So I walked back there, along the catwalk on there, open the engine doors, and I'm in there playing with stuff. Finally, I figured, well, shit, it's not getting fuel.
where'd you go, Monroe?
So I Mickey Moused with some wire and a stick to the throttle on this thing,
Come
so
on.
they could not shut off anymore.
Okay.
And when we called it in, I called Omaha, Nebraska, because that's where the head office is, dispatch. And
Yeah.
I told them over the radio, I said, yeah, I said, we got one engine that won't stay running. So I said, if you let Cheyenne know. But I got it going, and I Mickey Moused it together, to keep it running. We got in there,
Hey, Monroe.
and then I get a call from the tower, and Cheyenne Rail Yard is huge. It's about 5 miles long, and they got tons of trains going in and out of there constantly, 24 hours a day. But
Cool.
we get in the yard, and the yard master calls me on the radio, and he says, hey, when you get done there, he says, come on up to the tower. He says, somebody here wants to talk to you. I said, okay. I thought I was getting in trouble for something. So I get in there, I go all the way up top of the tower, and I introduce myself, and one guy says, oh, you're Clark. I said, yeah. He says, I got somebody over here that wants to talk to you. And I said, oh, shit. And he says, yeah, your ass is grass. So this guy comes in out of this office, and he says, you Brad Clark? And I said, yeah. He says, you just bring such and such train in from Denver? I said, yeah. He says, well, I'm head of the mechanics here. And he said, I just wanted to ask you how you got that engine going. And I told him. It doesn't make any sense to tell him bullshit. So I just told him what I did. And he said, nice. He said, if you ever want to transfer, he says, I'll help you. But you have to work in the engine shop. He says, what do you know about engines? I said, well, quite a bit. I said, I don't know everything. But he says, well, I wanted to see what you'd tell me, but he said, I saw what you did on that engine. He said, I inspected it when it came in. And he says, good move. He said, shit, you had that main line clogged up from Denver to Cheyenne. It would have been hours before we'd have got somebody out there.
Yeah.
So he says, if you ever want to transfer, he said, where do you live? I said, in Cheyenne. He says, no shit. He said, where at? I said, down on Terry Ranch Road. I said, about 3 miles from here. He says, yeah. He says, I know exactly. So he says, well, if you decide you want to transfer in the Cheyenne unit, he says, give me a holler. But I never did. I just stayed running as a conductor. So
Come on, sweetie.
I remember in the 80s when I was a kid, one of my uncles worked for British Rail, as it was at the time. and he took me and my brother, and we spent the whole day from 5 in the morning to the end of his shift on a shunter, going backwards and forwards and moving things around.
Oh yeah.
We ended up going to parts of the Liverpool line that nobody ever got to, the Victorian parts. It's like behind the scenes, and walked into a little hut, and I can distinctly remember it smelt of engine oil and coal, and it was full of conductors and train operators
Yep.
having their coffee break. All these big, massive men. There's me and my little brother.
Oh,
That was awesome.
there was a couple times there I took just different jobs. I took a yard job for about 6 months down in Denver one time. So we only worked 4 days a week. So I had to drive down to Denver there and back from Cheyenne, which was 102 miles.
All right.
So, and I did that for 6 months. I got tired of driving like that, so I said piss on that. So I went back on the freights again. So then I used to run from Denver over to Bond, Colorado, about halfway between Grand Junction, Colorado, and Denver, up in the Rocky Mountains.
You outside?
Beautiful country to run through because you got to see country that nobody else ever got to see except the railroaders.
Yeah.
And there were some trestles that were built into the side of the mountain and held on with all kinds of steel support. And you were literally going across a solid rock wall and just that steel holding that heavy train up.
Wow.
Some of those trains, the coal trains, shit, they'd come out of the mine at, oh, hell, between 110 and 120,000 tons.
How long was the train line?
A mile to a mile and a half.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Don't you guys ever sleep?
We only run, I think up here, when I was a kid, I
Not
think
really wrapped up.
my
How
uncle
do you-
Richard said it was about half a mile. It's the longest train, but we're obviously a smaller country.
Yeah. Yeah, ours are pretty common mile and a half is what our trains would be.
Yeah.
So, just about
You-
three.
You guys run twin engines, though, don't you?
What's
What?
that?
What do you
You
got?
guys run twin
No, no, no,
engines.
no, 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 no.
Oh, they'd run, most of the coal trains run 6.
You're gonna hurt
Wow.
yourself.
2 in the front, 2 in the middle, 2 in the back.
Wow.
And on heavier coal trains in the mountains, they'd run 3, 3, and 3.
What?
Because coming down out of the Rocky Mountains into Denver, into Aurora, was a steep, steep climb and a steep descent coming down.
What years were this?
Oh, let's see. I worked there from 2000 to 2005.
Right. I'm just
See
trying
you
to.
later, Colleen. Take care.
I like my
See you
trains, so
later.
I'm just trying to visually imagine what units they were using.
Always storytelling. You
Oh,
know that.
let's see. D70s. Most of those were in the mountains. D60s, D70s. And
Yeah.
I think some later ones were D80s or D82s. So,
Absolute monsters.
oh yeah, yeah. If I remember right, I thought I could be wrong now because it's been a while. But the D70s, I think, put out 12,000 horse each.
What? I seen one of them running off
It's neighbor.
while it was stationary. The engine just started running away, and there's it's on YouTube. There's just as the engine's deteriorating, there's black smoke pluming out with like sparks in it.
Oh,
It's like
if
a
it had
jet
sparks in
afterburner.
it, yeah. Were there sparks coming out of the side of the engine too?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
electric brakes.
No, this was a runaway. It
Oh.
was the engine had got stuck on the throttle wide open,
Oh, geez.
so it was.
Well, they might have set the brakes to begin with, but the engine will override those electric brakes real easy.
Right.
But if they didn't have the air set, and they usually on a coal train, if I had to tie a train down, which is getting out and walking to each car and working the handbrake wheel, till they were tight. And at Rollins, Colorado, if you were had to tie a train down in the siding there, you would have to tie about 100 cars to 105 cars if it was a coal train.
Wow.
Because then you've got 6 engines and you got to tie those down too. And the conductor's got to do all that. So it'd take you a good hour or so to walk that and tie those brakes on every one of those cars. And then you call up on your portable radio and tell the engineer to go ahead and release the air. And if the train started to move, you had to take and tie more brakes. And there were times in the wintertime where I had to tie all the cars down.
What?
So,
Wow.
yeah, and you're doing this in the middle of the dark with
Yeah.
cougars and bears and everything else following you. And they would trail you.
Yeah, I bet it did.
I was on a train one night coming in we left Denver and we were just coming into Bond, Colorado. And they had a smaller yard. Well, it was still a big yard. I mean, you could tie 10 trains down there, but it's a small yard compared to Cheyenne or Denver's. But I called out. I was a conductor on that train that night, and we had a brakeman with us. So he starts walking down to tie the train down. And I happen to look out the window on my side, which is the left side, the port side of the engine. And I look down and I see tracks. So I couldn't see them real good from sitting up so high in the engine. So I got out of the engine, walked out there and shined my flashlight or my torch on there. And I looked down and they're bear tracks.
Oh boy.
So I quick got on the radio and told the brakeman, I said, hey, keep your eyes open. I said, jump on a car quick and climb to the top. He says, why? I said, there's a bear up here. So I said, I don't know if he's trailing you or what. So just be careful. So, but we had a lot of times where we'd get cougars, mountain lions that would follow us, as we're trudging through the snow up there in the mountains.
I often watch some bushcraft videos, and people go off into the Rockies and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, that's crazy, because there was one fella, he had a cougar following them, and he was walking backwards, and he was explaining that you don't turn your back on them when they're coming towards you.
No, you don't.
Because they take that as full pelt coming towards you. He said if you're facing them and they come towards you, they'll do like a pat in the ground towards you. It's unlikely that they'll jump up onto you at that point.
Yeah.
And he was looking around for stones and rocks to throw at it. This thing, it followed him for a good 5-10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And you could see that it meant business.
Yeah, if you move quick, they will attack.
Yeah, same as bears, isn't it?
If you
bears
turn your back, bears are the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we had a woman killed here in Wyoming. Was it last summer? I think it was, or last fall. They were hiking over near Yellowstone, and she was a runner. And I think that was the first mountain lion kill in quite a few years here in Wyoming. But we've got our mountain lion season here runs from January 1st through December 31st. That's the way they put it. That's the way they put it in the books.
Day off.
So it never closes. And you buy the first license will run you about $60.
Yeah.
And each license after that runs like $10 or $20.
Wow.
So most of the time people are they're most time hunting them with dogs.
Yeah. Right.
So,
Right. Do you have
the dogs
pumas
will
over there?
tree 'em.
what's that?
The
Do you have
dogs will
pumas?
tree 'em.
Yeah, there's a man on Discovery Channel, an older fella, and he's got hounds, and that's his job. He goes around to all the farms in his area, and he chases away cougars that are eating the livestock.
Oh,
And
do
that's
you-
what he does. Yeah, he just follows and listens for the howling, and tracks his dogs, and they always chase him up trees.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
A lion will always tree if there's dogs on his tail.
Do you have pumas over there, isn't it?
Yeah. Puma
Yep.
and mountain lion and cougar are the same thing.
Are they? Oh, right, right.
There's more names for them too. Can call them
Oh.
paintbrush or
What's the other one? Catamount.
catamount.
one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got one.
Catamount is real popular.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Quick, get camera up. They've got some beautiful colouring on them, though.
Oh yeah, they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous. I got a wall here in my family room that I wanted to put a pelt on,
Yeah.
but I just never got around to doing it, and I'm too old to be running through the mountains calling cougars in.
Do you know what I nearly bought last year? A Victorian tiger skin.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
You know, like with the it was a Bengal tiger skin. It had the ticket with it and everything. Full
Oh,
skull. So you know, like in movies where you see them on the floor with the skull.
right, right.
It was one of them. I was seriously considering it last January. But the price went up from 3,000 to 8,000.
Ooh,
So there was a lot of people bidding on, but they're mega rare. They
yeah.
have
Well,
to
I
have
don't
documentation.
believe you can even hunt tiger anywhere in the world anymore.
No, it's illegal now. Yeah,
Not
yeah.
legally.
They still
I've been
do, but
watching
it's
a bunch
illegal.
of tiger videos from documentaries all over the world on YouTube.
Hey, I never realized it was so big until I
Oh, they're
went to
huge.
Chester Zoo and I took the kids, and I was stood next to the enclosure, which is like basically a massive glass window, and
Yeah.
it jumped up onto the sill next to me, and it was huge, absolute
Mhm.
monster. I did not know they got that big.
Oh, they are the largest cat in the world.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I love
Yep.
cougars and tigers, Bengal tigers.
When my daughter was about 2 or 3 years old, we were at the Milwaukee Zoo. And we were standing by the glass there watching the tigers. And she had her hands on the glass, and she's looking.
Yeah.
And there was a sparrow that landed. Just a little English house sparrow,
Yeah.
and it landed in the dirt right in front of the window. And that tiger must have been 20 feet away. One jump, he had
Wow.
that sparrow.
Wow. Wow.
So, but yeah, they are huge.
They are.
We've got a couple of safari parks over here in the UK. One I used to go to all the time near Liverpool called Knowsley Safari Park.
Didn't
And
they
they-
just have? I was watching some news program from over there, and I thought they just had a leopard or something get out of one of those safari parks. I forget
don't-
where it was at right
I-
there. So,
I don't know. I know Knowsley Safari Park hasn't got leopards, That might be Longleat, which is like one of the posh estates, and he turned it into a. He's an eccentric lord, and he turned his house and his estate into a safari park.
Huh.
So it might be him. There's a few that we've got up here. There's one in Stirling. That was absolutely rubbish. There's more. There's one up near Aviemore. That's got polar bears in it, amongst other animals.
Yeah, Denver Zoo is pretty good.
Yeah.
Colorado Springs, Cheyenne Mountain Zoo down there is pretty good. That's a hike though, because it's right in the mountains, just on the other side of the Air Force Base down there.
Right.
Where are you going?
But that one's pretty neat. And years ago, when I was a kid, and we lived in Kenosha and go down to Illinois by Chicago, Crystal Lake area is what it was. But we go down and visit my grandparents, and they'd take us to the Brookfield Zoo in Brookfield,
Right.
which is a suburb out of Chicago, and that was a big zoo. And about, let's see, 15 years ago, I think, I was down at the Phoenix Zoo, and the temperature was 120 freaking degrees that day. So,
We at Chester Zoo, the enclosure for the chimps and for the gorillas, the viewing platform, they elevated it so it's a massive glass looking down on them.
oh yeah,
And
yeah.
because the reason that they did it was with chimps and gorillas, if you show your teeth, it's an act of aggression.
Right, right.
So if you imagine a whole load of people all smiling, which is what we do because something gives us joy,
Yeah,
to a chimp, that's a whole load of people baring their teeth, want to kick it out. It was traumatizing. It was actually affecting their behavior. So the enclosure that they built, they actually made the viewing platform up, and it's generally thought as below par. Is that the way? It's poor form, they think, the researchers, to have one where you can actually see them face to face.
yeah. We had here in the States, might have been 5 years ago or so now, and I forget what state it was in, but this woman had raised this chimp from a baby, and it was full grown and getting old.
Just
Well,
the one she was
anyways-
given diazepam to.
I don't remember she was doing that, but
It
she had a
ripped the
friend.
face off her mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. She was giving him. The older it got, when it became sexually mature, it
Right.
became unmanageable. So
Yeah.
she started giving it diazepam in his food, so it sedated him, made him, chill. She didn't give him this one time, and mate pulled up, got out the car, and he wasn't in a good mood to see her. And he basically chewed her face off, chewed her fingers off.
Well, not only that, he ripped her face off.
Yeah,
I mean,
ripped it.
physically just took his hands
yeah.
and ripped her face off.
Wow.
So
That's what they do in the wild, though, isn't it? They go for the face
Yeah.
and for the
Yeah,
hands.
they go for the face and they go for the groin.
yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever
That was
watched
something I
any
learned. They
documentaries?
castrate.
Yeah,
They castrate each other
right.
with aggression. What's that? What's he said?
Hey, love.
Does David think we're
David.
nuts?
No, he said that's an interesting. Well, you heard that. Yeah, he thinks I'm crazy all the times. It doesn't matter.
The proper ball busters, chimpanzees. Ah,
Oh God. Yeah, they're more vicious than gorillas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever
Way
seen the
more.
Fairly easy going compared
Have you
to.
ever seen the documentary about it's called The Killer Troop?
Yes.
It's about a massive, huge amount of chimpanzees and they're not afraid to rip each other to pieces for an
No.
act of dominance.
In fact, in that documentary, there's one chimp that
He looks
gets
He looks it, doesn't he?
ripped to pieces,
Yes,
and they eat him.
yes, yeah. That's the same one I saw. The
Yeah.
thing that caught my eye was the thumbnail picture. That chimp, well, all the grey around it, and that looks aggressive and angry.
Yes, they have been fed. What?
What did David say?
Oh, Monroe wants him to take his phone and put it under the light so he could shine the light all over the place and she can chase it. She just goes nuts for that.
Oh, jeez.
And she'll
Yeah.
harass him in the morning, stand up on his chest and look at him going, and stick her nose out the window as if to say, I see sun.
Uh,
She gets most insistent, which is really sad when there is no sun. And she doesn't understand how it works.
Yeah, so she gets all upset, and if he can't, give him he can't play the light beam thing, she's all upset at him.
You better get your laser out and keep her occupied.
Yeah. Brad says to get your laser out and keep her occupied.
I did. I've got a laser, and it got taken off me because I find it funny to have the kitten chase the laser. And Kieran was sat on the couch.
It is funny when they chase a laser. I
Yeah.
get,
What?
we've had Monroe and Watson both chasing the laser, and Sam in his little home back here chasing it as well.
Oh, this is what I use. I got my little
Yep.
temperature
That's easy
laser
to
here.
direct as it is. I have this machine that does it automatic sitting back here. It's
Because it's 28 degrees on my computer.
have no clue what it is at my computer, because if I took out one of those things right now, I would be pretty much attacked.
Yeah. 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
What are you doing here, little bum? What, you going over here? Gonna lick my arm? Okay. Oh, silly little guy. Keeps on getting upset at his reflection off his home. It's okay. Don't worry, you bum.
The Gila monsters are all still sleeping. And my snake is asleep right now because it's daytime. So
Yep. That's always fun.
Okay, guys, I gotta go.
Okie dokies.
hey, Dougie.
All right.
See you,
Thanks
Doug.
very-
Thanks a lot. It's been great talking with you.
Thanks for the chin bag. It's made a big difference for me.
Good. Good.
All right, guys.
Any-
I'll catch you later.
Anytime,
man.
Dougie.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Take care.
Take care.
Poor Jay. I'm glad he's feeling a little bit better, right?
Yeah,
Where are you going,
definitely.
you little twerp? No.
Definitely.
What? What are you looking for? You're being a little beast. I think you want sunlight.
Well, they were talking about thunderstorms all day today, and damn sun's out. Yeah,
This is
Doug, his name is Doug's Monsters
Yep.
on here usually,
And-
but like I say, he just went through. He lost his
terrific event.
daughter, what, a week or so ago?
Hey, no.
Yeah, about a week ago. So
About a couple days before Arla passed.
right.
This is a Rankin dragon. It is a relative of the Beardy, but grows to about half the size of Beardy, as long as the cat doesn't eat them.
I'm gonna grab another DD.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, he's come on the live long while before, but hasn't been on live for a while. What are you doing, little boy? What are you doing? Let me see. Okay, your boo-boos are healing up. He tries to climb the side of his enclosure and tries to get out the. He knows how, where the doors open, and he tries to climb up there and hurts himself a little dope. Yes, you do. You do. But amusing thing is he usually listens to me. Yeah, snakes are nice too, but I still have two people here who don't want me to have a snake, so no snakes. Boop. Whee. Okay, here, sit on my hand. There we go. Have a nice sit. Oh, Izzy. Well, this little one will get to get a little bigger yet. He's a juvenile now. And he's a sweet little guy, right, Sam? Hey, you're getting a little poofy there. You're getting poofy there. What are you up to? Why are you getting poofy? What are you peeved at? Huh? Their beards do not get black like the. Hey, welcome back, Colleen. Their beards don't get black like a Beardy's does, but they get stripes. I know, you got the other hand. You're okay. You're okay.
He's gotten
You have it.
quite a bit bigger from when you first got him.
Yeah, he's about 56 grams, I think. It was that he came up as. So, gerbil that got its back leg stuck in 2 bars of its cage tore down to the. Pried the bars apart to free it. Lived several years after that, even on a leg. Yeah, as long as they heal up okay, they're usually quite fine. Still ran on its wheel and everything.
Gerbils kind of look like the kangaroo rats that we've got around here.
Yeah.
Pack rats, kangaroo rats, same thing, but.
Yep.
And we got tons of those.
Never had luck with gerbils. Gerbils never liked me. Yeah. But guinea pigs and hamsters, no problem whatsoever. I was teasing with Dorothy. We went to get uh, crickets last week, and no, not last week, a couple weeks ago. Anyway, we were looking at the animals there, and they had robo hamsters,
What
which
the heck?
are robo hamsters. They're just named after someone called Robo something.
RoboCop.
No, not named after RoboCop, but cute. They are tiny, tiny, tiny little hamsters.
Oh, okay.
I'm like,
E-Reptile says they're like a dwarf hamster.
oh yeah, the Robo hamsters are tiny, tiny, tiny hamsters. They hardly get bigger than a puff of cat fur. That's about it. They're just so tiny and so freaking cute.
Zed says Dr. Robotnik from Sonic.
Yeah, maybe. They're fun. What? What did you hear? Something got his attention. And now my hand is gonna die. Ah! Yeah, he's not worried. He knows I won't let him fall. Smart ass.
I wish I could hold my Gilas like that, but their claws tear you up so bad.
Yeah. I still have to clip a few of his little claws, but I accidentally clipped one of his claws a little bit too short, so he's
You-
not.
You quicked him.
I quicked him.
You
He
quicked him.
was not happy at me quicking him.
Yeah.
What do you see? What? What?
Of all reptiles, Zed?
I'd love to have reptile, but the missus is petrified of them. Oh, get a cresty. Those are the most cutest little soft creatures you can get in the reptile family.
The only thing bad about the Cresties is they lose their tails.
Yeah, if they get scared or whatsoever.
Yeah, but I've seen very, very few Cresties with tails.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes
Lizzie
they just
still
drop
has a
them
tail.
automatically. Somebody I was watching lost one of their Cresties lost its tail. I think it was last week, and all it did was just move around in the cage.
Oh man. Up here are
Yeah, even leopard geckos. Their tails don't come off as easy.
Never know. Yeah, leopard geckos don't have them fall off so
Yeah,
much. But
I used to
our
raise.
Lizzie still has hers, but Rascal doesn't have hers.
It's a common thing, Zed, for them to lose their tails. That's how they get away from critters in the wild.
She'd have a heart attack if it dropped its tail. Eh, David almost had a heart attack when Rascal dropped hers.
Oh, really?
Oh, he didn't realize that the tail would fall off because Pumaraz had scared the crud out of her.
Oh,
Went right through the top of her cage and was inside her cage. So she got out and was climbing on the wall up back here, and we thought that that Puma had eaten her or something, right? But Nope, she got out and she was getting to the door and in towards going into the door frame.
Ah,
And David caught her and brought her down, and her tail fell off and was flipping all over the place. And
Oh,
he
yeah.
and Gordon were like, ah, the tail fell off.
not a big deal.
Man, they were just, they free. It was, I mean, I don't blame them. It's kind of freaky when the tail does fall off, but yeah.
Hey, Zed, I'll tell you a little story about African grays when I lived in Fort Collins, Colorado. I was looking through, this is, back way early 90s, about 92, 93. I was looking through the paper one weekend and I happened to see an African gray parrot in there and it said free with cages. And I thought, nah, that can't be right. They're expensive as hell. So just for the hell of it, I waited all day and I called the number for the bird. And a woman answers the phone and she says, you're the first one. I've had this ad in there for a week and you're the first person that's called. And I said, well, when you say African gray parrot free with cages, people think you're full of shit and think it's a scam or something. And she says, well, it's not a scam, so you can come pick it up. And I said, wait a minute. I said, I didn't say I was going to take it. I said, I was just calling and trying to find out about this ad. And she says, well, it was my ex-husband's. The bird does not like me. It liked her ex-husband. And she says it's about 2, maybe 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And she says it's got a cage that's about 6 foot tall and about 4 feet square. And I was like, holy shit. She says, yeah, that cage alone was $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, then there's a smaller cage and a big perch for it to walk around on outside the cage.
Wow.
And she says, if you want it, she says, the bird loves men, but she says, that thing will tear me up. She says, if you want to come and get it, you're the first one that's called in a week. She says, it's yours. She says, I said, wait a minute. I said, what about your ex-husband? She says, I got this in the divorce. And she says, it does not like me and it doesn't like any women. So she says, it's yours. And I said, I really can't take on a African gray. I says, you've got to, with a parrot like that or a macaw, you've got to spend your whole life devoted to that bird. And that bird is devoted to you and you only.
Are you
So she says, well, do you want it? I said, I think I'm going to pass. So, and she says, well, if you know anybody that's looking for one, she says, if you got friends anywhere, I said, well, I'll call a couple of my friends down in Denver and let them know. So I called a couple of guys down there and I told them, I said, she wants me to come and get it tonight. So I said, it's yours. If you want it, just call her. I said, tell her I said to call. I said, she knows me by name now. So I said, just tell her Brad told you to call if you want it. So the 3 guys that I called waited about a week or so. And then they finally called. Well, it's long gone by then, you know. But yeah, damn, I don't know what does an African gray go for over there in the UK, Zed?
So they never got it.
Oh shit.
Oh, 1K. Nice. You having fun? Yeah,
That's
he's
what the
having
parrot
fun.
said. Did you catch that, Sherry?
Yep, I got it. No, Sam was eating my hair. doesn't sound good rubbing against his little itty bitty scales. And I know he doesn't like those cords. But he's a good little guy. He just sits right there. For the most part. Sometimes he gets excited and thinks, hey, there's another dragon here somewhere. Let's try to find it.
I took a little bit out the other day and put him down the driveway to get a little exercise and sunshine. But he don't sit still. He's got to move around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if I let him once he gets into his little modes, he'll go. Jump!
Oh, Zed.
But he's been having a great time scaring the heck out of freaking the heck out of poor Monroe. But Monroe's figured out once again that he's just a little lizard on my shoulder, so going for his tail again. It's like, you two.
Which live was that? Was that the one the other night with Solo and Brave? I saw it and listened to the whole thing, E. Yeah. Yeah, I did everything I could to stay out of there because I didn't want to get in on that deal. Morbid took my place that night.
Yeah, Morbid was just ah.
Yeah.
I wasn't even watching what he was saying. It's like,
So I gotta thank Morbid next time I see him.
yeah, he really went offside of that Brave's head. I mean, it was like very, very rude, and he's got to learn sometime that that's not good, and he needs to do something called apologize.
Yes, most definitely. You better get down on his hands and knees and beg forgiveness.
He won't do that though.
Well, I know he won't, but doesn't have any social skills.
None whatsoever. It's what's part no.
Oh shit. Good one, Zed. Good one. Oh shit.
I have no idea what Puma is doing. It's probably something with his books. I just hear back there, Puma! Yeah. Yeah, when I mentioned Asperger's, that's when it's like, what? It's like, yeah, he's got that. So
Didn't he say he's got something else too?
yeah, he has a couple of different issues. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what they are because he isn't extremely open about it.
No, but he did say one other name the other night.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it. And I was kind of autism, maybe,
Yeah,
Maybe.
it might have been.
but
Yeah, I know he's got a bit of autism because when he got nervous the other night,
he started
when he
to
started
stammer.
stuttering and stuff, and
Yeah.
his one hand was going like this.
and that smile he had wasn't because he was trying to smile or be
Right,
smart
right.
alecky. It's just that's how he reacts. It's not
I
trying
hope
to be anything.
I hope that Patty got to see some of that afterwards.
Oh,
Hope
she
she
watched most of it.
okay. Because
She
then she kind of knows that he's got some other things going on
oh,
there.
she
and
knew
what-
that beforehand. He had
Okay.
talked with her about it.
Okay.
So she's not blind to what exactly he's got or anything. It still hurt.
Yeah.
She understands about what's up with him and everything, but it still hurt and it still bothered her.
Yeah, Zed,
Yeah,
that's true because he could not keep eye contact with anybody.
And no, he isn't. Yeah. Plus, I mean, it's not long ago that that Solo said to him that she's got another guy anyway. So, I mean, he possibly did have a little bit of a
Oh, you could tell it. You could tell.
yeah.
You could definitely tell. He was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And you could see it in him and his actions and everything else that he was saying. So
Yep.
that is true, Zed.
Yeah. Exactly. It's and I certainly the hell didn't expect that. It's like, what the frick are kid, come on.
Well, it shocked the shit out of me when he said it. And I'm sitting
Yeah,
here,
it's like
I was doing other things here in the background. I was like, what the hell? And believe me, I almost got on there. I almost came in, Sherry. But I said, no, I'm going to let Morbid handle this one tonight.
oh yeah, Marvin takes on right away. He's
Yeah.
good at, and he was saying, Sherry knows me. She knows I'm an asshole. And I said, yeah, he's an arsehole.
But he's a good arsehole.
And yeah, he is. But it's like, he's not coming on. Why? Because he's an arsehole.
Yes, Zed.
Yeah. Morbid's fun.
He's a good guy, really.
But I was having too much. He just could not figure out that I knew what a bush was.
And he kept on with the dick stuff. And I'm like, I was going to come on and tell him to shut the hell up.
It's like, okay, we don't need to know about that. Thank you very much, but
Ugh.
little too much. So
He's definitely different.
it definitely is. I mean, he's a nice enough guy and everything. He's just a little.
Well,
lost sometimes.
that's like that night that Kim was on.
Oh my God.
And somebody said she misunderstood what everyone was talking about. She's got some problems too, and I was trying to be nice about saying stuff, and I didn't want, while she was on there, I didn't want to come out and say, hey, this woman has some problems that are in her head.
Mm-hmm.
And she did not understand what you guys were saying.
Yep.
Which she didn't.
No.
She didn't have a clue. But
It made for a funny life. Whoa,
oh yeah,
little cougar. What are you
it
doing?
did. That it did.
You twerp. What are you trying to do? Kill yourself? You fell right on the floor. Near the wheel.
He said, I heard you guys talking about all kinds of things tonight. So he said, I thought I'd try it.
Yeah. It was an interesting live, and then when Justin came,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you're
He
causing
couldn't,
trouble.
he
It's like
couldn't have timed that any better.
he think for quite a while. He
I'm
does that.
sure he was. I'm sure he was.
He does have a tendency of watching
Take
over
care,
me.
Colleen.
Take care, Colleen. See you later. Have fun in the gardens.
Garden, all I can grow is weeds and sage. And I got to keep that mowed. I got to mow again. I was hoping it'd rain today so I can get the rest of the stuff mowed down around here and do the neighbor's place again
Hmm.
because of fire danger. But
Uh,
maybe it'll rain this afternoon.
yeah, our uh, uh, lawnmower needs a part and have to wait for that to come in.
Well, I remember that Jeff told me that before anybody uses his new riding lawnmower, because he got his about 6 months after I got mine.
Oh yeah.
And he told me before he passed, he said, make sure they get that serviced, do the service on it before they run it again. Because it's got 50 hours on it now. So I thought, I just took it for granted because the son-in-law, the ex-son-in-law, and the son were there when we had that meeting. So I
Right.
thought they'd take care of it.
Apparently not, huh?
No. But so I did a complete service on it. I pulled the deck out, and my other friend, before he left for Minnesota, had put the new blades on it, but all he did was put them on. He did not check to see if it worked. And I called him. I says, hey, when you put those blades on, did you check to see if it worked afterwards? He said, no, nobody knew how to run it. And I said, why didn't you call me? So I kind of jumped on him a little bit about not calling me, because when he's got problems with any of his equipment, first one he calls is me. So I had to pull the deck out, chisel all the hardened grass out from underneath it so the blades would turn. So I cleaned it out completely, put it all back together, readjusted everything, changed the oil, greased it, washed it, the whole shot, blew out the air filter. And I told Cease, I says, yeah, I said, you can call Marlena and tell her the lawnmower's ready to go. So
Yeah, ours is ready to go already. It's ready to go to.
well, I've only mowed once this summer. I'll get the taller dry shit down if it rains.
Well, David's mowed a few times, but don't have to worry about getting any complaints right now about not mowing anymore.
Well, hell, our places look like the rest of the prairie. So
Yeah. Well, Arla loved her dearly and everything, but she would really get um wound up about having the lawn done and having everything a certain way and everything out there. We might get kicked out if it's not perfect. It's like, really?
holy shit.
Wow, your family fucked you up real good. mowed half the yard and shouldn't be doing it with a whole.
No, not with your foot the way it is. You haven't got anybody else that can help you?
I'm gonna go down there and kick you in the arse. Yeah, OCD. Yeah, she did have OCD. Her stupid hair. um Arla's father was very abusive, so if they didn't do things right and right then and there, perfect, they got badly injured, and didn't matter who, right? So Arla would get a little bit bouncy whenever it come to cleaning up something or doing lawn or anything, and it's like, okay, cool, calm, okay, get some air in there. They're not going to do anything if the lawn is not completely done. We need to do something here to get it going.
Oh boy.
Easy, girl. Easy.
I think I had a lawn in the front the first year I lived here. And it's been drier every year since. So
Mhm.
the one neighbor was telling me his water bill has been running him because he waters the piss out of his. And he's got an automatic sprinkler system he put in.
Yep.
And their water bill runs them, what did he say the other day? About $2,000 a month.
Yep.
Yeah, Zed, I know that one. I came from an abusive family.
mhm.
My father was extremely abusive. So we were never very close.
Try not to use the heel.
Bam.
Try not to use the heel, but I'll go sit on a riding mower for however long. I'm not using the heel, I'm using my toes. You're hilarious. What the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck, Zedman? I think it's this bit about abuse here that he's not catching too well.
Yeah.
But, the beatings are normal. Yeah.
Well, a whip with a belt or something or a stick, that's one thing. Being beat up and hit once and fly across the room, that's not fun.
Another. Yeah. Oh, the water bill. Yeah.
Oh, my other neighbor, the one that's up in Minnesota right now, last year or the year before, he had 1 month of water bill that was over $6,000 for 1 month.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
And I asked him, I said, what the hell did you do? And he said, well, I wasn't paying attention enough. And he said, my one watering system on the line in the back, he said, it ran 24 hours a day, for like a month and a half. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, it's like when my mom was still in Sault Ste. Marie and alive. She had this really big bill, and she couldn't figure out why. And I was talking with her, going, "Okay, so how could have this happened that you had this big bill?" She says, "I don't know. I mean, water bill's usually a regular. Water and electricity is usually regular, but." I said, "Well, what happened before this to what's been new?" She says, "I don't know, nothing really, except we got that hot tub that's on all the time." Yeah, they had just gotten a hot tub a couple months beforehand, and they just left it on
Oh,
all the
shit.
time. It's like, oh, mom.
Zid, my electricity bill runs me about 60 to 65 bucks every month year round. 'Cause I'm here alone, so I don't use any electricity hardly, unless I'm out in my shop or just for the reptiles.
We usually get between 100 and 200 at least.
Oh,
Because, I mean, we have 4 people,
right.
at 5, but 4 people here, that takes up a fair amount of water, a fair amount of electricity. So, that's another thing. He was turning off all the lights all the time.
Well, I don't keep many lights on in my house, maybe 1 or 2,
Yeah,
and that's it.
but with us, there's so many of us want to turn the light on and leave it on, and the other turn it off or whatever. And I was like, "Your lights are on. What is this?" It's like,
Yeah, my bill's the same every month, about 60 to 65.
that's not
But
bad.
yeah, I turn my heat on the reptiles down in the wintertime, usually first week of December through till beginning of March.
Yeah.
So and then their cages stay about 60 to 65 in the winter so that they go in the brumation. And my snake, I just keep her in the wintertime. I keep her as low as 55. So, but
Yeah, reptile
the basement stays warmer than that. So,
yeah. The electricity usually isn't that much with the with reptile keeping. Depends on how many reptiles you have, though, and what kind. I mean, some are more heat hungry creatures than others. Usually not bad, though.
yeah.
Especially the little ones. Maybe I should take a quick peek at my Instagram, see what's going on there. See
I
if
just got a
Natalie-
message. I wanted to see what that was, but nothing.
Michaela sent me a message.
How's she doing? I haven't seen anything out of her for a while.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's cold here too,
Michaela.
Jed.
Michaela sent me a voice message, and it started out with, "You two have done it again."
Ah, shit.
Yes, Michaela, you let me get on live alone. You should know better.
Well, we had company all night.
But first you'll have to unlock your device.
What'd she say?
That's my phone saying, "All right, but first you have to unlock your device." The phone always says,
Is that,
I
it
have done
depends
one.
on the type of monitor or the type of snake?
Yep. Okay. Let's see what exactly she said. Because I just listened to the start and started laughing. Ah, okay.
Over 8,000 views. When I went to bed, YouTube done did it again. Again, I had a video last night that hit over 8,000 views. When I went to bed, I had like 400 something likes. When I woke up, I had like 200 likes. I'm fucking smashed.
Okay, what did she say?
Something about you two done did again. And she started out with, what is it exactly? Try this again.
YouTube done did it again.
You two done did it again.
Again, I had a video last night that hit over 8,000 views.
I had a video last night. It hit over 8,000 views.
Nice, nice. Congrats.
Likes, and I woke up, I had like 200 likes.
And then when she woke up, she had something like 200 likes.
YouTube done did it again.
Oh,
I
YouTube.
had a video last night that hit over 8,000 views. When I went to bed, I had like 400 something likes. When I woke up, I had like 200 likes.
Oh, okay.
How many likes did it have when she went to bed?
400, and when she woke up, it had 200.
What the hell?
Is what the hell?
That's okay, E, but we don't have Gila monsters up here. So I gotta spend the money, buy the Gila monsters legally, get all the paperwork, the CITES permit.
Yep. There shouldn't be any coyotes out now. Top video is like 650. Short is over 11K.
Nice, nice.
And what she said was actually YouTube done did it again, not
Yeah.
YouTube. So it's just. But I'm not unused to her saying stuff like YouTube done did it again.
Yeah. Oh shit.
So one day I got a message going, I leave you alone for 5 minutes.
Oh shit.
And I get all these all these messages asking what the hell. No one sends me the messages when people think something crazy has happened. They send it to her.
Yeah, Zed over here, every state is different. Every town is different, or city, or township, or county. They got so many different laws over here, it's unreal. So you got to know where you live, what the laws are.
Yep. And hope the laws don't change.
Yeah, well, Florida, unfortunately, it looks like they're going to lose all their reptile rights. So
there are some that can grandfather, apparently.
well,
but for the most part, they
they're
want to
talking-
kill them all.
Yeah. That one guy that's head of the Florida Fish and Game said he's had enough. He wants everything banned.
Fuckhead. Yeah, well, wait till they start getting after. Oh, they've already gone after birds and mammals
Yeah,
there
yeah.
and fish. So, yeah.
Yeah, we got state, we got federal, we got town, we got city, we got townships, county, all kinds of goofy ass shit over here. So fortunately, some of the states are still pretty good, like Wyoming, Pennsylvania,
Texas.
Oklahoma, Texas, Texas for the most part. You can't keep alligators in Texas. Of course, in Arizona, where Gila monsters are most prevalent, you can't keep Gila monsters in Arizona. But there are a couple of so-called sanctuaries in Arizona that have quite a few Gila monsters that they claim they can't release in the wild. Yeah, New Mexico's pretty good.
Apparently Oklahoma, or did you say Oklahoma?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I said Oklahoma.
Georgia is it? Also isn't bad.
Georgia, you can only keep native reptiles.
Ah.
You cannot keep exotics, which is anything outside of the state. So
Yeah.
that's like Venom. The only thing he can keep is his native stuff. So he's got his prairie rattler and a couple other things there, but it's all native to the state of Georgia. And like in Pennsylvania, they cannot keep got cane breaks, or what's the other name of them? Timber rattlers, which is the same thing, depending on area, but they're still the same snake.
Yeah.
But they can't keep those in Pennsylvania. And timber rattlers or cane breaks are all over the place.
So much. Okay, my eyes are starting to close on me here. I wonder why.
Yeah,
so-
we don't have any monitors here. All we've got is poisonous or venomous, excuse me, Gila monsters and beaded lizards.
Yep. And they don't care. Yeah. Okie dokes, Brad. It's been a great time as per usual, but
Yeah,
since
we had a
I'm
good
going
time
to
tonight.
fall asleep,
Yeah,
you get to see little keypads pressed into my forehead if I go to my
David's going to come home later and say, "What the heck happened to your head?" Oh, I see. You got keyboard impression there.
Exactly. Camping in the States probably end up knowing my luck.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
just always shake out your boots.
Yeah. Dave Kaufman just did the ball python movie.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just did it. He released it. Oh, was it about a week ago now? Maybe. So, but it's been all over YouTube. So I watched.
Yeah,
it
I
as
knew
soon
he
as
was
it-
going
soon as
to
it
or
came
was
out.
doing that.
Yeah, but he did that in three of the West Coast countries. What was it? I'm probably saying it wrong. Tioga or something. Benin. And shit, I forgot the other one. But if you get a chance, watch it. Dave Kaufman.
Yep. Oh yeah, I watch him every now and again. It's like when I'm saying to David before, "Yep, my kind of person." He's what? Going to a campground to feed food to monitors.
Oh, hell yeah.
It was
You
lovely
too,
talking
Zed.
to you too, Zed. Thank you for coming on and chatting with us.
Don't be a stranger. We enjoyed having you.
Offending? Nope, nope, no offense. If you offend me, I will tell you.
I'll vouch for that. I saw it live the other night.
Women are going to punch you in the head.
Yeah. And you must have told him that 100 times, and I don't think he still caught on.
He didn't catch on. Just
No.
like he didn't catch on, I knew I knew what a bush was. It's like, it's not like I wasn't saying things like beaver and
Yeah.
whatever too. It's like, do you
Yeah,
know what it is? Yes, I know what it is. It was one of your presidents. Direct and very opinionated. We don't know anyone like that, do we, Brad?
Nobody.
None.
No.
Nope.
Well, we know one person now.
Well, he just said he was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the only person we know because we're not like that.
No, never. Never.
Not a bit.
Mm-mm.
We're
Okay.
also kind of full of shit.
There's a lot of Okay. I'm ready for sleep.
I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm going to stay up for a little while.
Maybe have something to drink and go to sleep.
Yeah.
And probably take Puppy out for his walk, or just let Dorothy do it. There goes you now.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I already cracked the garage door open so Target can go in and out as he wants, and that's all set. So
Yeah, power naps. We all
Yeah.
need power naps.
might take maybe 2 of those today. Yeah, we
Sleeping
kind
during
of
the day is-
do have it backwards.
I do love the morning sun up deal. It's just I go to sleep after.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Beautiful sunrise.
Well, the 5 years working for the railroad kind of screwed up my days and nights. So
I've just always been a night owl. I mean, even when I was little,
well, I always have to an extent, but that really put the
that would
kibosh
really
on it
mess you up bad for.
because you never knew when you were going to work or when you were coming home.
Okay, before you go. Okay, Zed, what about before we go? And yes, we are vampires. Can't you tell by my skin? Dang, I should stand in front of Benji's fridge. There we go.
Not so much in Cheyenne, but about 100 miles west of Casper is the Wind River Reservation. Then I can go about 200 miles, maybe 300. To the east is the Lakota Sioux, Pine Ridge and Rosebud and all that.
Oh yeah, we have native reserves up in Canada as well.
Yeah. Canada's got a lot of reservations up there.
Yep.
We've got the Crow Reservation just north of me, about 2 hours up in Montana, where they took care of that blonde-headed squirrel. What the hell is his name? Oh, Custer. Yeah. Where they taught that squirrel a lesson. So, and we got the, let's see, Arapaho and oh damn, I can't forget the other tribe that's just west of me, about an hour and a half. So
let's see. I think we have. I don't remember what we have here, but at Sioux there's at least 3 or more reserves.
yeah,
I think there's
the Cheyenne Indians are over in
yeah.
South Dakota and North Dakota, mostly South Dakota, but
Yeah.
over in North Dakota. And then you get over into Wisconsin and Minnesota, and you got a bunch more over there. In Wisconsin, we had the Menominee, the Ojibwa.
Yeah, Ojibwe.
Yeah,
Ojibwa.
the
Menominee.
Ojibwe. What else were there? God,
Mohican.
the Oneidas. But you got Oneidas in Canada too, so
Yeah. We tend to have split some between Canada and the U.S.
Yeah.
But
and let's see, we got Pawnee. The Shawnee are farther east. Let's see what else. God.
Blackfoot. I think.
Yeah, Blackfoot.
Uh,
I think Flathead and Blackfoot are in Montana. Let's see.
There's so many.
There's tons of them.
Yeah. And they're all over the place, and us white people have, abused them a lot.
Oh yeah. Navajo's down in Arizona, New Mexico, which is the largest reservation in the U.S. Yes, they do have their own laws on the reservations. If you want to watch some videos, there's some videos of the Navajo down in Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Colorado, Utah. The Navajo reservation is very interesting. Not the others aren't, but that one is extremely interesting. And they have what the heck were the ones that over in Utah and Colorado that had their homes in the mountains built into the side of the mountain. They actually carved out the mountain to make their houses.
Neat.
Starts with a P, and I can't remember what it is. I want to say Paiute, but I don't think it's Paiute.
No.
Yeah, on the reservations, they have their own laws and their own cops.
Don't peeve them off.
Yeah.
And don't try to get into one of their secret events or their
Their
ceremonial religious events.
Yeah.
Unless someone asks you if you would like to.
Invited. That's where, like in Wyoming, I don't know if you've ever heard of Devil's Tower. That is one of their most sacred areas in the States.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't
Devil's
play around.
Tower. Yeah, that's up by Newcastle, Wyoming. And you can hike all the way around Devil's Tower, and I
Not-
know there's people that climb it, and I know the Native Americans are having a fit about that. So
Yeah. They're normal people like anyone, anyone or anywhere else. It's just that they do have their ceremonies, which are just for their culture and their people, because they're it's theirs. They just
yeah, yeah,
it's like when there used to be and probably still are men clubs or whatever. Little women things. Guys don't go there or women don't go there, whatever. Um, yeah, yeah. Get a friend who's in the reserve first,
yeah.
because I
And
have a
they
friend
don't-
who would probably take me, but
most of the big thing around most of the reservations is sweat lodges, and they very seldom ever invite anyone outside the Native American community into a sweat lodge.
Yeah.
If you
especially
ever do, yeah,
like people like me.
if you do get invited, that is an extremely high honor.
Hmm.
So
Amish mafia really exist.
I don't know if it
Amish
really
exist.
does. The Amish are very secretive.
Yeah.
You only see what they want you to see. So I would say there probably is such a thing, or thereabouts such a thing, but
Can't prove it. Not
yeah,
gonna try.
yeah,
They do have pitchforks.
yeah. Big pitchforks.
Yes. The ones that
But
make you
the Amish are very nice people.
Hmm.
They will, if you have a connection there, they may let you deeper into their community, but generally they're getting better about some things, like they will ride in a vehicle, but they will not drive one.
North America and South America are huge.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you want
Canada, we can rattle a lot of countries.
yeah. Canada's got
It's
Hudson
huge.
Bay.
Yes, we do.
They have Hudson
Very
Bay.
nicely.
Yeah. And
crushed out
what's the
area.
name of the town on the south end of the bay?
The South End, Hudson.
Oh no, what's the name of that town? It's famous for the polar bears.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't remember.
Ah,
I just
damn.
know that it's what the Canadian Shield ripped out when the Ice Age.
Yeah.
Uh,
What the heck is the name of that town that sits on the south side of the southwest side of the bay?
southwest. Okay,
Yeah.
let's look up
From
Hudson
the
Bay.
southern part to the south to the western part of the bay is polar bear country.
Yeah, you don't go near that.
Well, you can go there and watch some of the videos on documentaries on YouTube about Hudson Bay and that area up there. I can't remember the name of that damn town. It's famous. Shit.
looking for.
You can go there in the wintertime and take a tour on one of the buses, the Tundra
James Bay?
buses. Which one?
James Bay, but that's not a city.
No.
But it would be by James Bay, I would suppose. I like this one. Isole Belcher. It looks like Belcher. Might be Belcher, actually.
I think Belcher was one of the towns. I think that's the one on the west side.
Yeah, on the east side, it would be. It would definitely be Quebec. Damn, that's not getting any bigger for me to actually see words.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, come on. I
Yeah, but
see.
you can actually go out on tours of the tundra up there, and the polar bears come right up to the tundra buses.
Don't put your hand out of the bus.
Never, never.
Okay, there's Moosonee, Moose Factory. Moose Factory. Fort Albany. Waskaganish. East Main. Attawapiskat. Kashichwan.
That sounds like stuff over towards the east.
East and west. They have quite a few interesting names.
Well, they're all Indian names, so
Oh, I mean, Moose Factory is interesting.
yeah.
Is that where your moose come from? Yes, it comes out.
Yeah.
Yes, Canadians have a moose factory.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we make all our moosies. That's why they're so damn big.
Another animal that you do not want to cross.
Oh no, never cross these guys.
I saw videos of one moose turning over a school bus.
Mm-hmm.
Just tipped it right over.
No problem. Just boop.
And we're not talking about the little bus.
Nope. The big bus.
Yeah.
Charlton?
Gosh dang it. I might have to look it up now.
Yeah, because I'm looking here and there's a whole bunch of names, but I don't know which one it would be. Charlton sounds about right, but there's a lot of. Ooh, Diamond. Yep, easy name.
Let's see here.
Fort Albany. But
Why did they make this print so small?
to annoyance. Go back to see more maps of Hudson Bay. Okie dokies. Hudson Bay location on Canada map. That guy's really got me. Canada. Now I'm saying it all the time. Oh, here's a map. Here's a map. Okay, there's James Bay. Okay. Oh, come on. Get larger. Get larger. Okay. Moosonee? Churchill.
No, Churchill.
Yes. Yes, Churchill.
It just came to me all of a sudden when I was trying to look for it, and it just popped into my head.
Yeah, Churchill has been known to have them around. And, yeah. And they are actually, the polar bears are, they're mating with grizzly bears now again.
Yes.
So
And they've proven that now, so.
Yes, yes, they've proven it. Fully grown deer, and it was huge. Ran across while you were driving. Yeah, not unusual. Oh
If
yeah,
it
they
was,
get
if it
there.
was really huge, it was probably an elk or a moose.
Probably an
Yeah.
elk because
Yeah.
moose, they're just
Moose are huge, and moose have the paddle style antlers.
ran across while you're driving.
If they're just great big antlers, 5 to 6 foot, that's an elk. The paddle style that come off the sides of the heads are moose.
And they have those lovely little beards.
Yeah, moose have beards.
Majestic looking. Oh yeah, they're majestic looking, all right.
Oh yeah.
I've seen them cripes, it was no more than about 100 feet or so away from me at the cottage. One with a calf. And our dogs decided to go play with them. Dumb
Oops.
dogs. Oh well. The one dog got a kick and the other, and then they decided, okay, that's not a fun game.
Yeah, both elk and moose are definitely bigger than your golf cart.
Yeah. Much bigger. And you don't hear them coming either.
Nope. It's surprising how they can crash through the woods and you do not hear them. Probably a
like a
moose, and it was like, well, elk are pretty big body size. Like I say, it's got to be with the look it up on Google, and it'll show pictures of elk and moose there. We've got elk and moose here.
Yeah. We got them out here.
In fact, we had a moose in the place I used to work at one day. How it got in there, nobody knows. The gate must have been open and it came in. But
in the UK.
Fish and Game came out and darted it and took it away. Oh yeah, they breed dummies at Yellowstone. They call them tourists.
And it's the same as Elk Island.
Yeah.
We have had to yell at people taking their going to pet a great big bison, male bison, not just a bison, a male.
We just
full
had
grown
somebody,
while they're holding a baby.
yeah. We just had somebody gored over in Yellowstone. What was it, last week? I think it was. It was all over the internet.
Yeah, he's mentioning about the dummies at Yellowstone getting gored.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, they're completely
Glossy
stupid.
brown. Well, let's go for.
Those are all elk that
Yeah.
that Sherry's showing there right now.
Let's show the moosey.
Yeah. There's moose. Although in Europe, they do call those elk.
Which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
They don't look like an elk.
We got over there in Europe, though, they've got those big red stags.
Oh, a pair of twins.
Yep,
That's
Colleen, moose on a loose.
Moosey. Could have been. There's white-tailed out there.
Yeah, we got whitetails and mule deer here. I get
Yep,
those around
same
my
here.
house. My house is swarmed by those damn things.
We get mostly mule deer out here, but the whitetail in Ontario is they're um, quite regular in Ontario. But the mule deer are more regular to see out here in Alberta.
Yeah, and see, we've got both of them here.
Yeah.
So because I live close to the river, there's a lot of whitetail. In fact, I got probably about equal numbers of whitetail and muleys.
Not surprised. When we were at Elk Island, not Elk Island, we went to Jasper Park. Anyway, we got up in the morning, we're sitting at the table, and about 60 mule deers were being escorted past us. It's like, didn't hear them. And they were so silent that they walked right on past our neighbor's dog, the people camping beside us, right past their dog, and the dog didn't even notice them until one almost stepped on him. Wow.
This is a whitetail head.
No, these are mules.
No, the one I got in my hand.
Oh,
That's a 10-point whitetail.
yep.
That came from here. Yeah, let's see. And when we were up shed hunting 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I found a set. These are elk. And I found the right and the left, about 100 yards apart.
They're huge. And believe me, it's dangerous. I mean, the herbivores, like the deer and the elk and the moose, they're pretty much, yeah, they can kill you just as easily as a bear.
There is a video on YouTube of a guy getting killed by his pet white-tailed deer.
Oh, man. Yeah, and whitetail usually are not all that aggressive either.
No. But,
Unless you peeve them off and push them around, then they're aggressive.
well, he'd raised this thing from a fawn.
Yeah.
But, and as the story goes, to my understanding, you have to find the video and watch it, but he was dressed in his Santa Claus suit.
Uh-oh.
And I don't know if he was feeding it, but it was during the rut. And the rut is when the does are in season and the buck deer want to get a little piece of the action.
Decided he was action.
Yeah, it's kind of gruesome.
Mm.
But that thing literally killed him. And I don't remember if that was in Wisconsin or Minnesota or where it was. I think it was one of those two states.
Yep, we have bison as well.
Yeah, you can find the sheds. A lot of people, in fact, that's what my neighbor does, is he'll go out in March, the end of March, beginning of April and look for sheds. And I went with him a few times, and I happened to find that one set I got. But I did find some other ones that are just not sets.
Yeah.
And my buddy had a quarter of his garage filled with sheds. And he took them to someplace around here. I think he got over $3,500 for all of them.
Not bad.
But there's guys that are really hardcore into it, up around Yellowstone area and stuff, other parts of the state, where there's one guy, he paid for a new four-wheeler. I saw his videos. And I know other guys have paid for pickups, brand new. So they're out there if you want to get out and look.
Yeah.
The best way is by horseback, but
You can't always go horseback.
yeah,
Hey, Monroe.
that's the easiest way to find the sheds is on horseback. Yeah, I don't hunt for sport or for sport because you can't eat antlers. So
Nope.
yeah, there's all kinds of places here. Wyoming, it's a big business for guides. If you're not a Wyoming resident, you have to have a guide anywhere in the state. So if you're going for deer, elk, or moose, or bighorn sheep, or goats, mountain goats out in Snowies. So, or in the Tetons, the Grand Tetons, you have to have, and you got to get a permit. So you got to apply for the license, and they do it on a lottery system. So, moose, I think they only give out 10 a year. And goats and mountain goat and bighorn sheep, those are on a lottery system too. So, but if you don't get it 1 year, you get a point. So each year, your chance gets better as you save your points from year to year. Most people, it takes 10 to 20 years to get enough points to where they can get a license automatically. But you can get it even as a non-resident, and the licenses are not cheap, so.
David.
What?
Should I take the bus today?
Yeah, I have to.
I told you, E, they're called tourists. That is the biggest joke going in most of the Western states.
Yep. Remember
People
honey
want-
popcorn chicken?
Wanting to get out and pet the pretty
For your dad.
bison
Chicken.
or
For your
the elk
Yeah.
or that cute little grizzly bear that weighs 2,000 pounds.
Oh, we saw that too. People like that far away from. Well, you can't.
Well,
really
you
see
got
it,
all these bicyclists that get on their mountain bikes and want to ride all these trails through the mountains or jog. And nothing a bear.
and have on the earphones.
Yeah, you got to have earphones on. Shit, you can't jog in the
Yeah.
woods without earphones.
You have to have the earphones because
Yeah.
you are not allowed to hear anything that's coming around.
We had one woman killed by a mountain lion last year here in Wyoming that was jogging with her headphones on.
Yep. There was someone in Sault Ste. Marie who was jogging with their headphones on, and he luckily looked back and noticed this bear just plodding around going towards him. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, even black bears are not something to mess with. And this
Black
year
bears are nuts.
we've had quite a few black bear in Casper.
Oh.
Yeah, and then they end up
well,
killing
play
the poor
with it.
bear.
The first thing you do to stop a grizzly bear is make sure you're well away from the damn thing. In a vehicle that is turned away so that you can get away.
Well, if you're a tourist and you're in the woods and you don't have bear spray, you're an idiot. And you deserve to be eaten because we need to cleanse the gene pool.
That is a point. That is. Oh, I don't know if he's still mayor of Calgary or not, but there was this mayor who there was this flood in the Calgary area, and people were, zipping around on the water and everything, and he was saying on the news or something that you guys are wasting the time of our the people who are saving people who are actually in danger. They don't need to have to go saving your dumbasses.
I'll tell you a little story
And he
here
said,
real quick.
he said too, I wish I could take the Darwins. I could evoke.
Oh yeah, Darwin Awards.
Awards.
Yeah. The Darwin Awards.
But I can't.
Yeah. My ex-boss, when I worked for the state highway department, he used to go hunting with a good friend of his and a neighbor. And 2 years in a row, he got attacked by a grizzly up north of here in the ship between here and Montana state line, hunting elk. And supposedly there's no grizzly there, but this guy will tell you a little different and the DNR. But yeah, 35 miles an hour, well over 35. They've been clocked at.
What are they doing with that?
What's that?
What he says, just it's going in there, it's rattling and then rattling. It's like people are stupid.
Yeah, I've had to hop around because of my diabetes.
Plus, there's not as much respect in business as there used to be.
No.
Either. I mean, the companies don't treat the employee right, and the employees get upset and don't treat the company right, and it just keeps going. And you can only stay at a place so long as well, because they just, I don't know what happens to them. After a while.
My biggest problem has always been my diabetes. So.
My biggest problem has been, oh gods, their asses. And
I worked construction for a lot of my early years until I came down diabetic. And then when I had to go on insulin, that's when I lost a lot of jobs. So,
Yeah. Yeah, because you'd have to take it
because
to
you can, yeah, you can
everything.
black out from insulin from your sugar getting too low.
Yeah.
Which has happened.
Mm-hmm. So you've said.
Yep.
Wish I could buy the. Oh wait, no, he had a wife, so she's still there. Buy a
that?
place close. The one who just passed away had a wife.
Oh,
so
my neighbor?
yeah.
Yeah, Jeff.
So I can't buy that house and be close, so I can slap you across the head when you go
Yeah.
taking your stuff.
Well, Cease takes care of me. I have to message her every day that I'm up.
Have you messaged her yet?
No, not yet. But she might not be up yet. She knows I normally sleep till 10.
And now you're probably not going to get to sleep until 10?
Yeah, I'll just message her real quick. All I do is her number comes up right away for that, and I just punch in up. And that's done.
You got a grandpa phone?
Huh?
You got a grandpa phone?
No. Well, it's bigger than usual. It's a Note 9.
Oh, okay.
But I don't use
You don't use the pen?
Yeah, I don't use a pen. But I've still got it. It's still in the bottom of the phone, so
Yeah. I always use I am always using the pen.
yeah, I very seldom use it, but
You know, you get bored and you're sitting there and it's like, whatever.
well, I thought it would be neat because you can like write out grocery lists and stuff, which is what I used to do with it.
Yep.
But when I lost my control in my right arm, then I couldn't write anymore. So you should see me try to write anything. It takes me forever because I got to use my left hand to control my right hand, and I can only write with my right hand.
Yeah, it takes me time doing anything as well, but I just draw and do some drawing or whatever.
Well, see, my hand isn't steady enough when I'm doing something with it like that.
Yeah.
Something intricate. So like writing, and should see me try to thread a needle or something. That's funny as hell.
Oh my goodness. I saw brain work now. I saw a little kit.
Gary's back.
Yes, I see that. Hi, Gare. A little kit for brain work crochet. Like 18 different size crochet hooks and a couple light ones with lights, actually, or little lights that you can put on them to make sure that you're seeing properly while you're stitching.
Oh shit.
I'm looking at that going, holy man, what the hell?
I remember years ago somebody came up, designed a new needle that anybody could thread. You could do it with your eyes closed.
Wow.
And somebody I knew had some of those, and they were doing something with it. And I said, "What are you doing?" They're all just threading the needle here. I said, at that time, I was still able to do real intricate stuff with my right hand. So I said, "Here, I'll do it for you." She says, "Oh no, you just go like this." And I was like, "Holy shit!" But she did in like a second.
Yep. Go away, you.
That's okay. We got the ideas. That
Huh. Well, that's the time to stay in the house there, Gare. What you doing, copy?
yeah, but Gary draws flies or draws cop cars like shit draws flies.
Mm. Yeah.
Howdy, Mariah.
Hey, Mariah. Well, buddy.
Hello all. See you later.
Morning, Doc. Take care.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Brad says, good morning, Dot. Take care. She says, well, you heard her. Dang, just, come on. Just, new. Yes.
I used to do a lot of leather work by hand, and I haven't done any now for probably about 3 years.
You're new here. Well, hello.
Well, welcome, Mariah.
Everyone is new at some point, and you're welcome to come hang out. That's
In fact, we use the word Mariah secretly in Wyoming so that you don't say the W word.
the W word.
WIND.
Winfrey? Wine.
WIND.
Wind. Mariah Wind?
Yeah. Don't you remember that old movie from back in the 40s with what the hell was his name? That sang that song called Mariah.
Oh. No, I don't remember it.
Oh, geez. It was
Is it? What? She's just gone to work. She'll be back. She's not. Ay, puppy, separation issues.
oh
Yeah. Could you take him out? See if he. Have you taken him out for. I thought you did.
geez, that wouldn't be Mariah Carey, would it?
Could be. Huh?
Dawn already left.
She just left. You weren't looking? Yeah,
God, I
Doc
wish
just
I
left.
could remember that guy's name because it was filmed in Canada. And he was an RCMP. And I can't remember who the woman was he was singing to, but it was the wind they call Mariah.
When do they call Mariah?
Oh God, it's trying to tip my tongue and I can't. It's one of the most famous movies of all time.
I still suck at movies.
I know. Ask David if he knows.
Okay.
We had to pee already.
That's what I thought. Actually, here's a better person to ask. Mariah,
Who sang the song?
who sang the song?
And he's a famous singer.
He's a
And it
famous
was a
singer.
musical, and he
It
was
was
an
a musical.
RCMP officer
RCMP officer.
in the movie.
Okay. Okay. Ah.
We got a youngster.
Dewey, hello, youngster. No, not the musical Ride at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, even though I have seen that. It's pretty cool.
Well, the whole movie is based on RCMP, so but it's a musical. God dang, I wish I could remember his name. No, it's not Oklahoma. That's here.
Okay.
I used to know his name. I used to know her name, and I used to know the movie name. Of course, I saw it a million times when I was a kid.
Mm. Well, it's not due south.
Well, let's see. I'm going to have to go back and look at this now. What the heck?
This one is not coming up easily. It's a whole bunch of things that are nowhere near. So, Harvey Personnel. 23 will be 24 in November. What day in November? Harvey Personnel. Robert Goulet. Colleen is usually right about stuff like that.
Yeah. Harvey Presnell.
November 3rd. I'm the 20th. So,
Actually, a movie was in 65. It came out.
in 65?
Yeah. That was the early version.
Okay. I am
And it says Rufus Smith
Scorpio.
originally sang it.
Yes. Vola.
Hey, Val.
See what? That's why. Shoop.
Yeah, I think it was Harvey Press that he did the early version, and then Robert Goulet did it later on. But I don't see the name of the movie anywhere here.
Oh, you'll figure it out in the middle of sleeping.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Perfect time.
Oh shit.
Okay, I'm almost going to get keyboards impressions in my forehead now.
Okay.
I keep wanting to stay up, but my head keeps on saying, I'm going this way.
Yeah.
It has been wonderful.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Yes, we
had
did.
A lot of people had a good time. So
Yeah, I believe a lot of people did have a good time. It's been one of those interesting uh 6.5 hours.
Oh, is that all? What the hell?
Yeah, that's all.
Because
That's
I know we did 8.
8 was yesterday.
Oh, you did 8 yesterday? Okay. We did
Yeah.
8 once before though.
Yeah, we've done that before. We've
Yeah.
done 12 and 14 hours before too. What's up, what? You want to play?
Play. Time to go to bed.
Yeah, exactly. He'll come in there with me and then he'll paint your wagon movie. Proud of you, OGs. What's an OG? Old guys?
Yeah.
Old goofs?
I resemble all of the above.
I resemble an old goof as well. Okay, everyone. I would love to stay on longer, but my system has decided that probably because of weather changes, I am going to go unconscious soon. So thank you everyone for being here, and I'm going to scoot. Actually, if you wanted to, Brad, you know how to just go out on this.
I think I'll just go out now.
Okay. But thank you everyone for coming and everything. Subscribe, bell, all that other stuff.
Yep.
Yep. I really care. But actually, if you could subscribe, that would be great. We'll get closer to the 300 mark where we're doing those giveaways. One of which is going to be that little house that Dorothy made. I'm still working on something to send with your the one that you won there, Brad.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be going out soon. As soon as I have it all done.
Colleen's going to lunch and she didn't even invite any of us.
Oh, cat. Okay, everyone. Night, night. Thank you so much. Thank you very much,
everybody.
Brad.
Thank you very
Always
much.
fun. Love it. Love it.
We'll see you soon. Take care.
Yep. And later, skaters.